Hollywood director 1992. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 351 Sisters should help and support each other. Fihong, how are you feeling today? After Link left the villa, Vivian Chow and Michelle Race came over for a visit, smiling as they looked Yu Fihong up and down. Yu Fihong sat on a lounge chair on the terrace, wearing a loose nightgown, her lower body covered with a cashmere blanket, her black hair cascading over her shoulders, slightly disheveled. Her expression was equally disheveled, like a city ravaged by bandits, devoid of its usual calm, tranquility, and natural beauty. After being looked at by them, a blush gradually spread across Yu Fihong's fair cheeks, and a hint of flustered shyness flashed in her clear, spring-like eyes, a mixture of panic and unease. But this was understandable. Anyone experiencing something like this for the first time, after what happened with Link, wouldn't know how to act when meeting strangers the next day. I'm fine. Yu Fihong tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, placing her hand on her lower abdomen, letting the warmth of her hand and the blanket soothe the wounds of the previous night. Are you really alright? I almost died that time with Link. I never expected him to. Vivian Chow blushed, too embarrassed to use that vulgar word, so she just gestured with her wrist. Although several months had passed, her heart still pounded and her breathing became rapid whenever she talked about it. Me too. There were many times when my mind went blank, I had no consciousness at all, like I was going to die, but it felt amazing after I recovered. Michelle Race crossed her long legs, her face flushed with a charming blush. Hearing their conversation, Yu Fihong's emotions gradually calmed down. Since they were all friends, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. She began to tell them about her condition, such as the numbness in her waist and legs when she woke up in the morning, which required the maid to apply medicine and massage her to gradually improve. She also mentioned that she was a little sleepy and unable to concentrate, and that Link was very heavy, his arm resting on her chest, almost crushing her. Vivian Chow and Michelle Race laughed, saying that Link was an Iron Man, and that was why he was so amazing. They suggested that Yu Fihong start exercising more and eating more meat to supplement her nutrition and improve her physical condition. They said she would gradually adapt in 2 months, and if she couldn't handle it, she could call them for support. Yu Fihong shyly agreed. Chen Chong had said the same thing on the phone yesterday. She advised her not to force herself, as it could harm her health and prevent Link from eating properly. She also suggested she drink traditional Chinese medicine to nourish her body. The prescription was in her bedroom cabinet, and she had been taking it since last year with good results. Chen Chong also said she would come from China next week and teach her a few tricks to make Link fall head over heels in love with her. Despite her shyness, Yu Fihong didn't refuse. Come, try my coffee. It's from a local San Diego plantation, the taste is very special, I'll try it. After the maid put down the coffee cup, the three of them began to enjoy coffee and snacks, chatting about other things on the sunny terrace. After experiencing Yu Fihong's gentleness, Link returned to the company to continue working on his new film. Before filming The English Patient, he organized 4 script meetings, inviting several lead actors to his company to discuss the script and their roles. The cast included Ralph Fiennes, Kristen Scott Thomas, Juliette Binoche, Colin Firth, Willem Dafoe, and Indian actor Amir Khan. Juliette Binoche is French, Willem Dafoe is American, Amir Khan is Indian, and the others are British. Amir, how's your English? Link asked the young Indian man during a script meeting. The English Patient is based on the novel of the same name, telling the love story of several young men and women during World War II, transcending time, life, death, and race. In the film, Amir Khan plays Kip, a British Indian soldier and a boyfriend of the second female lead, Hannah. The two meet in a convent and fall in love. When writing the script, Link considered changing Kip's race to French or British, but the original author, the renowned Canadian writer Michael Ondaatje, disagreed. Michael Ondaatje was born in Sri Lanka and has Dutch, Sinhalese, and Indian ancestry. He moved to England with his parents in his teens and later to Canada for university. The character Kip in the book is a reflection of Ondaatje's own identity projected onto the role, using the love story of Kip and Hannah to explore racial issues. Michael and Datya disagreed with changing the character's skin color, so Link had to abandon the idea and find an Indian actor for the role. Hearing that his new film needed an Indian actor, Indian film distributors enthusiastically recommended over 60 Indian actors. Link selected 5 based on familiarity and asked them to audition. Aamir Khan ultimately stood out. Aamir Khan, now 30, debuted at age 8 and has acted in over 40 films. Currently a second-tier star in India, he has a promising future and is considered a national treasure, known for films such as Dangal, 3 Idiots, and Lagan. The problem is that while Aamir Khan speaks English, he doesn't have a strong British accent. His English has a curry saucy flavor. For example, he would say let me tree instead of let me try, and I am dirty instead of I am 30, causing many laughs during script readings. To help him correct his pronunciation, the crew hired 2 English teachers to tutor him, requiring him to correct it before the official start of filming. Director Link, I'm still practicing. Aamir Khan read a few lines of Kip's lines in an awkward tone. Not bad, you've improved. Keep practicing, and I hope your spoken English gets better and better. Link smiled. Okay, Director Link, Aamir Khan scratched his face, looking quite reserved. Juliet, you have the most dialogue with Aamir, so please help him practice his lines more often. No problem, Director Link. Juliet Binoche smiled slightly. Link continued to discuss the script with the actors present, using this method to help everyone gain a deeper understanding of the story's meaning and the characters' thoughts and feelings, ideally allowing them to empathize with the characters. For directors, actors immersing themselves in their roles is the simplest and most effective filming method, saving a lot of time and money. For actors, immersing themselves in their roles is also a good way to perform. The higher their recognition and understanding of the character, the deeper their sense of immersion. As for the psychological problems that may arise afterward, they are actually not very serious. Actors are paid very high salaries for filming, with second or third tier actors earning hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars per film. Sometimes, they can even win awards for their excellent performances. The negative impact is only a little psychological, making it safer than many other professions. This sacrifice is something professional actors are willing to make. During script meetings, Yu Fihong, who had just become a wife, would also join in as the director's assistant, helping to contact actors and arrange for them to participate in the film's preparation work in an orderly manner. Wearing work clothes and high heels, she was still beautiful and capable, exuding a gentle and intellectual temperament. However, after being intimate with him many times, her complexion became rosy and radiant, and her eyes and brows became more charming, making her even more touching. During breaks from work, Lin Kay sometimes couldn't help but pamper her a few more times. Honey, could we please not do this at the company in the future? Let's just bear with it and talk about it when we get home, okay? Once at lunch, Yu Fihong sat in his lap, her toes curled tightly, her body trembling. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Lin Kay kissed her fair collarbone. I like it. It's just, Yu Fihong blushed, too embarrassed to say it aloud, and whispered a few words in his ear. She said it wasn't convenient to the company, she still had to work afterwards, and being with him took a lot of effort. Walking even a few steps made her legs tremble, making it impossible to do anything else. Also, Yu Fihong blushed and said that her legs used to be long and slender, perfectly aligned, but now she walked with her toes pointing outwards, which looked unsightly. Jo Human and Lee Jackson even teased her about it. Lin Kay told her not to be shy, that Jo Human and the others had gone through the same thing, and it would get better with time. However, he was a very respectful man, especially towards the women in his family. Since Yu Fihong didn't like intimate relations at the company, he respected her opinion and would try to restrain himself there in the future. After a brief moment of intimacy, Link disconnected from Yu Fihong and returned to his work. After more than 2 months of preparation, the filming of The English Patient officially commenced. Under Link's direction, the props, set designers, and art designers began traveling to various film sets to prepare for filming. 3 assistant directors and assistant directors filmed location scenes in Tunisia, Florence, and Marseille, France, according to his requirements. Link continued other work in Los Angeles, including summarizing summer movie box office results, scheduling fall and winter movie releases, and planning film projects for next year. Hachi, A Dog's Tale, after a year of filming, officially wrapped last week. As the film's producer, screenwriter, and editor, Link needed to finish editing the film as soon as possible and send it to the production department for post-production. While editing Hachi, A Dog's Tale, Ovitz called again, saying he had found a way to collaborate and wanted to discuss the project in person. Chapter 352 Ovitz's Excessive Demands. Link, what have you been up to lately? I haven't even had time to talk to you about work. In the coffee shop, Michael Ovitz looked displeased, his face grim. Too much work. Arranging new film projects, editing new films, etc. I'm not like you, who just sits in an office all day, enjoying the air conditioning, sheltered from the wind and sun. Link stirred his coffee and took a sip. HMPH. Could you cover up the hickey on your neck before you say that? Michael Ovitz glanced at the left side of Link's collar, where there was a bright red lipstick mark. Clearly, this guy hadn't been up to anything before the meeting. Hickey. Link touched it. There was no obvious bump. It was probably just a light lipstick mark. He hadn't actually been busy with work before coming. These days, he had a lot of personal matters at home. Besides the newly joined Yu Fihong, there were Chen Chong and Chen Hong, who had just flown in from China, and Wang Yan, whom he had met at the Berlin Film Festival earlier this year. At the beginning of the year, Chen Chong brought Wang Yan to the hotel to meet him, but because the girl was shy and nervous, she wasn't very proactive, and Link didn't make any advances. After this meeting, the girl became much more proactive. Although, like Yu Fihong, she had never experienced anything like this before. She had received training and guidance from Chen Chong before coming, and her performance was quite good. Besides them, Zhou Humin, Li Jiaxin, Wang Ji, and Wu Junmei would sometimes come over for a visit, making the villa quite lively. Despite having many women outside, Link's life still centered around his Beverly Hills villa, where he was constantly delivering his services to Monica, Jennifer, Sophia, Michelle, Winona, Sandra, and others. His current daily schedule was also non-stop, leaving him no time to care about anything else, especially Michael Ovitz. Ovitz had been frequently calling him lately, saying he wanted to discuss a collaboration and get Disney and guess the movies working together as soon as possible. However, when Link asked him about the specifics of the collaboration, Ovitz didn't have any good ideas and just wanted him to come out and talk. Link didn't want to have too much contact with him privately. It wasn't until yesterday when Ovitz called again, saying he had a cooperation agreement and wanted to discuss the details, that he finally managed to squeeze in a visit. The hickey on his neck could be from Winona, or it could be from Sophia or Sandra Bullock. It doesn't matter whose it is, it's a symbol of love, no need to hide it. Michael, let's get down to business. You said on the phone you found a way to collaborate. How do you plan to do it? Link took a sip of his coffee. Of the methods you mentioned last time, I choose the first and third, Michael Ovitz said, squinting. The first method Link mentioned was Disney investing in guest movies films, and the third was Disney funding and inviting Link to make films for their company. I can agree to the third one directly. As long as Disney's script is good enough and they can afford the fees, I'll prioritize making films for you. The first one isn't an option for now. Our company has a 10-film collaboration with Columbia Pictures. 2 have been completed, 5 projects are in progress, and the remaining 3 are expected to be completed next year. Only after completing the big contract with Columbia Pictures will we have time to collaborate with other film companies. I hope you understand, Link said slowly. Michael Ovitz frowned. So, we can't co-produce a movie until after 97, not necessarily. If Columbia Pictures wants to renew the contract, or if other film companies see the high quality and profit potential of our Guessing Pictures films and sign big contracts with Guessing Pictures, our cooperation will be delayed for a few more years, but you told me that as long as I help Gemaltoni become president of CAA, you would cooperate with me, help me establish myself at Disney, and gain real power. Now you're going back on your word. Ovitz slammed his hand on the table, dissatisfied. I agreed to co-produce a movie with Disney. Wasn't that helping you? Of course not. I followed your request and got Gemaltoni into the position of CAA president. I kept my word. In return, you should prioritize helping me, co-producing a few blockbuster movies with Disney, allowing me to establish myself at Disney, instead of waiting years to cooperate. Ovitz leaned on the coffee table, his gaze sharp as he stared at Link. Link calmly said, Michael, you just mentioned 2 ways to cooperate. I've already agreed to the third one. As long as you pay, I'll make the film. Regarding the first one, if there aren't any other big contracts, guess what? Pictures will cooperate with Disney. This is hypothetical, and I don't mean to back out. As for the kind of selfless help you're thinking of, or making a film for you for free, that's impossible. Making George Maroney the president of CAA is just a suggestion on my part. Whether you agree or not, it won't affect me. Second, guess what? Pictures doesn't belong to me alone. If other companies are willing to invest hundreds of millions of dollars to cooperate, we will naturally prioritize them. I would never harm the company's interests to help you. Michael, you're a veteran in this industry, you should understand this without me reminding you. Michael Ovitz snorted coldly, his large buttocks slumping back into the chair. You're a real cunning fellow. When you asked me to recommend Maroney as CAA president, I did it without hesitation. Now that you're asking me to fulfill my promise, you're making excuses. I shouldn't have agreed to cooperate with you in the first place. Ovitz's face was sour. Link waved his hand. Mike, you know CAA's situation better than I do. Choosing Maloney as president is the most suitable option. It's beneficial for both you and CAA. Before you recommended Maloney, you had already chosen the chairman of the board and arranged for several vice presidents to sideline him. Now, if you want to replace him, it's just a matter of a word. So, you don't need to act like a victim here. This kind of behavior is not conducive to our cooperation. Ovitz snorted, took a puff of his cigar, and looked at him. With Maloney becoming CAA president, you'll be the biggest beneficiary. It will give you greater power, making you the true king of Hollywood. So don't deny it, it won't do you any good. Link laughed. Before you left CAA, I was already #1 on the Hollywood power list, the so-called king of Hollywood. It has nothing to do with whether you leave CAA or not. Secondly, the 7 major studios joined forces to suppress me during the summer season, and guess what? The box office is still strong. My position in the industry remains unshakable, and I don't need the position of CAA president to strengthen it. So, what I said about no impact is true. Seeing that Ovitz was about to argue, he raised his hand to interrupt. Mike, I have other things to do and don't have time to argue with you here. If you really want to cooperate, bring your specific film projects to guess the movies. I won't refuse to cooperate with you. If you're here to argue about Maloney, sorry, I'm not interested. Ovitz agreed with a sour face, glanced at the door, and Harvey Weinstein walked straight over. The guy swayed his big body, and after walking more than 10 meters, he knocked over 3 chairs. What do you want with him? Link asked. Miramax Pictures is a Disney film company. You and Harvey have worked together before, and I want you two to continue your cooperation. What do you say? Ovitz said. Link didn't express his opinion. Whether it was a direct cooperation with Disney or a cooperation with Miramax, as long as they could provide enough funds to guarantee the interests of him and guess the movies, they were suitable partners. After Harvey joined, the 3 of them discussed the specific cooperation agreement. The agreement included collaborating on at least 10 films over the next 5 years, co-producing at least 3 films directed by Link, and ensuring the 3 companies cooperated to combat rivalry during the film's release. The first 2 demands were made by Ovitz and Harvey, while the third was Link's. Initially, his requirement was that after signing the agreement, the 3 companies establish an alliance, supporting each other and providing assistance to the other 2 in case of trouble, otherwise it would be considered betrayal. He wanted to reduce obstacles to Guessing Pictures' development in this way. However, Ovitz and Harvey firmly disagreed, believing they could not represent the company's shareholders and could not establish an alliance with Guessing Pictures. After repeated negotiations, the third condition was changed to the 3 companies cooperating against rivals during the film's release to ensure higher box office returns. From this perspective, Ovitz and Harvey showed little sincerity in this collaboration. They only wanted to profit from Guessing Pictures and did not want to be involved in its troubles. Link didn't care. Collaborating with Ovitz was just a side project, and whatever form the collaboration took, it would benefit Guessing Pictures. Chapter 353 Harvey, extreme measures can be used against Link if necessary. After discussing the collaboration, Link glanced at his watch and excused himself. As Link's figure disappeared through the coffee shop door, Ovitz's face immediately fell. Damn it, that bastard's getting more and more rude. In the past, when he socialized, no one dared leave their seats before he got up. Everyone longed to chat with him a little longer. Now, he had to make 4 or 5 phone calls to finally get Link to come out. And after meeting, Link repeatedly tried to leave early, seemingly unwilling to talk to him any longer. It was too much. If this were 2 or 3 years ago, when he was still the king of Hollywood, Would Link have dared to act like this? Would anyone else have dared? Absolutely not. Ovitz clenched his fists tightly, once again feeling the pain of losing power. Without power, there was no status or dignity. Not only were there fewer sycophants around, but he also faced contempt from others. This feeling was awful. He secretly vowed that no matter what it took, he would regain power as soon as possible, become the king of Hollywood again, and send Link and all those who had slighted him to hell. Mike, how did you end up collaborating with Link? Harvey Weinstein asked in a low voice as Link left. Is there a problem? You've worked with him before, Ovitz asked. When I worked with him, Guess Movies wasn't even a big company yet. If it weren't for your suggestion, I would never have partnered with him. He's our enemy, our foe. He stole box office revenue that originally belonged to the Big 7 studios and Miramax. If it weren't for him and Guess Movies, the Big 7 studios' box office revenue wouldn't have gotten worse and worse, and Miramax's losses wouldn't have gotten so severe. You should know that, Harvey Weinstein said angrily. Hearing Harvey say this, Ovitz was secretly annoyed. He had his reasons for collaborating with Link. Why should he explain himself to others? If you were still the king of Hollywood, would Harvey dare to ask so bluntly? Absolutely not. Ovitz felt slighted once again. He took a deep drag on his cigar, suppressing his displeasure, and said, this was Eisner's suggestion. Eisner believes that Goose Play Pictures is developing very rapidly, and even the combined efforts of the 7 major studios cannot curb its growth and expansion. Under these circumstances, cooperating with Goose Play Pictures to make movies is more beneficial to the company's development. In addition, as far as I know, the other 6 film companies are also actively contacting Link. If we reach a cooperation agreement with Link first, we can also seize the initiative. These were the superficial benefits. The real benefit was that by cooperating with Link, they could take control of Disney's film division, gain a foothold in Disney, acquire more power, and ultimately reclaim their position as the king of Hollywood. Of course, he wouldn't tell Harvey the deeper benefits. Eisner also thinks we should partner with Guessing Movies, Harvey Weinstein frowned. But this would only make Guessing Movies stronger, taking up more box office revenue, while the Big 7 studios would weaken and lose control of the entertainment industry. Harvey suddenly gritted his teeth, his face full of anger, and said, the Big 7 studios are our Jewish territory, our money bags, and important tools for exporting our ideology and values. Are we just going to hand them over to Link? Michael, are you willing to accept that? Ovitz looked at him in surprise, not expecting Harvey, like Ron Mayer, to be a radical communist who linked Link's rise to the survival of his race. In fact, he was like that at first. When he founded CAA, he relied on the funds of Jewish financial groups and the help of his own Jewish kin to develop CAA into the largest talent agency in the entertainment industry. He also used his Jewish identity to sign Jewish filmmakers such as Dustin Hoffman, Michael Douglas, Paul Newman, and Spielberg to CAA, making CAA surpass WMA in scale and influence. However, while managing CAA, he discovered that this approach also had its drawbacks. CAA had too many Jewish clients, which led to accusations that they were forming a clique and deliberately excluding actors and directors of other races. Later, Ovitz proactively abandoned this racial bias, recruiting filmmakers of other races to join CAA and treating all clients equally, which allowed CAA to truly flourish. Now, hearing Harvey ask him to abandon his collaboration with Link and protect Jewish interests in Hollywood, Ovitz frowned. Although he had benefited from racialism, he was unwilling to become a racialist again and serve the interests of his own race. Michael Eisner was also of Jewish descent. If he prioritized racial interests, he couldn't compete with Eisner for power, couldn't fully control Disney, and couldn't use Disney to regain his status as the king of Hollywood. This was not a good thing for him. However, considering Harvey's backing from a Jewish financial group, Ovitz didn't directly refute him. He relayed what Langmuir and Michael Eisner had said to Harvey. Guess Entertainment is a strong, young man, while the 7 studios are decades-old veterans. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't be Guess Entertainment. But don't worry, no company in the film industry has a smooth journey. Whether it's Disney or Warner Brothers, they've encountered countless setbacks and crises over the past few decades. Guess Entertainment is no exception. Although it's been doing well these past few years, it won't always be so. As soon as Guess Entertainment encounters any setback in the future, the 7 studios will bare their fangs and pounce on it, cutting off all of its profits. So no matter how much money Guess Entertainment and Link are currently making, or how big a pie they've created, it will eventually be divided up by everyone. He's just holding it for them right now. Harvey, Guess Movies is currently well-funded and incredibly powerful. Even if the 7 major studios joined forces to defeat it, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, which isn't worthwhile, Ovitz explained, puffing on his cigar. Harvey frowned, not quite accepting this explanation. Guess Movies has been doing well these past few years. If it continues to thrive in the next few years, Link will earn even more, Guess Movies will become even stronger, and the 7 major studios will weaken further, perhaps even go bankrupt. By then, even if Guess Movies loses money investing in films, the 7 major studios probably won't have the strength to defeat it. Don't worry, that won't happen. By then, the Jewish conglomerates will have completely taken control of Guess Movies. No matter how well Link does, he's just making money for us, playing the role of a manager, Ovitz said nonchalantly. Michael, Link is a greedy and cunning man. I don't think he'll willingly hand over control of Guessing Pictures, nor will he easily relinquish his throne as the king of Hollywood. So I think we should prepare in advance. Harvey narrowed his eyes, a cold glint in his dark pupils, his expression becoming unusually serious. Ovitz's face also turned cold, a hint of dissatisfaction in his heart. If you were still the king of Hollywood, no one would dare to raise objections repeatedly after he gave his explanation. Now, Harvey's constant rebuttals were not only a sign of disrespect but also an accusation that he was simple-minded. Ovitz took a puff of his cigar and asked calmly, Harvey, what's a good way to deal with Link? I think we should unite and block Guessing Pictures and Link from all channels, making it impossible for him to move an inch in Hollywood. If necessary, we can go even further. In any case, we cannot hand over Hollywood to Link, a Chinese man. Harvey Weinstein narrowed his heavy eye bags, his thick palms pressing on the table, his expression turning fierce. Ovitz glanced at him, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. In Harvey, he saw his past self, ambitious, driven, and ruthless in his pursuit of power. His eyes darted around, and he placed a hand on Harvey's shoulder, smiling. Harvey, your idea is excellent. This matter is entrusted to you. I support you. Thank you, Harvey replied, glancing at him. Regardless of Ovitz's agreement, he decided to consult with Michael Eisner, Langmuir, Barry Diller, and others later on how to deal with Link. Chapter 354 Movie Premiere, Kate Winslet. After meeting with Ovitz and Harvey Weinstein to finalize the collaboration, Link returned to his studio to continue editing Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Photos of their meeting were published in newspapers such as the Los Angeles Times and the American Express. The media claimed that Link and Ovitz had reconciled, chatting privately for over half an hour in a coffee shop, seemingly enjoying themselves. They also cited sources saying they were discussing collaborations, and if Guess Movies partnered with Disney and Miramax, the Big 7 studio alliance would likely collapse, solidifying Guess Movies' position in Hollywood and increasing Link's power in the entertainment industry. Link has not yet responded to this, but several reporters asked him about it when he attended the premiere of Sense and Sensibility on Friday. Mr. Link, some media outlets have reported that you and Michael Ovitz have become friends and are preparing to collaborate on a film. Is this true? On the red carpet, a reporter from the New York Post stood outside the fence, holding a microphone, to interview him. Yes, Michael and I had some conflicts at work in the past. Now that he's at Disney, we'll have more opportunities to collaborate, and we plan to work together on several blockbusters in the future. Also, guess what? Our studio won't just be working with Disney, we'll continue to seek collaborations with other film companies. Our goal is to achieve win-win cooperation and bring Hollywood back to its golden age, Link spoke candidly to the reporters. Mr. Link, many people now call you the King of Hollywood. How do you view this title, and how do you feel about going from an ordinary person to the King of Hollywood in less than 5 years? Asked a reporter from the San Francisco Chronicle. I'm not a king of Hollywood. I'm just a director, an ordinary director. My interests and ideals are all reflected in directing. My future goal is to make more good movies, not to gain more money and power. Becoming the King of Hollywood is worthless to me, not even as valuable as a nomination for any film award, Link said frankly. Clap clap clap. Reporters and audiences outside the red carpet couldn't help but applaud and cheer, seeing his sincerity. Director Link, I heard you're currently preparing to shoot a new film, your third film this year. As far as I know, no director in Hollywood shoots more than 3 films in a single year. What's your purpose in making so many films in a row? a Newsweek reporter asked. Probably career anxiety, Link laughed. Many artists produce a series of high-quality works during their creative peak, but during their slump, their works decline. I'm currently at my peak, and almost every film I make is well received by audiences. So I have to seize the time to make as many films as possible to prevent my creative ability from declining later, and then it will be too late to regret it. Career anxiety. Billionaires have career anxiety, really? Hearing his answer, the reporters were both surprised and excited. They hadn't expected this reason, nor had they expected that a director and billionaire of Link's caliber would experience anxiety. They were excited because his answer was highly topical, and many people would enjoy reading it. Yes, I've said I'm just a normal person, so naturally I have normal questions. After answering a few questions, Link waved to the reporters and fans. Then pulled Jennifer away from the red carpet area. Honey, is your career anxiety real? Jennifer Connelly asked as they walked, her arm linked with his, a sweet smile on her face that made her look incredibly charming. Since 1992, almost every one of my films has been a box office hit, often becoming blockbusters. This has earned me accolades like being named a top director by the media, and Hollywood's highest-grossing director. However, with these accolades come a lot of hostility and jealousy. Many people hope my films will fail and that I'll fall from grace, so I'm always more cautious before making a film, and a little anxiety is inevitable, Link said, holding the girl's soft hand. Jennifer looked at his profile, feeling a touch of emotion. At home, he was always the most emotionally stable one. Whenever anyone was unhappy, he would promptly offer care and help, making everyone happy. But because he didn't need anyone's concern, people often overlooked his feelings, not knowing if he was happy or under a lot of pressure. Honey, you've done very well. You don't need to put too much pressure on yourself. Why don't you take a longer break before filming? There's no need to rush. Jennifer hugged her arms tightly, pressing her chest against his strong arm. Link chuckled softly, pinching her pert nose. Just kidding. The reason I said that was to create buzz and increase the exposure for Sense and Sensibility. As for anxiety, a little bit, it's completely manageable. You don't need to worry about me. No, I'll worry. I'm going to hold a family meeting tonight and tell them not to always pester you with thoughts of sex. They need to give you more freedom and time to rest, Jennifer said considerately. No need. I'm going abroad to film next month, so I won't have much time to spend with you all. While I'm still at home, I'll spend more time with you in the evenings. Don't worry, this is the best way for me to relax and release stress and anxiety. Really, of course. Link kissed the girl's forehead and pulled her into the movie theater. Through the introductions of director Ang Lee and lead actress Emma Thompson, Link met several of the main cast members, including lead actor Hugh Grant, supporting actress Kate Winslet, and supporting actor Alan Rickman. After chatting for a while, the movie began. Sense and Sensibility is adapted from the novel of the same name by renowned British author Jane Austen. The film tells the story of two British sisters and their different attitudes towards love. The story takes place in an aristocratic manor in England. After the death of the old lord, because the family fortune is only passed down to sons, the daughters face the fate of being evicted and forced to marry. The eldest daughter is more calm and restrained when it comes to love, deeply concealing her own romantic feelings for the sake of the family's happiness. The younger daughter is more love-struck, willing to sacrifice everything for love. One sister is rational, the other emotional, and both ultimately find true love. Director Ang Lee's skill is commendable, and the actors' performances are excellent. After the film ended, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted. Ang Lee, congratulations, the film was very good, Link said, clapping his hands. Thank you. Link, thank you for your support. Ang Lee smiled reservedly, inwardly relieved. Sense and Sensibility was his first film with an all-European and American cast. And his first time working with such a star-studded cast, carrying considerable pressure during filming. Now, with the film's release and the enthusiastic audience response, it shows he did a good job. However, to truly relax, he still needs to see the subsequent box office results, hoping not to cause the company financial losses. Director Link, what do you think of my performance? Kate Winslet walked up to Link and boldly asked this question. Very good. You portrayed Marianne's frankness and enthusiasm, adding a lot to the character, Link said, looking at the 20-year-old Kate Winslet who hadn't yet become Fat Winslet. Thank you. Director Link, if you have a suitable role for me, would you consider working with me? Kate Winslet stared at him without blinking. Link nodded, giving her an affirmative answer. Great. Here's my phone number. Please contact me when you find a suitable role for me." Kate Winslet handed him a photograph, an artistic portrait of herself in a sundress, her long golden brown hair flowing freely, her skin fair and full, revealing her beautiful face and figure. On the back of the photo was a phone number and her address in Los Angeles. "Okay, I'll take it," Link smiled slightly. It was rumored that Kate Winslet was very good at seizing opportunities. When casting for the female lead in Titanic, she wrote to James Cameron multiple times, recommending herself to the director, and finally got the role. It seems the rumors were true. She is indeed no ordinary actress, and there's a reason she'll become a top-tier star. After the film's premiere, Link returned to his company to continue editing Hachi, A Dog's Tale, completing the film in 3 weeks before handing it over to the production department for post-production. Chapter 355 Batman Test Screening. The reward is very sincere. Sense and Sensibility grossed $3.07 million in its opening week in 190 theaters across North America, averaging over $10,000 per theater, a remarkable achievement for an art film. The film also received positive reviews. Director Ang Lee's talent has been widely recognized within the industry, with many considering him a distinct Chinese-American director compared to Link. While Link's films show little trace of Eastern elements, Lee, through the character of Eleanor, perfectly embodies the conservatism and subtlety of Eastern culture, imbuing the film with his personal style and making it unique and artistically sophisticated. In its second week, guess what? Studios and its partner Columbia Pictures expanded the film's release and promotion, resulting in $17.91 million in 1,054 theaters. The 2-week total reached $20.98 million. With a production cost of $16 million, the film broke even in 2 weeks, and with projected North American box office returns of at least $50 million, it's considered a blockbuster project. This week marks the 7th week of release for Run Back the Groom, with a cumulative box office of $58.64 million in North America and $23.37 million overseas, projected to surpass $100 million worldwide. Considering its $32 million budget, this is a blockbuster. In the second week of Sense and Sensibility's release, post-production on Batman Forever was completed. Warner Bros. Held an internal screening at the company, attended by Link, Nicole Kidman, Ben Affleck, and other key members of the production team. The film was praised for its high quality, with a more compelling storyline than the original, and a cast that better suited the requirements. During filming, Link incorporated numerous exciting action sequences, lavish and stylish props, and high-level cinematography and set design, giving the film not only the appeal of a commercial blockbuster but also the depth and substance of an art film. After the screening, the audience erupted in applause and cheers. Warner Bros. Executive producer Richard Fox applauded enthusiastically, praising the film as a perfect fusion of commerce and art, a luxurious visual feast. Jim Carrey exclaimed excitedly, calling the movie incredibly cool, exactly the kind of movie he wanted to make. "It's fantastic. No one can surpass my version of Batman, right?" Ben Affleck said proudly, stroking his chin. Matt Damon and Ryan Phillips smiled, offering no rebuttal. Ben Affleck's performance in the film was indeed excellent. Tall, muscular, and handsome with a cool demeanor, he possessed a melancholic and dark quality that perfectly suited the Batman character, appearing even better than Michael Keaton's version. However, it's not certain that no one will surpass him. Ben Affleck's outstanding performance was due to Link's expertise in directing actors. If he could guide Ben Affleck this time, he could guide others next time. Therefore, whether anyone can surpass Ben Affleck largely depends on whether Link will continue directing the Batman series and whether he will continue to cast Ben Affleck as the lead. I think the best actor is Gary Oldman. His portrayal of Two-Face is twisted and radical enough, with a strong sense of tragedy. He brought depth to the character, and I love it, Joaquin Phoenix said, arms crossed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Gary Oldman's Two-Face was indeed impressive, no less so than Jack Nicholson's Joker in the 1989 Batman film. Jim Carrey's Riddler is also good. He's funny, hilariously manic, and no one else could have played the role well, Edward Norton said. Everyone nodded in agreement as well. Jim Carrey's expressive body language and comedic talent were perfect for the Riddler character. It would be difficult for anyone else to achieve what Jim Carrey did. He was arguably the most irreplaceable actor in the entire cast. HMPH. Ben Affleck glanced at them with displeasure. He had just boasted, expecting enthusiastic praise, But instead, Matt Damon and the others praised all the main actors. Gary Oldman's performance was profound, Jim Carrey was indispensable, Nicole Kidman's Dr. Chase was incredibly sexy and beautiful, and Michael Caine's butler was also superb. Everyone acted very well, so it's normal for him to act well too, no need for praise, it's all thanks to Link, said Drew Barrymore, the supporting actress, clapping her hands. Director Link is skilled at directing actors, has high standards for them, and everyone can bring out a high level of acting during filming. It would be difficult to achieve this effect with another director, that's true, everyone nodded. Director Link is really amazing. I feel that if I work with him a few more times, even a complete newcomer could have a chance to win an Oscar under his guidance, Ryan Phillips said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ben Affleck's face darkened further. He had worked with Link on 4 films and hadn't even received an Oscar nomination. Did this mean his acting was terrible, that he lacked talent? Ben, you need to step up your game. You and Link have worked together on 4 movies, 3 leading roles. If someone else had played those roles, they might have won an Oscar for Best Actor, Casey Affleck said, patting his arm. Ben Affleck glared at him, telling him to shut up. Clap clap clap. The applause lasted for over 3 minutes after the movie ended. Warner Brothers president Miguel Goss, executive producer Richard Fox, former director Tim Burton, and others approached Link to congratulate him on making a great film. Link thanked them, saying that the film's success wasn't solely his achievement, but the result of everyone's hard work, and he was happy to share in the success. In fact, the quality of Batman Forever exceeded his expectations. He remembered finding many problems and flaws in the original Batman Forever, leaving him wanting to criticize it. This version of Batman, however, was fantastic. The acting, set design, camera work, lighting, and special effects were all at a high level. If 100 points is the maximum, Link would give this movie 98 points. At the end of the film, Link also received a systems evaluation and rewards, film production complete, box office subsidies are being tallied, host participation rate 62.1%, film completion rate 97.3%, film's market fit 86%, rewards 2.2x box office subsidy, director experience plus 20%, director stamina plus 25%, film quality increase plus 14%, another 20% director experience bonus and 25% director stamina bonus. Although the participation rate was lower than the butterfly effect and 7, the completion rate and market fit were higher, so the director experience and stamina rewards didn't decrease. This must be the effect of a blockbuster. It seems that shooting blockbusters makes it easier to gain more experience and stamina. After receiving the 25% stamina bonus, Link felt some heat again. But his constitution had improved, and the reaction was less intense. Link, are you hot? Your face is a little red, Nicole Kidman asked gently. It's a bit hot, do you want me to help you? Nicole Kidman pursed her moist red lips, her eyes filled with barely suppressed desire and passion. Link saw her delicate face, slender swan neck, and graceful body wrapped in a long dress, and asked, how's your divorce from Tom Cruise going? It's in progress, Nicole Kidman added, it'll be done soon, by the end of the year at the latest. You and Tom Cruise are in the process of a negotiated divorce. It's not advisable for us to have too much contact at this time. A scandal would have a negative impact on both of us, Link said. Nicole Kidman nodded, her face showing undisguised disappointment. Link didn't comfort her. His refusal to accept Nicole's services was also for her sake. On the one hand, a scandal breaking out during the divorce process would damage her reputation and make it difficult to gain public sympathy and support. On the other hand, he was originally in excellent physical condition, and after receiving the 25% bonus, his stamina and endurance were even stronger than before. If Nicole continued to help him as she had the previous times, she would easily get injured, and he wouldn't be very comfortable either. After the test screening, Link returned to his hilltop villa and treated Liu Xiaoli, Monica, Sophia, Brooke Shields, Winona Ryder, and Jennifer Lopez, who were resting at home, to a hearty meal. Once he had recovered, he went back to the editing studio to refine Batman Forever, examining the changes, identifying the reasons for the modifications, and learning from them. Chapter 356 The Best Extramarital Affair Movie. By early October, the set for The English Patient in Tunisia, North Africa, was completed. Link and his directing team flew to Paris, then transferred to Tunisia to begin filming. The English Patient tells the story of a special patient in an Allied field hospital during World War II. This patient, rescued from a burning and crash plane by borderless Bedouin shepherds, is severely burned, disfigured, and unable to remember his own identity. Because he speaks fluent British English, the field medical staff call him the English patient. While caring for the English patient, field nurse Hannah finds a nearly burnt diary beside him, gradually learning about his past. His name is Almasi, a Hungarian archaeologist who, while exploring the Sahara Desert, meets Jeff Clifton, a cartographer for the Royal Geographical Society, and his beautiful wife, Catherine. Almasi is captivated by Catherine's charm and talent, developing an irresistible love for her. Because Catherine was a married woman, the two spent many days together, experiencing a series of trials and tribulations, and finally realized they were truly in love. Out of jealousy, her husband Jeff attempted to run Almasi over with his plane, but the plane crashed, killing Jeff instantly and severely injuring Catherine. Because they were in the desert and their transportation was destroyed, they couldn't contact a hospital in time. To save Catherine, Almasi placed her in a cave and then spent 3 days trekking out of the desert. However, by the time he returned to the cave with an ambulance, Catherine had already died. In his grief, Almasi flew his plane, carrying Catherine's body, into the sky. Because the plane belonged to the German army, it was shelled by British and French forces. The plane crashed into flames, and Almasi was burned beyond recognition, becoming known as the English patient. After recalling these events, with Hannah's help, Almasi chose euthanasia, joining Catherine in leaving this world. The Sahara Desert scenes in The English Patient take place in Egypt. Given Egypt's unfriendly relations with the United States in reality, most Hollywood films with scenes set in Egypt choose to film in one of Egypt's neighboring countries, including Tunisia and Morocco. For example, George Lucas's Star Wars was filmed in Tunisia in 1977, and Steven Spielberg filmed Indiana Jones in Tunisia in 1981. Link and his crew also filmed in Tunisia this time, with a set less than 3 miles from the original Indiana Jones set. The main scenes filmed here were Almasi's encounter with Jeff and Catherine, and the process of Almasi and Catherine's relationship from acquaintance to love, which comprised half of the entire film. After filming in Tunisia for over a month, in early November, Link led the team to Florence in central Italy to film the scenes in the field hospital. During filming, Monica returned to her villa in Florence, Italy, for a temporary stay. Sophie Marceau, Jennifer Connelly, Jennifer Aniston, Michelle Pfeiffer, Diane Lane, and others frequently visited the set. Link's time filming there was busy, but he enjoyed it. Meanwhile, the release of Sense and Sensibility went smoothly. In its first 7 weeks, it grossed $48.68 million in North America and $33.57 million overseas, for a total box office exceeding $80 million. In late October, Guess What Film Studios' 10th film of the year, Paranormal Activity 2, was released. Produced, written, and edited by Link, the film grossed $40.67 million in its opening week in 3,214 theaters in North America, achieving the highest box office performance in the third week of October. It also strongly suppressed several other films released at the same time, including Disney's fantasy thriller The Miracle, Warner Brothers' thriller The Hunt, and Woody Allen's art film The Non-Powerful Aphrodisiac. The huge success of Paranormal Activity 2 has made many in the industry envious, with many cursing Guess See Pictures as a money monster. The film had a production cost of $3 million and a marketing cost of $12 million, grossing $40.67 million in its opening weekend. It was projected to gross no less than $100 million in North America, meaning Guess See Pictures would make a fortune from this small project. Damn it, how did this lousy movie get so much box office revenue? Bob Weinstein stared at the box office figures in the newspaper, his chubby face contorted with anger and resentment. Non-Powerful Aphrodisiac, produced by Miramax Pictures, had a production cost of $15 million. The film featured sexy actresses, renowned filmmakers, and a rather attractive erotic movie poster, and was expected to achieve good box office results. However, in its opening weekend, it only grossed $758,000 in 148 theaters, less than $5,000 per theater, far below the break-even point. Continuing the marketing and distribution would mean incurring losses, while ceasing distribution would result in a loss of over $10 million. In the past 2 years, while Miramax Films successfully released Pulp Fiction and co-produced The Butterfly Effect, Earning nearly $100 million from these two projects, almost all other films have been unprofitable. This has led to a sharp decline in their company's profits, with box office revenue falling by 42% compared to 1992. If the situation continues to worsen, according to the original acquisition agreement, their parent company, Disney, is very likely to oust them from Miramax. Harvey, what do we do? Are we just going to watch our movies lose money while guest movies are raking in the buck? What's your idea? Behind his desk, Harvey Weinstein, holding a cigar, the swirling smoke almost obscuring his somber face. We should increase the publicity, let more people know about this movie. I don't believe Woody Allen's movies are inferior to guest movies' terrible sequels, Bob Weinstein shouted. It's no use. Non-powerful aphrodisiac is an art film. Although it's of high quality, its audience is much smaller than Paranormal Activity 2, and its popularity is far less. Besides, guest movie studios spent tens of millions of dollars on the promotion and distribution of Paranormal Activity 2. How can we compare? Harvey said slowly. Damn it. Link deserves to die. Guest movie studios deserves to die. Those viewers deserve to die too. They have a good movie like Non-Powerful Aphrodisiac, but they insist on watching that fake and shoddy film, Paranormal Activity 2. These viewers are hopeless, Bob cursed incessantly. Harvey smoked his cigarette, feeling very uncomfortable. After the release of Paranormal Activity 1 in 1992, many media outlets criticized the film for its poor quality. If Link hadn't used the murder case and other events to generate hype, the film would never have achieved such high box office returns. Many movie fans also said they would never be fooled again and would never watch Paranormal Activity 2. Therefore, when the second film was released, he and the presidents of the 7 major film studios didn't take it seriously. They even deliberately scheduled several high-quality films to be released at the same time to bash Paranormal Activity 2, hoping it would get poor box office numbers, and then use the media to mock Link. However, to everyone's surprise, this supposedly terrible sequel to Paranormal Activity 2 grossed over $40 million in its opening week, higher than several summer blockbusters. The high-quality films released at the same time not only failed to suppress this bad movie at the box office, but also had a lot of their box office revenue absorbed by it. More importantly, as of now, Guess the Movies has 3 films that have grossed over $100 million in North America this year, including Ace Ventura, Pet Detective 2, released in March, $128 million, The Butterfly Effect, released in May, $142 million, and The Shawshank Redemption, released in August, currently $96.64 million, expected to see a surge in box office revenue during the awards season at the end of the year and early next year, with an estimated North American box office of no less than $110 million. If Paranormal Activity 2 grosses over $100 million in North America again, guess what? Miramax will have at least 4 films grossing over $100 million in North America this year, more than the combined total of the 7 major studios. Guess what? It also has a very high chance of retaining its title as the top film producer. Harvey felt immense pressure. If this situation continued, even with Disney's backing, Miramax could face bankruptcy, and the influence of the 7 major studios in Hollywood, as well as the control of Jewish financial groups in the entertainment industry, would be greatly affected. Considering this, Harvey felt he could no longer remain silent and had to sound the alarm for his Jewish compatriots in the industry, urging them to take this seriously and treat this battle as a life-or-death struggle for their racial power in Hollywood. Chapter 357. Liv Tyler? Take her down. Ring ring, the phone on the desk rang. It was Woody Allen, director and lead actor of the Non-Powerful Aphrodisiac. Woody Allen was also dissatisfied with the film's box office performance and urged Harvey to be bolder, increase the film's promotional efforts, and expand its screenings. He argued that the film was of extremely high quality and shouldn't have such low box office numbers, much less be worse than that flop Paranormal Activity 2. Woody, I also hope the Non-Powerful Aphrodisiac can sell more at the box office, but the opening week's figures are poor, and it's already confirmed that we'll lose money. Blindly expanding the promotional scale might make the box office figures look better, but it will also cause the company to lose more money. It's not worth it, Harvey patiently advised. Why don't you think of other ways? As long as the damn Paranormal Activity 2 sells less at the box office, our film's box office will naturally increase, Woody Allen said bluntly. I've thought about doing that, But I guess the film's promotional department has plenty of funds and is very good at hype. Miramax alone can't affect the film's box office performance, Harvey said helplessly. Damn it. That lousy guessing movies studio only ever feeds garbage movies to theaters. Back in the 40s and 50s, these kinds of movies wouldn't even qualify for screening, Woody Allen said angrily. Hearing this, Harvey's eyes lit up. He could tell that Woody Allen was also very unhappy with guessing movies. Woody Allen was a film master with deep connections in Hollywood and a representative figure of art house cinema among Jewish directors, his influence no less than Spielberg's. If he were willing to join in and help deal with guessing movies and Link, many things would be much easier in the future. Harvey immediately echoed Woody Allen's words, vehemently criticizing guessing movies and Link. He claimed that the rise of guessing movies had severely disrupted Hollywood's established order and damaged cinematic art, allowing bad movies to flourish, preventing good movies from making money, and leaving talented filmmakers destitute. Harvey also mentioned that the rise of guessing movies not only damaged the film market but also caused great losses to the Jewish community. They, the Jewish people, were losing Hollywood. He planned to unite with other members of his race to eliminate this threat and hoped director Woody Allen would lend a hand. Woody Allen thought for a moment and agreed to help contact acquaintances, but he hoped Miramax would continue promoting non-powerful aphrodisiac and ensure the film's box office performance wasn't too poor. Harvey readily agreed with a smile. Woody agreed to help too, Bob asked excitedly, leaning on his desk. Yes, guess what? The more successful a film studio's movies are, the more filmmakers they offend, and the more enemies they make. This is good news for us. Harvey chuckled and picked up the phone to call Ron Mayer of Universal Pictures, Barry Dillon of 20th Century Fox, Michael Eisner and Michael Ovitz of Disney, and Jewish executives at Paramount and Warner Brothers. There's a rule in the 7 major Hollywood studios: if the person in charge of the film company is Jewish, then the company president will be non-Jewish. If the person in charge is not Jewish, they often choose a Jewish president to manage the company, thus achieving a certain balance. For example, Sumner Redstone, the behind-the-scenes boss of Paramount Pictures, was a third-generation Jewish immigrant. While President Shirley Lansing was not Jewish, she had to follow Redstone's instructions in company management. 20th Century Fox's parent company was News Corporation, whose president was media mogul Rupert Murdoch, who was not Jewish. After acquiring Fox in 1984, he immediately poached Barry Dillon, a Jewish manager from Paramount, to head the film company. Disney's initial situation was similar. The Walt Disney Brothers, the founders of Disney, were not Jewish, and it was rumored that they held a hostile attitude towards them. After Walt Disney's death in 1966, members of the Disney family took over most of Disney's shares. Until the 1970s, when Disney suffered severe losses in competition with several other film companies, they had to hire the Jewish manager Michael Eisner to manage the company. After becoming president of Disney, Michael Eisner diluted the Disney family's shares through a series of reforms, acquisitions, and financing, transferring a large number of shares to himself and the Jewish financial group behind him, thereby increasing his and the Jewish financial group's control over Disney. The acquisition of Miramax Films was also a key move to further dilute the non-Jewish stake within Disney. The internal conflicts within Disney's board are essentially a conflict between capital and ethnicity. Eisner's persuasion of Ovitz to join Disney was also an attempt to leverage his connections to expand the influence of his own ethnic group. Disney's conservative faction, considering Ovitz's ambiguous ethnic stance, also hoped to use him to fight against Eisner. Warner Brothers and Universal Pictures are in similar situations, as is Columbia Pictures. Although Columbia Pictures is backed by Sony, Japan currently relies on the US in various sectors, and Columbia Pictures cannot afford to disobey its parent company if it wants to establish itself in Hollywood. It is also because of the powerful Jewish financial groups in Hollywood that Harvey actively contacted Ron Mayer and others, hoping they would join forces to deal with the guessing movies. If they could unite against guessing movies and Link, they could defeat them in less than a year. After guessing movies collapses, as its leader, his status in Hollywood will naturally rise, and he has a great chance to step over Link and ascend to the throne of Hollywood King. This was also his objective. However, 2 things worried him. First, the relationships among the Jewish financial groups were not very harmonious, and there were conflicts of interest and ideology, making it difficult to unite them to deal with Link. Second, the shareholders behind Guess the Movie, such as Vanguard Capital and Bayreuthen Investment, also belonged to the Jewish financial group's sphere of influence. Persuading them to give up their interests and join forces to bring down Guess the Movie, their golden goose, would be very difficult. But in order to gain more power, Harvey had no choice but to muster his courage, lay out the pros and cons, and show them the crisis facing their people in Hollywood, so that they would unite and join forces to bring down Guess the Movie and Link. Harvey, you're right, and your ideas are forward-thinking. However, Michael has mentioned these points before, which is one of the reasons we're willing to join forces with him to suppress Guess Movies, Ron Meyer said on the phone. We know Link is disrupting the established order of Hollywood, we know he's eroding the interests of our community, and we also know we can't let Guess Movies continue to grow. What we need isn't a reminder, but a solution. Given that Guess Movies films are constantly box office hits and grabbing a share of the global box office market, do you have a reasonable solution? Harvey frowned upon hearing this. We have the numbers. If we join forces and monopolize the market, crushing Guess Movies won't be difficult. We've tried your methods many times, and failed many times. This shows that this method won't work, including hyping up Link scandals. I hope you have a more constructive solution, Ron Meyer said. Harvey thought for a moment. I'm talking about a real alliance, the 7 studios stopping their infighting and uniting to crush Guess the Movie. If we can do that, crushing Guess the Movie won't be difficult. We can't do that, Ron Meyer said. Because the 7 studios don't truly belong to us, the audiences don't belong to us, and we don't have an overwhelming advantage in the Hollywood film industry. If we dared to do that, even if we succeeded, we would be hated by all groups, and that's when we would truly lose Hollywood. Harvey frowned, realizing his approach was too extreme and lacked consideration. Harvey, it's good that you see the danger posed by Guessing Pictures and took the initiative to contact everyone to deal with the Guessing Pictures and Link. However, you need to be cautious and not hasty when dealing with Guessing Pictures. Last summer, winter, and this summer, the 7 major studios joined forces against Guessing Pictures, but we suffered repeated defeats. Do you think the reason for these failures is Michael Ovitz's incompetence, and that the 7 studios are not united? Let me tell you, no, it's because the opponent is too strong. Guessing Pictures movies are too strong. If the 7 major studios joined forces against Miramax, New Line Cinema, or even just one of the 7 studios, do you think anyone could withstand them? Ron Meyer asked in a deep voice. Harvey paused, then suddenly understood. Before, when he saw Michael Ovitz team up with Paramount Pictures and mobilize many CAA artists to promote the sugar-coating trap, only to fail, he, like many others, thought Michael Ovitz was incompetent, holding a winning hand but not knowing how to play it. Later, Michael Ovitz repeatedly teamed up with the Big 7 studios to target Guess Movies films during the summer and winter seasons, but ultimately failed. Like everyone else, he mocked Ovitz's incompetence and ridiculed the Big 7's lack of unity. Looking back now, this isn't actually the case. The Big 7's combined efforts against Guess Movies during the summer season were quite forceful. Against Miramax or any one of the Big 7 studios, such pressure would have resulted in significant losses, even bankruptcy. The Big 7's ultimate failure wasn't due to their combined weakness, but rather the sheer power of Guess Movies films. For example, this summer, the Big 7 clashed with Guess Movies. While they ultimately failed to defeat Guess Movies, independent studios like Miramax suffered greatly. All their summer releases resulted in losses, leaving them with nothing. This demonstrates the formidable strength of the battle between the Big 7 and Guess Movies. Harvey understood this and felt secretly ashamed. Lang, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, it's alright. Taking down Guess Movies is everyone's goal. Nobody wants to see their box office stolen by Guess Movies. Just don't rush into things during the struggle. We need to use more strategy. Lang Meyer then explained the plan. Now wasn't a good time to deal with the Guess Movies. They would wait until Guess Movies encountered setbacks and became weak before launching a sneak attack. At that time, they would definitely deliver a fatal blow. Harvey asked what if Guess Movies developed smoothly in the next few years and didn't encounter any setbacks? What if Guess Movies became the #1 power in Hollywood, and they couldn't do anything about it? Lang Meyer told him not to worry. The financial groups were also vying for control of Guess Movies. As long as they got the majority of the shares, no matter how well Guess Movies developed, it would still help everyone make money. Harvey asked what if Link was unwilling to hand over control of Guess Movies to the Jewish financial group? Lang Meyer snorted and said that Link would agree. Harvey nodded, saying he looked forward to seeing Guess Movies under his own control. After hanging up, Harvey's brow remained furrowed. Although Ron Mayer confidently stated that the Jewish consortium was assured of controlling guest movies, it was a long-term process, perhaps 5 years, perhaps 10, just like Michael Eisner's approach to Disney, which took 20 years to fully control. The Jewish consortium might eventually acquire guest movies, but it would take a long time, and Miramax Films couldn't afford to wait. This year, apart from the butterfly effect, all the films Miramax produced lost money, greatly displeasing its parent company, Disney. If Miramax couldn't make money in the film market within the next 3 years, there was a high probability it would be completely absorbed by its parent company like Castle Rock, and Ian Bob would be ousted from Disney's management. This matter concerned the company's survival and the future of his career, and had to be taken seriously. However, Link was worth billions, and Guest Movies was powerful and well-equipped. How could they defeat such an opponent? In its second week of release, Paranormal Activity 2 grossed $29.92 million in 3,239 theaters across North America, retaining its title as the top-grossing film of the week. Second place went to MGM's new comedy shorts Come to Power, which earned $22.7 million in its opening week across 1,673 theaters. Third place went to The Miracle, which earned $8.37 million this week, bringing its total to $15.62 million. Fourth place went to The Hunt, with $5.62 million, bringing its 2-week total to $12.77 million. Woody Allen's art film, No Stronger Aphrodisiac earned $1.25 million this week in 287 theaters, bringing its 2-week total to $2.01 million, ranking only 7th, slightly less than Sense and Sensibility, which has been in theaters for 8 weeks. Paranormal Activity 2 achieved its second consecutive week at the top of the box office, with a total North American gross of $70.59 million. With a production cost to box office revenue ratio of 23, it is undoubtedly a dark horse at the fall box office. Media analysis attributes the film's huge success to 3 main points. First, the first film in the series was incredibly famous, grossing over $600 million worldwide and pioneering the mockumentary genre, becoming a phenomenon and generating significant buzz for the sequel. Second, Guest C Pictures invested over $20 million in promotion and distribution, ensuring Paranormal Activity 2's simultaneous release in over 3,000 theaters, a scale larger than several other summer blockbusters. Third, October is a slow season with fewer competing commercial films, and the sequel's more refined production made it a high-quality thriller. Complete Film magazine praised Paranormal Activity 2's success, calling it a film that left the Seven Studios feeling hopeless. During the summer season, the Seven Studios released several blockbuster films, causing Guest C Pictures films The Butterfly Effect, The Shawshank Redemption, and At All Costs to underperform at the box office, especially The Butterfly Effect, which became the second lowest grossing film directed by Link. Without the crackdown, this film is projected to gross over $200 million in North America. However, in the fall season, the Big Seven Studios struggled to keep up with the demand, allowing Guessing Pictures to capitalize on the market vacuum by releasing 2 films, Sense and Sensibility and Paranormal Activity 2. Sense and Sensibility, thanks to positive reviews, grossed over $50 million in North America the previous week, a return of over 3 times its initial investment. Paranormal Activity 2, on the other hand, grossed over $70 million in 2 weeks, easily surpassing $100 million in North America. Faced with this situation, the Big Seven Studios were powerless to compete, forced to watch Guessing Pictures grow stronger and Link make a fortune at the box office. Complete Cinema magazine, in its article, Fueled the Fire, stating that the Big Seven Studios faced their most severe situation in history, and if they couldn't reverse this disadvantage within 5 years, at least 2 of them would be on the verge of bankruptcy. Business Daily also reported that Guessing Pictures' strong rise intensified competition and infighting within the film industry, putting greater pressure on employees than in previous years. The number of people laid off due to film company problems increased by 4.1% year-on-year, and this trend is widening. Recently, renowned director Woody Allen, during an interview on ABC television, discussed the current state of American cinema with Larry David, producer of Seinfeld. Allen expressed disappointment with contemporary American films, stating that almost all movies are driven by profit. In pursuit of high box office returns, film companies relentlessly cater to the market and pander to audiences, producing numerous popcorn flicks. While these films achieve box office success, they neglect the most valuable artistic, educational, and social qualities of cinema, becoming vulgar, childish, and superficial. This approach is eroding the foundation of cinematic art, and if no change is made, American cinema will decline and be overtaken by European films that uphold artistic integrity. Director Allen, are you referring to this week's box office champion, Paranormal Activity 2, when you say bad movies? The host chuckled. Director Woody Allen shrugged. I haven't seen Paranormal Activity 2, but I've heard from several reliable film critics that it's not worth my time. And when I say bad movie, I'm not referring to Paranormal Activity 2 specifically, but to this kind of commercial film devoid of any artistic merit. Haha. Director Link probably won't be too happy to hear that assessment, producer Larry David laughed. It's alright. I spoke with Link once at the Venice Film Festival. He's a very talented director, but he prioritizes money in his films, which wastes his talent and is a pity. If my criticism motivates him to focus more on the artistic aspects of filmmaking rather than commercial success, even if he blames me in his heart, I'll consider it a meaningful critique, Woody Allen said sincerely. Clap clap clap. The host and Allen's fans in the audience applauded enthusiastically. Boring. During a break in filming for The English Patient in Florence, Italy, Link, reminded by Liuzzi, specifically found this interview segment and watched it, then turned off the TV and left before finishing it. Link, Director Allen criticized you for prioritizing box office success over artistic merit in your films. Aren't you angry? Juliette Binoche caught up with him, a mischievous smirk on her face. Do you think I'm that kind of director? Of course not, Juliette Binoche replied without hesitation. If Link were that kind of director, he could never have made such high-quality and entertaining films as Seven and The Butterfly Effect. Furthermore, during the filming of The English Patient, Link demonstrated exceptional professionalism, meticulousness, and even a touch of harshness. To get better performances from the actors, he would use various methods to train them and guide them to immerse themselves in their roles. He would never call cut unless the actor's performance met his requirements. Sometimes, a scene would be filmed more than 20 times, from morning till night. Lead actress Kristen Scott Thomas, Amir Khan, Colin Firth, and others were driven to the brink of collapse by him, finding him somewhat terrifying. Juliette Binoche was also pressured by him in several scenes during filming, but fortunately, she was a good actress with a strong mentality and gritted her teeth and persevered. Looking back, she had to admit that Link's directing skills were very high. He always managed to pressure her in the most appropriate scenes, greatly benefiting her performance. So no matter what others thought of Link, in her heart, he was a great director. Since I'm not that kind of director, why should I be angry? Link shrugged. It seems so. Juliette Binoche smiled slightly, looking at Link's calm expression. She suddenly thought Sophie Marceau's taste was pretty good. She had chosen Link, a talented, capable, and interesting man, from among countless men. In that respect, she was much better than her. None of her 3 previous boyfriends were even a tenth as interesting as Link. But she quickly changed her mind. As they arrived at the film set, 2 beautiful girls walked towards them. One was Angelina Jolie with sexy red lips, wearing a white cropped t-shirt that revealed her midriff, paired with dark gray ripped skinny jeans, looking youthful, beautiful, and full of energy. She was one of Link's girlfriends. Upon seeing Link, she leaped into his arms and gave him a passionate French kiss. The other was Liv Tyler, a young woman of 18 or 19, wearing a blue dress, with long, flowing brown curly hair. She was tall, with fair skin and a pure, refined air. She stood behind Jolie, also gazing at Link with admiration. Juliette Binoche was speechless. During filming, Link's girlfriends kept coming to visit the set one after another. The film had been shooting for nearly 2 months, and not all of them had even come. This guy was too much of a womanizer. Angela, Liv, what brings you two together? Link asked, releasing Angelina Jolie. Liv is in Italy filming Bernardo Bertolucci's new movie, Stealing Beauty. I've been free at home lately, so I came with Liv, Angelina Jolie said with a smile. Link, don't you want to see me? Liv Tyler asked, blinking her bright eyes. No, Liv, it's great to see you here. Link smiled gently, hugged a blushing Liv Tyler, and told them to sit on the set for a while. He'd treat them to a welcome back dinner after filming was finished. Jolie and Liv Tyler told him to hurry up and finish filming, not to worry about them. They said the scenery was nice, and they planned to wander around and come find him later. Link returned to the set and focused intently on filming each shot, his rhythm undisrupted by Julie and Liv Tyler's arrival. The crew finished get off work around 6 p.m., and Link took Julie and Liv Tyler back to their hotel for dinner and rest. Having enjoyed some Italian white wine, the three had a pleasant meal together, and at Julie's urging, they spent the night together. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358: A Battle of Wits. Guess what? The film industry is bravely moving forward. Meanwhile, in Hollywood, following the box office success of Paranormal Activity 2, numerous articles emerged claiming against the movie's threat, with even renowned film director Woody Allen publicly criticizing the film as shallow and vulgar. A flood of media reports criticized the movies. Former Castle Rock Studios president and director Rob Reiner criticized the movies for monopolistic practices, arguing that Paranormal Activity 2 was shown in over 3,000 theaters, more than blockbusters like Apollo 13 and Die Hard 3 during the summer, resulting in many excellent niche films not receiving sufficient screenings, a practice he deemed essential and must be strictly prohibited. Furthermore, over 30 unemployed filmmakers protested outside the movie's headquarters, demanding that the studio cease competing with the Big Seven studios, reduce its film output, and restore Hollywood to its former order. The movies did not ignore these negative sentiments. Its public relations head, Lee Uzieli, responded promptly. The claim that the large-scale release of Paranormal Activity 2 is due to the current off-season, with fewer films showing in theaters and more empty screens, allows the film to be shown in over 3,000 theaters. Furthermore, the film's compelling content and enthusiastic audience support have led theater chains to prioritize its screenings over less popular films made for the director's personal taste rather than for general audiences. Regarding the claim that the rise of guessing pictures has led to chaos and even decline in the North American film market, Lee Uzieli refutes this claim with concrete data. In the past 3 years, Guessing Pictures has released over 30 critically acclaimed and commercially successful films, including Seven, Speed, Leon, The Professional, Good Will Hunting, The Shawshank Redemption, Sense and Sensibility, The Mask, and the Paranormal Activity series. These films garnered over 10 awards, including an Academy Award, a Golden Globe Award, Best Director at the Berlin International Film Festival, and the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival. They also pioneered the mockumentary film trend, the Link-style film wave, and the Jim Carrey-style comedy film, among others. These blockbusters inspired countless filmmakers to follow suit, resulting in a surge of excellent filmmakers and films. Over the past 3 years, thanks to SC Pictures' involvement, North American box office revenue has increased year after year, from $4.5 billion in 1993 to $5.2 billion. This increased revenue has fueled a more prosperous North American film market and higher incomes for industry professionals. In the past 3 years, SC Pictures has produced 32 films, signed contracts with over 13,000 actors and related professionals, and paid out over $1.2 billion in salaries and wages, benefiting more filmmakers and their families. Over the next 3 years, SC Pictures expects to create at least 500 permanent jobs and 20,000 temporary jobs, allowing more filmmakers to share in the fruits of the film market's prosperity. These are tangible benefits. It's fair to say that without the rise of guest movies, the North American film market in 1994-95 wouldn't have achieved its current prosperity. Ms. Liu, are you saying that the prosperity of the North American film market should be attributed to guest movies? At the press conference, Al Simmons, a reporter from the Los Angeles Times, raised his hand and asked. Without a doubt, yes. Lee Uzieli stood at the front desk, dressed in a black women's business suit, a white tube top revealing her smooth, fair skin at her collarbone, and an exquisitely designed gemstone necklace. Her medium-length black hair was simply draped over her shoulders, making her look both beautiful and capable. She gave an affirmative answer to the reporter's question. In 1993, SC Pictures ranked 6th in the industry in terms of total annual box office revenue. In 1994, it became number 1. This year, our company's box office performance is currently ranked first among our peers. From 1993 to 1995, the market share of films produced by SC Pictures also increased from 9% to over 25%, ranking first in the industry and strongly driving the development of the film industry. Judging from these data, the prosperity of the North American film market is closely related to the rise of Guess-See pictures. Even if it doesn't contribute 100%, it's at least 80%. Ms. Liu, you mentioned earlier that the reason why Paranormal Activity 2 was able to be released in more than 3,000 theaters was because of the support of the theater chains. However, according to our understanding, Guess-See Pictures spent more than $20 million on publicity when distributing Paranormal Activity 2. Such an investment far exceeds what ordinary film companies can afford. Does your company's behavior constitute excessive publicity and market manipulation? The Indian reporter from the National Advisory Daily asked loudly. Sir, you raised too many questions. I didn't hear you clearly. Please repeat yourself, Liu Xiaoli said calmly. The reporter opened his mouth, looking helpless, and could only repeat himself, his tongue slurring. No. Guess what? Film studio is just an ordinary film company. We don't deliberately inflate costs when promoting films, it wouldn't benefit the company's development. Besides, as I just said, the scale of the promotion for Paranormal Activity 2 is mainly determined by current box office data. If audiences like it, the company's distribution department will promote it vigorously. The higher the box office, the more promotional investment. Our purpose is to let more people know about the film through promotion, fully demonstrating its entertainment value, and also respecting the hard work of the production staff, Liu Xiaoli said coolly. Ms. Liu, you just mentioned that Paranormal Activity 2 is a film made for the general public, while some films are made by directors for themselves. Are you referring to Woody Allen's The Non-Strong Aphrodisiac? The New York Post reporter asked. I haven't seen The Non-Strong Aphrodisiac, but I've heard about it from several reliable film critics. I know it's not to my taste. And the kind of film I'm referring to isn't specifically The Non-Strong Aphrodisiac, but rather this kind of niche film, not suitable for the average viewer. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing her words, dozens of reporters burst into laughter. Liu Xiaoli's response was similar to what director Woody Allen had said on television earlier. Her answer was clearly an expression of displeasure with Woody Allen's criticism of Paranormal Activity 2 as a bad film. Shit. How could this despicable woman say such a thing? It's disrespectful to me. How dare a Chinese woman disrespect me? In the coffee shop, director Woody Allen, having listened to the Guess the Movie's press conference on the radio, was extremely displeased to hear Liu Xiaoli's words. As a world-class film master with immense prestige in Hollywood, despite having done some despicable and unethical things, his fame prevented anyone from publicly expressing disrespect towards him. For Liu Xiaoli, a woman, to dare criticize him and his films like this was particularly reprehensible. Woody, don't be angry. You have a huge fan base worldwide. Guess what? If the studio spokesperson dares to publicly criticize you, it will definitely provoke resentment from fans, and their films will be affected. In the end, they'll be the ones who suffer, Harvey Weinstein advised. Woody Allen frowned. Harvey, guess what? The studio can spend over $20 million promoting that lousy film. Why can't Miramax be bolder and spend more money promoting Non-Powerful Aphrodisiac to let more people know about it? Our film has good reviews. If the promotion is stronger, the box office will definitely increase significantly. Harvey was helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to spend more money on film promotion, but he couldn't and didn't want to. Firstly, the company's more than 10 films released this year had performed poorly at the box office, with a total loss of over $60 million. The company didn't have that much money in its accounts to promote new films. Secondly, The Non-Powerful Aphrodisiac is a niche film. Although it received good reviews within the film industry, audiences didn't respond well, resulting in poor box office performance. North American box office was projected at around $5 million, and even if it performed well in Europe, the company would still lose several million dollars. As a veteran film businessman, he wouldn't invest too much in a project he knew would lose money. However, considering Woody Allen's significant influence in the industry and his group of well-connected billionaire friends, he decided to be more tactful in his persuasion. Woody, Harvey said, it's currently the fall season, and horror and thriller films tend to perform better at the box office. Our main purpose in releasing The Non-Powerful Aphrodisiac on a smaller scale at this time isn't to compete for box office revenue, but rather to prepare for the awards season at the end of the year and the beginning of next year, aiming for more nominations at the Golden Globes and Oscars. With these awards, the non-powerful aphrodisiac's box office performance will increase significantly. Even if it can't surpass the box office performance of that terrible film Paranormal Activity 2, it will crush it in terms of critical acclaim and brand recognition. Woody Allen nodded approvingly. His films were always hot contenders at the Oscars. This was partly because his films were somewhat old-fashioned and artistic, appealing to the tastes of the older, white Oscar voters. It was also because the Oscars were founded by Jewish people, and many Jewish members of the Academy had special consideration for Jewish directors and actors. Since 1978, he had received 18 Oscar nominations, winning 1 Best Director award and 2 Best Screenplay awards. He was confident that he would receive at least 2 nominations next year for Non-Powerful Aphrodisiac. Nominations did indeed boost box office revenue, while that flop Paranormal Activity 2, no matter how high its box office numbers, would simply disappear from theaters after its release, never to be mentioned again. That was the difference between art films and commercial films. Woody Allen adjusted his glasses with a smug look. Seeing Woody Allen's relaxed expression, Harvey Weinstein grinned. "Woody, our company is currently filming an art film. The supporting actress is an 18-year-old beauty, petite and delicate, looking under 16. However, her acting is very poor and she needs professional guidance. Woody, do you have time to help her? Because Woody Allen is under 170 centimeters tall and slender, he prefers petite and youthful women." Harvey knew this and tried to use this method to win over Woody Allen. Director Woody Allen raised an eyebrow and said amiably, "Harvey, we're friends, you don't need to do this. However, I enjoy coaching actors, so you can come and take a look if you have time. Haha, I understand. No matter when you come, I'll arrange everything in advance, and I guarantee there won't be any problems." Harvey winked and smiled. After the Guess the Movie's press conference, Lee Uziali's response to reporters attracted much attention and sparked considerable controversy within the industry. Some support her claims, arguing that Guess Pictures has released many good films, contributing to the prosperity of the North American film market and diversifying film themes. Furthermore, many of Guess's productions are groundbreaking, inspiring fellow filmmakers, and their distribution methods are worthy of emulation. However, others believe Lee Uziali is simply self-promoting, arguing that Guess Pictures' impact on the American film industry is not that significant. They argue that Guess's rise has not only disrupted Hollywood's established order but also profoundly affected the stability of the North American film market, making its negative impact greater. Some believe Lee Uziali's rebuttal of Woody Allen was disrespectful to the veteran artist and that she should apologize. Others support Lee Uziali, finding her response clever. They believe that shameless old men like Woody Allen deserve the most scathing criticism to shame him, and that Lee Uziali's remarks at the press conference were not excessive but rather tactful, though a more pointed approach would have been better. Guess Pictures CEO Michael Leeson also gave an interview, refuting many negative media reports. In a recent interview with The Hollywood Reporter, Michael Leeson stated that Guess Movies, since its founding in 1992, has struggled to grow amidst pressure from its competitors. Thanks to Chairman Link's effective leadership and the collaborative efforts of its employees, Guess Movies has withstood numerous tests and grown stronger with each challenge. Therefore, Guess Movies is not afraid of pressure or criticism. Regarding the current Guess Movies threat theory, Michael Leeson stated that such rhetoric has little impact on the company. Guess Movies will not reduce its film production output due to these negative reports. On the contrary, it will strive to improve its film production capabilities, aiming to reach the level of the Big 7 studios and produce more than 20 films annually. While this approach will increase competition in the film industry, it will also inspire its peers, motivating them to focus more on film creation, produce more high-quality films, and better serve audiences. Audiences who heard Michael Leeson's response strongly agreed with his statement and expressed their hope to see more excellent films in theaters in the future. Upon seeing the report, the executives of the 7 major film studios were outraged. They argue that Guess Films' production of around 10 films a year was already causing chaos in the North American film market and putting immense pressure on the 7 studios. If Guess Films increased its annual output to 20 films, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gray, when his Guess Films' third round of financing, in the Universal Pictures office, Ron Mayer, looking at the open newspaper, called Greg Davis, the chief investment officer of Vanguard Capital. Vanguard Capital was a shareholder of MCA, the parent company of Universal Pictures, and Greg was a Jewish investor. Third round? The second round was only completed in May. Guess isn't short of funds right now, and there shouldn't be a third round of financing in the short term. Besides, Link values his shares highly, so there probably won't be a third round of financing within the next 5 years, Greg Davis replied. 5 years? No, that's too long, Langmuir said gravely. Gray, can you find a way to urge Link to complete the third round of financing earlier, acquire more shares, and try to take control of Guessing Movies? Guessing Movies has seriously affected the interests of the 7 major studios, and also our interests in control in Hollywood. This can't continue, we must correct it as soon as possible. That's probably difficult. Although Link holds less than 50% of the shares, he has over 70% of the voting rights. He still has control over Guessing Movies, and other shareholders can hardly threaten his position. Furthermore, under his management, Guessing Movies has developed rapidly in the past 2 years, with extremely high returns on investment. Shareholders are very satisfied with his performance and trust him greatly. I'm willing to support his work. As long as Link doesn't make any major mistakes in film investment, no one can threaten his position in the company, let alone control Guess Movies. As for your point about Guess Movies' rise seriously affecting the interests of the Big 7 studios, I have a question. Both are film companies, but the Big 7 have decades of production experience, countless film talents, a vast film library, and media groups to rely on. Guess Movies, on the other hand, has only been established for 4 years, lacks personnel and funds, and its production, publicity, and distribution channels are still under construction. It's far less developed in every aspect, and its overall strength is far inferior to the Big 7. Under these circumstances, it's very strange that even if the Big 7 joined forces, they couldn't compete with Guess Movies. Can you tell me the answer? Greg Davis asked. This, Langmuir didn't know how to explain. Greg was right. In terms of both hardware and software, any one of the Big 7 studios was stronger than Guess Movies, but they often couldn't compete with Guess Movies at the box office, which embarrassed the Big 7 executives. They had also studied this problem. The main reason was that Guess Movies was extremely skilled in film selection, production, and distribution, and they also had a highly capable and prolific director like Link. However, he couldn't tell Greg this fact. Greg would think they were incompetent. Seeing his lack of response, Greg Davis advised him not to focus solely on competing with Guess Movies, but to learn from Guess Movies and Link, striving to find the secret to Guess Movies' success. As long as Universal Pictures and the other film companies could regain their strength and capture a larger share of the box office, thus counter-suppressing Guess Movies, they wouldn't need to worry about Guess Movies disrupting Hollywood's old order or Link threatening Jewish rights in Hollywood. His suggestion to control Guess Movies with capital, suppress its box office revenue, or even bankrupt the company was not on the interests of investment firms, and the Investment Department Association would not support such an approach. Hearing this, Ron Mayer sighed helplessly, indicating his understanding, and stated that he would strengthen company management, strive for more box office revenue, and create more profits for shareholders. After hanging up, Langmuir called several other Jewish executives at investment firms. Those who owned shares in Guess Movies weren't interested in suppressing the company. Instead, they encouraged them to work harder and surpass Guess Movies. Those who didn't own shares in Guess Movies expressed willingness to help, but wouldn't simply throw money at the company. They wanted a concrete plan. After successfully taking down Guess the Movie, how much profit would they get? The more they profited, the more support they would provide. If it was just empty promises, sorry, they were investors and wouldn't make investments without any visible benefits. Ron Mayer thanked them for their support and said he would show them the benefits. After negotiating with the investors, Ron Mayer continued to call Barry Diller, Michael Eisner, and others to ask their opinions on Guess the Movie potentially retaining its title as the year's highest-grossing film. Barry Diller and the others also expressed that the situation was serious and needed to be treated with caution, asking for his suggestions. Before Michael Ovitz left, he usually led such operations, with the 7 major studios participating. Now that Ovitz had jumped ship to Disney, without anyone to act as a go-between, it was somewhat inconvenient for the 7 studios to unite. Ron Mayer recommended Harvey Weinstein as the new leader, to replace Ovitz's role, to coordinate among the 7 studios, unite all forces that could be united, and work together to take down Guess the Movie. The proposal also suggested a relentless pressure campaign against Guess Movies films in the market, putting pressure on Guess Movies executives and increasing the likelihood of them making mistakes. Barry Diller, along with Michael Eisner, Shirley Lansing, Miguel Guas, and others, accepted the proposal. Harvey Weinstein, upon receiving the news, readily agreed, stating he would actively wage a struggle to bring down gas movies and Link as soon as possible. Chapter 359 Emmanuelle Baird, being a womanizer is also a talent. The 7 major film studios were actively colluding, preparing to target Gooseplay Pictures again. Due to the scale of their operation, Gooseplay Pictures received the news and promptly reported it to Link, who was still filming in Italy. Link, unconcerned after hearing about it, instructed everyone to continue working diligently, focusing on the film's production, promotion, and distribution to maximize box office revenue. As long as Gooseplay Pictures' internal operations remained stable and its films continued to be box office hits, no matter what methods the 7 major studios used against them, they would not succeed. Cut. After filming a scene, Link reviewed it. The actors' performances were good, and the set setup was fine. He waved his hand to indicate that the take was complete and prepared for the next scene. During the filming of the second scene, Sophie Marceau and Emmanuelle Baird visited the set. Both were wearing matching Chanel long dresses and sun hats, their flowing blonde hair visible. From a distance, they looked like sisters. However, the 2 women were noticeably different in figure and temperament. Sophie was taller, standing at 175 centimeters with shoes on, with long, straight legs, a slender waist, and a shapely bust and buttocks, exuding an elegant and charming aura. Emmanuelle, on the other hand, was less than 165 centimeters tall, with a petite and slender figure, resembling a young girl who hadn't fully developed. Seeing Link filming, they didn't disturb him, instead chatting with Juliette Binoche on the sidelines. Link, undistracted, continued directing the actors and directing them on set. After finishing his work in the afternoon, Link arranged the next day's shooting schedule for assistant director David Yates, Yu Fihong, and others. He then went to the sidelines to greet Emmanuelle and embraced Sophie, kissing her. "It's always like this," Juliette Binoche rolled her eyes. Having worked with Link for 2 months, she had witnessed him kissing over 30 different women. He always kissed them with such intimacy and passion, as if kissing a beloved, displaying an innocent and pure devotion. This made Juliette secretly admire him. When she had boyfriends, she would feel ashamed and guilty even for the slightest emotional infidelity. If she were to love dozens of men at the same time and be entangled with them, she would probably go crazy from guilt. But Link was dating over 30 women simultaneously, not only without any psychological burden but also appearing so genuinely affectionate. Juliette had to admit that being a womanizer is a talent. "Emmanuelle, what do you think of their relationship?" Juliette Binoche asked Emmanuelle Baird beside her. "It's good, they look very sweet." Emmanuelle Baird looked at the still kissing couple, a hint of envy on her face. Link was handsome and tall, Sophie was delicate, elegant, and slender. Link's strong arms encircled Sophie's slender waist, almost pulling her body into his embrace. Their kiss was more romantic and full of love than many scenes in romantic movies. "Do you think there's love between them? I mean true love, not just uncontrollable physical desire." "Of course there is. Sophie often talks about Link when she's chatting, and she always has a happy smile when she talks about him. How could she feel happy if she didn't truly love Link?" Emmanuelle said slowly, playing with her golden hair. "But Link has so many girlfriends, more than you can imagine. With so many girlfriends, how could he possibly truly love one person?" Juliette Binoche thought of the women who had visited the set recently. Some had been exposed by the media, some hadn't, and the latter were far more numerous than the former. It was unbelievable. She didn't understand how Link could seduce so many women, and she couldn't understand even more why those women were willing to follow Link and be so devoted to him. Having many girlfriends means he's charming and popular. Sophie has said she doesn't mind Link having many girlfriends, as long as Link loves her when he's with her. No woman can guarantee that her man will love only her every moment. Emmanuelle Baird pointed at Link and Sophie, who were still kissing, and laughed. "Look, it's been almost 2 minutes. Sophie is practically melting from Link's kiss. If this isn't true love, then what is?" Juliette, seeing the two kissing so passionately that they were practically spitting saliva, and Sophie practically clinging to Link, had to agree with Emmanuelle's words. This scumbag was serious about Sophie. Even if he didn't truly love her, he could still give her the illusion of love. It's just that Sophie probably couldn't escape Link's clutches. "Let's go, stop watching. They'll go straight back to the hotel to have sex after they're done kissing, so they won't have time to deal with us," Juliette said, pulling Emmanuelle, Wait a little longer, let's go back together. We can talk to Link about the movie. He's humorous and witty, chatting with him will definitely be interesting, Emmanuel smiled. Juliet blinked her intelligent eyes, looking at her suspiciously. Emmanuel, why are you starting to pay attention to Link too? Don't tell me you've fallen for him too. No. Don't guess. Emmanuel hurriedly waved her hands. After a while, Link helped the almost unsteady Sophie over, and they got into the van and returned to the hotel. During dinner, they talked about the recent turmoil in Hollywood. Juliette Binoche jokingly said that since the establishment of guessing movies, there was more news in the entertainment industry. Guessing movies alone had more news than the 7 major studios combined. Emmanuel agreed, saying it was because guessing movies' box office performance was so dazzling that the media could hardly ignore its existence. Darling, you're amazing, you've built a remarkable career. Sophie Marceau looked at Link with adoration in her eyes. If they weren't still leading, she would have moved closer to Link and kissed him again, or even done something more intimate. Link chuckled softly, gently patting her delicate cheek with his large hand. Do you enjoy watching Guessing Pictures movies? Of course, I've seen all your films, some more than once, Sophie Marceau laughed. The movies your company releases are generally quite good, except for that shaky, headache-inducing The Blair Witch Project, and Jim Carrey's rather flamboyant Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. I enjoy all the others, Amy Baird said. Juliette Binoche continued, my favorite is 7, second is Before Sunrise, followed by the recently released Sense and Sensibility, and The Shawshank Redemption is also quite good. Your company has indeed released several high-quality films in the past 2 years, thank you. I've heard that French audiences are very discerning about films. It's an honor for me and the staff of Guessing Pictures to receive your recognition, Link said, swirling his wine glass with a smile. We're not picky at all, okay? French audiences also like commercial films. It's just that due to cultural differences, we can't understand the selling points of many Hollywood movies, so the box office is generally not very good. But overall, movies that are successful in North America are also successful in France, Juliette Binoche said. Link nodded. French films are also good, like Truffaut's The 400 Blows and Day and Night, Godard's Breathless and First Name, Carmen, and Louis Malle's Elevator to the Gallows and Goodbye, Children. They are artistic and very thought-provoking. When I first started out, I studied the style of French films and even thought about making art films, but I lacked enough professional skills and funding, so I couldn't learn it even if I wanted to. But when I have enough experience and accumulation in the future, I will try to make a few films and become a genuine art film director. Darling, I support you, Sophie Marceau said with a smile, holding his hand. Link, do you want to use this kind of film to compete for the Oscar for Best Director? Juliette Binoche blinked and smiled. The Oscar judges prefer British films to French films. The main purpose of making French-style films is to explore the boundaries of cinematic art, to avoid confining ourselves to a specific style or field. Only in this way can we continuously improve in film, Link said with a smile. Link, you're amazing. Emmanuel Baird looked at him earnestly with her deep blue eyes, her admiration and adoration undisguised. Sophie Marceau also leaned in and kissed his cheek. Juliet pursed her lips. Although she also admired Link very much, and even felt a little flutter in her heart, the thought of Link having dozens of girlfriends and having to make appointments in advance to meet him was too awful and hard to accept. So whenever she felt a flutter in her heart, she would try her best to control herself and not fall into Link's bottomless pit. After dinner, Link took Sophie back to the hotel to rest, using the most vigorous exercise to relieve Sophie's longing during this period. Sophie was not to be outdone and called for backup. Chapter 360 Juliet's morning, filming wrapped. Good morning, Link. The next morning, Juliette Binoche got up early, greeted Link who was out for his morning exercise, and then went to Emmanuel Baird's room to have breakfast with her and take them to see the city's attractions later. She didn't have any scenes to film that morning, so she had time to spend with Emmanuel and Sophie, who had come from afar. Arriving at Emmanuel's room, she knocked 3 times, but there was no response. Juliette was puzzled. Wasn't he home? Back in her hotel room, she tried calling Emmanuel on her phone, but couldn't get through after 2 tries. She was starting to worry. Florence was a dangerous place, with frequent robberies and rapes. Could something have happened to Emmanuel? She quickly called Sophie and told her that Emmanuel was missing. Sophie's languid, husky voice on the phone told her not to worry, that Emmanuel was sleeping next to her and hadn't woken up yet. Iman's with you? Weren't you in Link's room? Juliet hesitated for a second, then suddenly exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. God, you two were together last night. Amon likes Link too, you know. So, we were together, Sophie Marceau said casually. Juliet was incredulous. She knew Emmanuel admired Link, but she hadn't expected him to be in Link's bed so quickly. Sophie, Link is your boyfriend, don't you mind him doing this? No, we had a great time last night. We were planning to invite you to join us, but we didn't know if you'd be willing, so we didn't bother you. If you'd like, I'll call you tonight, Sophie laughed. No. Don't call, this is too chaotic, it sounds weird. Juliet felt her face burning. Whatever, I'm too tired, I'm going to sleep a little longer, we'll talk after we wake up, okay? Juliet hung up the phone, changed into her workout clothes, and went to the hotel gym to exercise, where she ran into Link. He was wearing a sports t-shirt and shorts, running briskly on the treadmill, his arms swinging rapidly. His long, muscular legs moved with incredible speed across the belt, looking incredibly powerful, like a sprinter at a sports meet. Juliet did 3 sets of sit-ups on her back muscles, and even when she stopped to rest, Link's pace hadn't slowed down. She stared in astonishment at Link's robust and muscular figure, remembering Sophie's words on the phone that Emmanuel had fainted 3 times last night and was planning to ask her for help. Juliet couldn't help but bite her lower lip, muttering pervert under her breath. After working out in the gym for a while, Juliet was covered in sweat. After Link left, she returned to her hotel room, read the newspaper for a bit, and guessed that Link had gone to the film set. She changed her clothes and went to Sophie's room to knock on the door. Sophie was already up, her long, flowing blonde hair loose, wearing a loose nightgown, lounging on the sofa drinking milk and eating breakfast. Her usually delicate face was radiant with spring, indicating that she had had a very good night. Where's Emmanuel? Juliet asked. Sophie gestured with her chin towards the bedroom. Juliet went inside and came out a few minutes later, her cheeks flushed. Shouldn't we take her to the hospital? Emmanuel looks. Juliet didn't know how to describe Emmanuel's current state. Her hair was disheveled, and she had many red and swollen marks on her body, like a damaged Barbie doll. However, her complexion was very good. And she had a satisfied smile on her face when she slept. In short, she gave off a strange feeling. It's okay, she's just too tired. She'll be fine after a day of rest, Sophie smiled. Juliet looked at her strangely. Sophie, you used to be so love-struck, how come you've started acting so recklessly since you got together with Link, going through all that trouble and even dragging Emmanuel into it? Sophie smiled slightly, eating her croissant, and said, at first, I couldn't accept this kind of thing either, but last time when I was traveling in Venice, Monica, Link, and I were together, and afterwards it felt really good, much more interesting than just Link and me. We were all very happy. It's good this way, you've fallen. Juliet blushed and pointed at her, but this was Sophie's private matter, and she didn't intend to interfere. She planned to talk to Emmanuel after she woke up. Emmanuel had only just climbed into Link's bed, and the entanglement wasn't too deep yet. There was still a chance to pull back from the brink. Unfortunately, her plan didn't work out. After Emmanuel woke up, she didn't listen to her at all, only talking to Sophie about Link, excitedly praising Link as very powerful, like Superman. She said it very bluntly, making Juliet blush. When she went to the film set that afternoon, the conversation between the two of them kept echoing in her mind, making it difficult for her to concentrate on filming. She ended up with 6 takes and was even criticized by Link with a dark expression. Juliet, you used to be the best performer in the crew, getting many scenes right in one take. Today's scene is very simple, why have you been filming for so long and still can't get it right? If you're not feeling well, I can give you a day off, Link said, taking off his fisherman's hat and fanning himself with it. Juliet glared at Link angrily. If Link hadn't acted so recklessly, she wouldn't have heard those strange things, and she wouldn't have been distracted. Now she was being criticized by Link. It was too unfair. No need, give me 10 minutes, I'll definitely be able to adjust. Okay, you have half an hour. Let's film Kip's scenes first. Link waved his hand, telling Yu Fihong to inform the rest of the crew to film the next scene. During a break in filming, he received a call from his assistant, Annie, in Los Angeles. With The Sixth Sense releasing in 12 days, she asked Yu if he wanted to return for the premiere, as the office would make the necessary arrangements. Link said he couldn't make it, the crew had 15 more days of filming to complete, and he couldn't return the following week. He could attend the film's promotional activities the following week. Annie agreed and reported on last week's box office performance. In its third week, Paranormal Activity 2 had grossed $16.63 million in 2,774 theaters across North America, a significant drop compared to the previous 2 weeks. There were 3 reasons for this sharp decline. First, the film had been shown in over 3,000 theaters in the first 2 weeks, draining the market. Most viewers interested in the film had already seen it, and the box office was expected to continue to decline in the coming weeks. Second, recent entertainment news was unfavorable to Guessing Pictures. After the success of Paranormal Activity 2, many media outlets began publishing negative reports about Guessing Pictures, claiming that Paranormal Activity 2 was of low quality and its box office success was solely due to media hype. These rumors dampened audience enthusiasm to some extent. Thirdly, 2 well-received films were released this week, also drawing considerable attention. One is the political romance The West Wing, a co-production of Universal Pictures and Columbia Pictures, telling the story of President Andrew falling in love with an environmentalist. The film stars Oscar winner Michael Douglas and actress Annette Bening. It grossed $14.82 million in its opening weekend in 2,031 theaters, ranking second at the box office. The second is the Paramount thriller Brooklyn Vampire, about a vampire Max who travels to New York City to find a suitable partner in order to reproduce. Starring Eddie Murphy and Angela Bassett, it opened in 2,307 theaters, earning $7.71 million in its opening weekend, ranking third at the box office. Adding to this the competitive films still in theaters such as Shorty, The Miracle, The Hunt, and the non-powerful Aphrodisiac, the box office competition this week is almost as fierce as the summer blockbuster season. After hanging up the phone, Link continued filming, first shooting the scene where Kip explains the principles of mind clearance, then filming Hannah's reaction. This time, Juliet's performance was much better, but there were still problems. He called Juliet over for some pointers, and the second take was finally satisfactory. Link and his crew filmed in the Florence region of Italy for 25 days. After finishing the scenes in the field hospital, he and his crew filmed in the Lyon region of France for another 5 days. The English Patient was successfully completed, taking a total of 76 days, making it the longest film Link has ever made out of his 10 films. The main reason is that the film has a high artistic level. The film unfolds its narrative through montage, which interweaves time and space with the theme of love. Love and war, memories and reality are interwoven in a well-structured way, with both a grand historical narrative and a delicate and moving love story. To achieve that delicate and subtle style and profound connotation, every shot had to be strictly controlled during filming, and the film had to be meticulously crafted. And the most time-consuming part of doing so was undoubtedly time. After filming The English Patient, Link took the crew back to Los Angeles to rest and also participated in the promotion of the movie The Sixth Sense. Chapter 361, The Sixth Sense's opening weekend's box office. Director Link, The Sixth Sense is fantastic. Congratulations on making such a great movie, Director Link. How did you manage to make such a brilliant film as The Sixth Sense? What's your secret, Director Link? I heard you can see ghosts. The Sixth Sense is based on your personal experiences, is that true? At Los Angeles International Airport, as Link and Yu Fihong were leaving the terminal with their luggage, their identities were recognized, and more than a dozen fans shouted at him. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Because the exit gate wasn't wide, Link didn't stop to answer the fans' questions, but simply waved to express his gratitude. Several young fans ran over for autographs, and Link had to stop to fulfill their requests. After he stopped, the surrounding passengers also crowded around, asking about the new movie The Sixth Sense. Some praised the young actor Haley Joel Osment, some said the plot was touching, and some lauded the film's twists and turns, calling The Sixth Sense the best movie they had seen this year. Link continued to express his gratitude, and then, escorted by bodyguards and airport security personnel, he and Yu Fihong, among others, were delayed for 3 or 4 minutes at the exit before finally leaving smoothly. Upon returning to Los Angeles, he immediately joined the promotional campaign for his new film, The Sixth Sense, without even taking a break. The film was of high quality and had a fantastic viewing experience. After its release, news about the film was everywhere in the media, a small portion being promotional articles, but a majority focusing on the social buzz and discussion surrounding The Sixth Sense. According to a survey by the Los Angeles Times, the film received a 98% positive review rate, with almost every viewer praising it highly, calling it fantastic, brilliant, and one of the best films they had seen that year. In public discourse, the film generated an extremely high level of discussion, surpassing even the buzz surrounding films like Paranormal Activity, The Blair Witch Project, and Final Destination. Many moviegoers, after watching the film, wrote to newspapers claiming they had the same abilities as the young protagonist, Cole, in their childhood, the ability to see ghosts, but later disappeared without a trace. Their letters rekindled discussions about the existence of ghosts. Newspapers like the San Francisco Chronicle and the Chicago Tribune published these letters in their film sections, resulting in a significant increase in newspaper sales. Other media outlets, spurred by this, followed suit. The ghost myth once again became a hot topic across the United States. Suddenly, American media were filled with stories of ghosts and people claiming to see them. Some media outlets praised Link, the director of The Sixth Sense, commending his high-quality thrillers and calling him the best thriller director in the industry. A master of the genre, The Hollywood Reporter, in its coverage of the story, also dubbed Link a master of thrillers. He has directed 6 thriller films since 1992, ranging from low-budget, groundbreaking films like Buried and Paranormal Activity, to high-quality, profoundly meaningful films like Seven and The Sixth Sense, and entertaining and innovative thrillers like Final Destination and The Butterfly Effect. Link's abilities in the thriller genre are comprehensive and outstanding, making him undoubtedly one of the best thriller directors of our time. Media outlets have also praised the lead actors of The Sixth Sense, commending Tom Hanks for his consistent performance, continuing his excellent work after Forrest Gump and Apollo 13. They praised Haley Joel Osment's portrayal of Cole, saying his performance was brilliant and soulful, almost overshadowing Hanks. Supporting actresses Holly Hunter and Diane Lane also received much praise for their outstanding performances. Many film critics have called this film a masterpiece, praising its excellent script, filming techniques, style, acting, makeup, special effects, and props, a rare gem in recent years. Perfect? Humph, guess what? They've abandoned all shame to promote this film. What kind of movie dares to call itself perfect? I'd give this movie a maximum of 92 points. In the coffee shop, Rob Reiner looked at the newspaper article, his expression extremely displeased. Harvey Weinstein remained silent, his face grim. Calling The Sixth Sense a masterpiece was indeed an exaggeration, but the film's quality was undeniably high. Calling it a classic was entirely justified. What upset him was that the film was directed by Link and produced and distributed by guess what? He had read the script before, but due to Link's trickery, he had chosen The Butterfly Effect instead of The Sixth Sense. Another $100 million gone. That bastard Link is a womanizer, even more lecherous than me. I really don't understand how someone like him could make a film like this, Bob Weinstein said indignantly. Judging from the current public opinion, The Sixth Sense is likely to be a huge hit, perhaps even breaking $40 million in its opening weekend. Mario Casard, head of Carlock Pictures, looked at the newspaper with a worried expression. In September, at the instigation of Harvey and others, Carlock Pictures moved its major film Cutthroat Island to next week's release, intending to use this $150 million blockbuster to suppress The Sixth Sense's box office. If The Sixth Sense is a big hit, Cutthroat Island, released at the same time, will likely be greatly affected. Mario, don't worry, Cutthroat Island is an action-packed blockbuster with a strong production team, much better than the eerie The Sixth Sense. This movie will definitely do better at the box office than The Sixth Sense, Rob Reiner comforted him. I hope so. Ring ring. Bob Weinstein's new Motorola flip phone on the table rang. It's Laura on the phone. Bob picked it up, listened for a few moments, and then said to the 3 people at the table, the box office results are out last week. How much did The Sixth Sense get? Mario Casard, Harvey Weinstein, and Rob Reiner stared intently at him. Bob listened for a few moments, then his face showed shock. How much? Tell us quickly, Mario Casard shouted impatiently. Bob put down his phone and looked at the 3 of them helplessly. $88.17 million, breaking the North American opening weekend's box office record. $88.17 million? How can that be so much? How can a movie like this have a higher opening weekend than Jurassic Park? Bob, are you sure you heard correctly? Mario Casard looked incredulous. If this number was true, The Sixth Sense, with $88.17 million in its opening weekend, Even if it dropped sharply in its second week, would still have a box office of at least $40 million. Cutthroat Island, released at the same time as this kind of movie, would probably have a hard time achieving a good box office result. Unfortunately, the marketing campaign for Cutthroat Island had started early, with the company investing over $10 million in it and film reels already delivered to theaters worldwide. Delaying it now was too late. Harvey Weinstein and Rob Reiner frowned, their faces grim. The Sixth Sense had a production cost of only $40 million, but its opening weekend's box office was over $80 million, double its cost. Based on current box office performance, the film would gross at least $200 million in North America and at least $400 million worldwide, a tenfold return. Link and guess what films were about to make a fortune. Harvey was furious. He'd been in the film industry for over 20 years, distributing hundreds of films, and considered himself an expert. Why couldn't Miramax make a film like this? Why hadn't they chosen this script in the first place? It was all Link's fault. That bastard hadn't genuinely wanted to work with Miramax, which was why he'd sabotaged the ending of The Sixth Sense. Link was too cunning. Rob Reiner also had a grim face, his expression grim. Before November, guess the movies had already surpassed Universal Pictures and Paramount Pictures to become #1 in the industry at the box office this year. With the addition of The Sixth Sense's over $400 million, they not only secured their #1 position but also far outpaced the second-place company. Meanwhile, under his management, Castle Rock Pictures suffered losses year after year and is now defunct, while Guess the Movies is growing stronger. It's infuriating. The Sixth Sense is dominating the winter break. We independent film companies are going to be in trouble, Mario Casert sighed. Harvey's face darkened further. Miramax Films had 3 films releasing at the end of the year. If The Sixth Sense continued its success, Miramax's entire year's films would be wiped out. No. They had to find a way to severely suppress The Sixth Sense's box office performance. Chapter 362 Scandalous revelations arrive, continue the publicity campaign. Quiet down, everyone. The box office results are in. The Sixth Sense opened with a whopping $88.17 million. Stop teasing us. Tell us. In the Guess Studios office, Chris Bauer, newspaper in hand, glanced at his colleagues, chuckled, and shouted, raising his fist, $88.17 million. How much? Over 80 million, yay. Dozens of people in the room cheered excitedly. They had all participated in the production of The Sixth Sense, and their contributions to the film's success were well deserved. Besides the production team, there were also the publicity, distribution, marketing, and administrative departments. Upon seeing the opening weekend's box office results for The Sixth Sense, they all cheered loudly. The cheers rose and fell in waves, like a festival. Link smiled and returned to his office to read the newspaper. The Sixth Sense grossed $88.17 million in its opening weekend in 3,217 theaters across North America, surpassing the $80.32 million of Jurassic Park released in 1993, setting a new record for the highest-grossing opening weekend for a film in North America. Second place went to Columbia Pictures' action film Money Train, starring Wesley Snipes, Woody Harrelson, and Jennifer Lopez, with a production cost of $68 million. It grossed $9.61 million in its opening weekend. Third place went to Universal Pictures' Casino, directed by Martin Scorsese and starring Robert De Niro, Sharon Stone, and Joe Pesci, with a production cost of $42 million. It grossed $8.39 million in its opening weekend. Fourth place went to GoldenEye, a James Bond film produced by MGM and starring Pierce Brosnan, Sean Bean, and Monica Bellucci, which had been in theaters for 3 weeks. It grossed $6.15 million this week, bringing its total to $70.008 million. Other films released during the same period included Warner Bros. Good Things Comin' 2, Paramount Pictures' Gattaca, CinemaLine's Love Under the Stars, and Miramax Pictures' 2 Cents. Box office results were all below $3 million, especially the latter two, which grossed less than $20,000 this week. Guessing Pictures' The Sixth Sense raked in 70% of the weekly box office, demonstrating astonishing earning power. The Los Angeles Times predicts the film will gross at least $400 million in North America and over $800 million worldwide. If this prediction comes true, Guess Who Pictures' annual box office will far surpass second-place Universal Pictures, making it the undisputed king of the film industry. Simultaneously, the huge success of The Sixth Sense will undoubtedly boost Guess Who Pictures' market value again, exceeding the $2.5 billion at the beginning of the year. Link, with his 20% share of the global box office, will earn over $100 million in salary, further increasing his net worth and power. The Los Angeles Times concluded its article by remarking that the rise of Guess Who Pictures has made the former Hollywood giants, the Seven Studios, mere supporting actors, and Link's continuous film success has relegated his contemporaries to the background. Ring ring. Ring ring. Quentin Tarantino called, his voice low as he congratulated him on the success of his new film. Thanks. How's From Dusk Till Dawn going? During the summer, while Link was busy filming The Internet, Robert Rodriguez began filming From Dusk Till Dawn, with Tarantino as screenwriter and lead actor, also shooting in Tijuana, Mexico. Link had even visited the set and played a small supporting role. Finished filming, Tarantino said listlessly. Okay, anything else? If not, goodbye. Hearing Tarantino's melancholic tone, Link didn't want to catch his slump and decided it was safer to hang up sooner. Wait, Quentin's irritable voice came through the phone. Link, you've ruined my plans, you've ruined my career. Don't you have anything to say? Link raised an eyebrow. I ruined your career, that's right. When I first became a director, my plan was to make a film every 2 or 3 years, to use enough time to make the best film possible, to make it a classic, and to make 10 such films before I turned 60, just in time to retire. A very good plan. What does that have to do with me? It has a lot to do with me. Quentin's voice suddenly became louder and his tone became urgent. Originally, I thought this plan was great. I could leisurely make films, make the films I liked. But now that I have you, you make 3 films a year, and you can make them so well even if you just haphazardly make them. You've achieved both critical and commercial success. How am I supposed to follow my original plan slowly now that you're doing this? Don't talk nonsense. Every film I make is also meticulously crafted, and I try my best to make them the best they can be. I don't just haphazardly make them. Don't slander me, Link laughed. So you admit you disrupted my plans? You take every film seriously, making 3 a year. What's the point of me making one every 3 years? Shooting while on vacation, what does it matter? Everyone works differently, with different efficiencies. You don't need to compare yourself to me, and I don't recommend you do that. What you're saying is useless. You've set a bad example in the film industry. Now many directors are influenced by you and are speeding up their filmmaking pace, making at least 1 film a year. Everyone's working themselves to the bone. How am I supposed to rest properly? Quentin gasped for breath and said, originally, my film career was planned as a vacation mode, shooting while having fun. Because of you, my career has become a battlefield mode, a complete mess. Am I wrong to say you ruined my career? Link shook his head. That sounds reasonable, but it has nothing to do with me. My career plan when I started out was to make at least 2 films a year, and before retiring at 80, to strive to make 100 classic films, so that my name and my films would be on the lists of best films of all time, global box office rankings, and highest grossing film directors worldwide. Retire at 80? Make 100 movies? Are you even human? Quentin gritted his teeth on the phone. Film is an art, directors are artists. Masterpieces are masterpieces because they're few in number. You make 100 movies by yourself? You're not an artist, you're an art laborer, an art drudge, whatever. Making movies is a joyful thing. As long as I'm alive, I'll keep making movies. 100 might not be the limit. You're a real bastard, Quentin cursed. Link saw another phone ring and told Quentin he was busy, but he'd treat them to drinks over the weekend. He hung up and answered the other call. Annie told him that Greg Davis, Chief Investment Officer of Vanguard Capital, Paul Hankson of Morgan Stanley, Tom Hanks, Steven Soderbergh, Madonna, Robert Shea, Jay Maloney, Nicole Kidman, and others had called. Some congratulated him on the success of his new film. Others wanted to talk to him. Link took a sip of water and asked Annie to transfer the call. Haha, Link, congratulations on the huge success of your new movie. You are absolutely the best director in the world, bar none, Greg Davis laughed. Thank you. I can't guarantee being the best, but I'll try my best to be the most profitable director. Haha, in my mind, the most profitable director is the best director. After a few words, Greg Davis revealed the purpose of his call, to ask Link if he wanted to conduct a 3rd round of financing ahead of schedule. With The Sixth Sense being such a huge success, guess the movie's market value on Wall Street was rising, and even a $3 billion offer had attracted investors. Link said he had no plans to raise funds for the next 2 years. After successfully acquiring Pixar Animation Studios, guess the movie's market value increased from $2.2 billion to $2.5 billion. With several successful summer films, its market value on Wall Street had stabilized at around $2 billion. Currently, guess the movie is strong and doesn't need financing, it only needs to focus on making and distributing movies and making more money. Before the next round of financing, the goal is to reach a market value of at least $5 billion, becoming a truly world-class film company. Upon hearing that he wasn't planning on securing funding in advance, Greg Davis expressed regret but didn't press him, only warning him that the Big Seven studios wouldn't give up and urging him to be cautious and strive to make more blockbuster films like Seven and The Sixth Sense for the company. After hanging up, he called back Paul Hankson, Tom Hanks, and others to discuss film matters. They congratulated him on the film's box office success, guessing which studio had already secured the year's box office champion. Nicole Kidman also told him on the phone that her divorce from Tom Cruise was in its final stages, with a verdict expected by the end of the year, at which point she would be free and could openly sleep with him. Cindy Crawford also called, inviting him to her home. Link asked how preparations for the Victoria's Secret fashion show were going. Limited Clothing Company was holding its first Victoria's Secret fashion show at the end of the year, with Cindy Crawford as the opening model. Cindy Crawford smiled and said everything was going smoothly, but there was a small problem with the lingerie design, and she invited him to her home for feedback. Link said he would come when he had time. Knock knock knock. After hanging up the phone, Lewinsky knocked and came in, holding a folder. Lewinsky told him it was a message from the Public Relations Department. Starting that afternoon, several tabloids had been spreading rumors that The Sixth Sense was involved in box office fraud, citing as evidence that box office figures in 5 northeastern states were more than 30% higher than in other states, an abnormal performance. The box office in the 5 northeastern states is higher, is that true? Link asked, taking the folder. It's true. The main reason is that they're more conservative there. Many people believe in ghosts. Not just The Sixth Sense, but other movies involving ghosts also do well at the box office there. Furthermore, after the release of The Sixth Sense, several moviegoers in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and other states came forward, claiming that they had similar childhood experiences to Cole, seeing ghosts. These stories became hot news locally, which also boosted the film's box office to some extent, Lewinsky said, blinking her big eyes. The Public Relations Department had informed Link of this so he could prepare in advance and avoid being unsure how to respond when asked by reporters at film promotion events. Link nodded, flipped through a few pages of documents, and then picked up the phone to call Vice President John Gordon. Since many moviegoers in the newspapers claim to have seen ghosts as children, they should spend more money on publicity to generate buzz around this kind of news. Because children don't lie, it would be best to find 1 or 2 cute-looking kids and have them explain their ghost encounters on television. They could use this kind of news to promote the movie. John Gordon agreed with his suggestion and said he would arrange it immediately. Seeing the trailer for Cutthroat Island in the newspaper, Link told John Gordon to prepare for a media war. Chapter 363 Supermodel Cindy Crawford. In its second week of release, The Sixth Sense continues to generate significant media buzz and enjoys excellent reviews. However, many media outlets believe the situation is about to reverse, with The Sixth Sense's box office performance potentially dropping by more than 50% next week. This is due to the upcoming release this Friday of Cutthroat Island, a major Hollywood blockbuster produced by Carlock Pictures and distributed by Universal Pictures and Fox. Directed by Renny Harlin, known for films like Die Hard 2 and Cliffhanger, the film stars Gene Davis and Matthew Modine. The story follows Morgan, a female pirate who inherits her father's title as pirate captain and sets sail to find treasure based on a Latin map. During her quest, she meets another treasure hunter, Sean Williams. Together, they outwit rivals and the Royal Guard, ultimately defeating their enemies and leaving Cutthroat Island with their gold and jewels, setting sail once more. Filmed over 3 years with a production cost of $150 million, Cutthroat Island is the most expensive pirate film in history. This information was repeatedly promoted by Universal Pictures and Fox through the media to attract audiences. Initially, this promotional strategy was quite effective. Many viewers, hearing that the film was a blockbuster, the biggest budget pirate movie of the year, and that all the ships were real, costing tens of millions of dollars, flocked to see it out of curiosity. On its opening day, Cutthroat Island grossed $5.41 million in 2,104 theaters in North America, a good start. However, on the second day of its release, numerous negative reports surfaced, calling Cutthroat Island a terrible film with a boring plot, and claiming that many viewers left after less than 30 minutes. Some viewers even publicly criticized the distributors on television, calling Cutthroat Island a fraud, a terrible film with a boring plot and poor special effects, and completely unworthy of a ticket. Some fans also expressed their dislike for Jeannie Davis, who was seen jumping around on the deck with a sword, finding her neither beautiful nor sexy, and her performance lacking any highlights, calling it her worst film. Total Cinema argued that the film's biggest flaw was its incomplete script, with many plot points seemingly pieced together from fragmented stories, resulting in a disjointed narrative. Aside from that, they considered it a decent pirate film. Affected by the negative reviews, Cutthroat Island's box office dropped to $1.37 million on its second day, a Saturday, a day that should have seen a surge in box office revenue. Damn it. It must be Guessing Pictures messing around. They must have arranged for these negative reports to be written, Mario Casard cursed angrily in the Carlock Pictures president's office after reviewing the box office figures. Executive producer Lawrence Mark sighed, unsure how to comfort him. While some of the negative news about Cutthroat Island in the media was indeed a ploy by our rival companies, the main reason lay with the film itself. This film is mediocre, not particularly outstanding. If it were released during the off-season without strong competition, it might have done well at the box office. However, being released during the winter break, its competitor is the classic thriller The Sixth Sense. Compared to the two, even if Cutthroat Island isn't a bad film, it will be overshadowed by The Sixth Sense, making a box office success unlikely. Mario, don't worry too much. Cutthroat Island has only been out for 2 days, not many people know about it yet. With more promotion, the box office might gradually increase. How can I not worry? This film cost over $100 million. If it loses money, we're all finished. Mario Casard loosened his tie, his face turning extremely grim as he stared at the figures in the newspaper. Carlock Pictures was currently facing a financial deficit of $380 million, exceeding the company's market value. Cutthroat Island was their last lifeline. If the film was a hit, the company might have a chance to recover. If it lost money, this can't be left like this. I need to talk to Ron Meyer and Barry Diller. Universal Pictures and Fox are stronger than guest movies in film promotion. As long as they're willing to put in the effort, Cutthroat Island still has a chance. Casey Al picked up the phone and called Ron Meyer and Barry Diller, demanding they increase the publicity for Cutthroat Island, mobilize more media to hype the film, and ensure its box office performance rebounded. He stressed that The Sixth Sense couldn't continue its blockbuster run, and guest movies couldn't continue making money. A stronger guest movies would be more difficult to deal with, which would be extremely detrimental to the Seven Studios and the entire Hollywood film industry. Meyer and Diller promised to increase the film's publicity and screenings. After hanging up, Casey Al called the presidents of several other film studios, asking them to help promote Cutthroat Island and suppress guest movies films, promising them a share of the box office revenue if Cutthroat Island became a hit. Some of the 7 studios agreed, some declined, and some wanted the rights to several films from Carlock Pictures, such as the Terminator series and Total Recall. Casey Al agreed to these as well. The box office success of Cutthroat Island was a matter of life and death for Carlock Pictures. He was willing to pay any price to make the film a box office hit. The next day, there was much more positive news about Cutthroat Island in the media, but it was still far less than the positive publicity for The Sixth Sense. The reason was that Cutthroat Island's box office figures and potential were mediocre. Increasing publicity would require more investment, meaning that the investment would be wasted. Universal Pictures and Fox, seeing that the film would lose money, became more conservative in their publicity investments. Conversely, The Sixth Sense broke box office records in its opening week, giving Guess What Studios more confidence and resources for its publicity, investing a whopping $10 million in its second week's promotion. The Sixth Sense enjoyed high morale in the media sphere, while Cutthroat Island's morale steadily declined. In comparison, Cutthroat Island's media influence was less than 1/10 of The Sixth Sense's. In its second week, The Sixth Sense grossed $71.41 million in 3,277 theaters, a drop of less than 15%, and its North American box office totaled $159 million. Meanwhile, Cutthroat Island grossed $11.27 million in its opening week across 2,104 theaters, roughly 1/7 of The Sixth Sense's earnings. The box office results caused a stir in the U.S., with many marveling at The Sixth Sense's high box office, $160 million in 2 weeks, a 4:1 profit-to-loss ratio. Effectively securing its place as the year's highest-grossing film. Cutthroat Island, released concurrently, had a production cost of $150 million but only grossed $11.27 million in its opening week, suffering both critical and commercial losses. Based on the current box office decline, its North American box office is projected to be no more than $30 million, a 5:1 profit-to-loss ratio, already destined to be the biggest loser of the year. The amazing thing is that these two films were released at the same time. $160 million, Harvey Weinstein exclaimed, his eyes red with envy. Last week, he predicted the film would gross around $200 million in North America, but in just 1 week, The Sixth Sense had already approached $200 million. At this rate, The Sixth Sense's North American box office would be at least $400 million, and its global box office would likely be no less than $800 million. $800 million, if this were a Miramax film, the company could not only recoup all its losses from the box office revenue, but also revive itself and become the 8th largest film studio in Hollywood. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Harvey stared at Link with intense envy for several seconds, then composed himself and picked up the phone to call Link. After the call connected, he laughed heartily. "Link, congratulations. The Sixth Sense is a huge hit. You and guess what films are making? Hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm so envious, thanks. The box office performance of The Sixth Sense was indeed unexpected. I didn't expect it to be such a blockbuster either." Link's voice on the phone was nonchalant. Harvey curled his lip in disapproval. If he didn't have confidence in the film, would he have changed the ending? "Haha, your script is great, your directing skills are excellent, and you understand audience preferences perfectly. It's no wonder this movie is a huge success. Plus, you're very lucky to have encountered a terrible film like Cutthroat Island when The Sixth Sense was released. It's your turn to make money." "Okay, my luck is indeed not bad, but what's even more powerful is my ability, isn't it?" Link ruffled Cindy Crawford's fluffy blonde hair as she knelt before him, giving it a few gentle shakes. Cindy Crawford looked up at him, blinking her eyes, her charming expression growing even more intense. "Haha, yes, your ability is extremely strong, no one can deny that, Link. We talked about it in the coffee shop last time. Miramax Films will be representing Disney in a collaboration with Guessing Movies. Can this collaboration be moved forward?" Harvey asked enthusiastically. "Not for now. Our collaboration with Columbia Pictures hasn't ended, and we don't have the capacity to collaborate with other film companies at the moment." Last time, Link, Ovitz, and Harvey discussed collaborating with Guessing Movies and Columbia Pictures after the completion of 10 films, which was expected to be after 1997. Link, Miramax Films is in a bad situation right now and needs to invest in a few blockbuster movies to turn things around. For our sake, could you please help us out? Harvey's voice became humble. Link leaned back comfortably on the sofa. "Harvey, you should know that any film investment carries risk. Even Guessing Movies films aren't guaranteed to be box office hits. If you pin your hopes on Guessing Movies films, you'll likely be disappointed. I know investing in movies is risky. And I never expected a film I'd collaborate with Guessing Movies to be profitable. I just hope for the opportunity to work with you. Even if the investment fails, I'm willing to accept it," Harvey said earnestly. "Is that so?" Link comfortably stretched his back, thought for a moment, and then offered a suggestion. Guessing Movies and Miramax would each provide the other with 3 scripts planned for filming next year, and then each would choose one from the other scripts to invest in. Great idea. I'll have someone send over the scripts and materials for the films to be filmed shortly. You can choose whatever you like, Harvey said excitedly. No need to rush, anything is fine until the end of the year. Haha, Link, I really want to work with you now, I can't wait. Okay, whatever you say. Link hung up the phone and picked up the stunning Cindy Crawford, placing her on the dining table. Cindy Crawford had just finished the Victoria's Secret fashion show, wearing that $1.5 million diamond-encrusted lingerie set, her long golden brown hair flowing freely, showcasing her tall, sexy, curvaceous figure, a slim waist, full hips, and long legs. She possessed both the captivating charm of a top supermodel and the understanding and selfless dedication of a divorced woman. Link was smitten with her. Cindy Crawford, in turn, was deeply impressed by his superb directing skills. Under his massive telephoto lens, Cindy Crawford shouted her lines, and even though she was 178 centimeters tall and regularly worked out, she performed with incredible intensity. Several times, she became so immersed in the role that she rolled her eyes and fainted. Chapter 364 Fierce Battle on Christmas Day, Link makes a fortune. After a pleasant afternoon at Cindy Crawford's house, Link returned to the company to continue his busy work promoting his new film. To boost the buzz for The Sixth Sense, Link and the crew participated in over 20 television interviews and newspaper interviews, keeping them extremely busy. After the first round of film promotion, he temporarily put aside his work and returned to the editing studio to begin editing The English Patient. He completed the initial cut of the film in 4 weeks. After finishing The English Patient, he moved on to editing Scream, which had wrapped filming in November. Scream is a popcorn comedy thriller with a relatively simple plot and narrative structure, making it relatively easy to edit. He completed the editing in just 2 weeks. While busy editing films, the Christmas season arrived, with several major films set to be released in the North American film market at the end of the year. This includes 26 films such as Warner Brothers' action blockbuster Heat, Columbia Pictures comedy Jumanji, Disney's family-friendly films Fathers and the Bride and Groom 2 and The Older Brothers 2, Paramount Pictures' Sweet Homecoming, Fox's When Dreams Awaken, and MGM's Gunfire. These films, with budgets between $30 million and $70 million, are key projects for the Big Seven Studios this year. The Big Seven Studios invest heavily in promotion and marketing. On one hand, they aim to build brand awareness and attract more viewers. On the other hand, they are also secretly competing, striving to outperform their peers even if their total annual box office doesn't surpass guest movies, otherwise their performance at the board meeting will be dismal. With the Big Seven's efforts, the box office competition in the 2 weeks surrounding Christmas becomes increasingly fierce. Hollywood studios use various methods to boost the visibility of their films. For example, Warner Brothers, to promote Heat, had director Michael Mann, along with stars Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Val Kilmer, and Jon Voight, hold over 80 roadshows across North America, visiting almost every city. They also devoted considerable media attention to the script, claiming the film was based on a real robbery and was incredibly exciting. Disney, to promote Fathers of the Bride and Groom 2, created a scandal involving the 2 older actors, Steve Martin and Diane Keaton. Geffen Pictures, to promote The Sixth Sense, also went all out, finding a young boy named Paul in Pennsylvania who claimed to see ghosts. Paul, 8 years old, is adorable with clear blue eyes. His situation is similar to Cole's in the film, a single-parent family, introverted and sensitive, and able to see things that ordinary people cannot. Initially, Paul's news only circulated in local Pennsylvania media, gaining some fame. But thanks to the production company of Guess The Sixth Sense, Paul Walker appeared on several television talk shows, discussing his experiences and feelings about seeing ghosts. He even spotted a ghost on set at NBC and recounted a touching story about it. An investigation revealed that Paul Walker's account matched that of a television crew member who died suddenly the previous week. Physics experts, upon hearing of this, used energy detectors to detect an anomaly in the energy field at the location of the ghost, but were unsure if it was truly a ghost. The show garnered over 30 million viewers. Paul Walker became a national sensation within 3 weeks, achieving fame comparable to A-list celebrities. Besides Paul Walker, there was Maria, a fortune teller from Kentucky, who successfully predicted a library fire by communicating with a ghost. There was also 6-year-old Kate from Florida who helped her neighbor find a long-forgotten gemstone necklace by talking to a ghost. These news events significantly increased the exposure of The Sixth Sense in North American media. During this period, Guess the movies spent less than $5 million on promotion, but The Sixth Sense received more exposure and generated more buzz than films like Heat and Jumanji, which spent tens of millions of dollars on promotion, and its daily box office growth was also faster. "That bastard's hyping it up again, so despicable," Michael Ovitz muttered, annoyed as he saw a newspaper article about children seeing ghosts. For film companies, hype is the best way to promote a movie. It saves a lot of money, and the promotional effect is often doubled, Michael Eisner said slowly. Ovitz knew this too, But seeing The Sixth Sense's enduring popularity and link in Guess the Movies making a lot of money from the film made him very unhappy. Guess the Movies' method of promoting movies is very simple. Why doesn't our company's PR department take a look? It's not that we haven't thought about taking a look, but promoting movies this way requires a lot of investment. If the hype is successful, it's great. If it fails, the investment will be lost, and the PR department will also bear the responsibility. It's very risky, like gambling. Considering this, they are often unwilling to take the risk of hype when promoting movies. Guess the Movies doesn't have that concern. Their hype plan is proposed by Link, and even if it fails, Link is responsible. Guess the Movies' PR department has no worries when it comes to hype. In addition, the films distributed by Guess the Movies are also easier to hype, Michael Eisner explained. Ovitz thought for a moment and understood the difference. This is probably the difference between the Big Seven studios and independent film companies in the promotion and distribution of film projects. Big film companies pursue stable income, while independent film companies have more flexible and changeable management styles and can be adjusted at will, but the risks in operation are greater. Ovitz had initially considered using the Guess the Movies model to promote Disney's films, but a failed promotion would mean taking responsibility and weakening his influence within the company, so he decided against it. Ring ring, Ovitz's phone rang. It was Harvey calling, discussing a potential collaboration with Guess the Movies. They had sent 3 scripts, and he needed to choose one. One of them, The Rock, was particularly good, with a production budget of $100 million and a 30% investment remaining. Harvey wanted to invest in this film. The Rock. Ovitz's voice immediately sharpened upon hearing the title. No. Absolutely do not invest in this project. It has serious problems. What problems? I gave this script to Link, Ovitz smiled smugly. You gave it to him? Why, you don't need to ask so many questions. Just listen to me. Ovitz's voice became serious. Okay, I'll take a look at the other 2 scripts. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365: A Beauty's Tender Affection, Harvey's Fury. In its 3rd week of release, The Sixth Sense grossed $52.19 million in 2,883 theaters across North America, bringing its total box office to $210 million. Although its box office dropped 30% this week, it became the first film in North American film history to surpass $50 million for 3 consecutive weeks. It is also the fastest film in history to reach the $200 million mark, a record of 19 days. Jurassic Park took 23 days. The runner-up was Jumanji, an adventure film starring Robin Williams and Kirsten Dunst, with a first-week gross of $18.24 million. Warner Bros. Heat came in 3rd with $11.07 million in its opening weekend. 4th place went to Paris, the City, starring Harry Fordson, with $7.69 million in its opening weekend. Due to the large number of major releases this week, coupled with the overwhelming success of The Sixth Sense, films like Jumanji and Heat all underperformed in their opening weekends, resulting in widespread disappointment. However, the worst-performing film this week was undoubtedly Cutthroat Island. This film, of mediocre quality, was overshadowed in its opening week by The Sixth Sense, and then by 8 other decent films including Jumanji. This week, it only grossed $2.24 million, ranking 8th. Its cumulative box office is $13.41 million. Media predictions for its North American box office have dropped to $20 million. Compared to its $150 million production cost and over $10 million in marketing expenses, the film's losses are expected to be no less than $100 million. The Los Angeles Times, in its latest report, points out that Carlock Pictures has performed poorly over the past 2 years, currently facing a financial deficit of $380 million, and Cutthroat Island is seen as a lifeline. If the film only grosses $20 million in North America, Carlock's financial deficit will reach $500 million. Compared to its market capitalization of $360 million, Carlock Pictures' debt ratio is too high, and it is on the verge of bankruptcy. The Los Angeles Times, in its analysis, pointed out that Carlock Pictures' current predicament is a result of vicious competition between the Big Seven studios and Guess Movies. If this competition continues, not only will Carlock Pictures suffer, but most Hollywood independent film companies will die out, and even the Big Seven studios face bankruptcy. The New York Times, The Washington Post, and other media outlets also analyzed the current state of the American film industry from a neutral perspective, expressing pessimism about the future of independent films. They stated that the North American film industry might return to what it was over 50 years ago, with 8 major studios dominating the North American film market. Several mainstream media outlets openly criticize the excessive competition for box office revenue between the Big Seven studios and guest movies, with the criticism of guest movies being particularly blatant, almost to the point of calling it a disruptive force in the industry. Look at Link. So many people are envious of our potential profits. In the office, Lee Uzieli pointed to several articles in the newspaper. She was wearing a women's business suit with a thin knitted cardigan underneath. When she bent over, she resembled a drooping willow branch, revealing a patch of smooth, white skin. Because they often slept together, Link could tell how smooth her skin was without even touching it. He didn't need to see everything to know if the shape under her clothes resembled twin pomelos or melons, and whether the melon tasted sweet with a hint of salt or sweet first and then salty slap. Lee Uzieli slapped him lightly on the cheek, pointing her long, slender, white index finger at the newspaper. You pervert. I told you to read the newspaper, not anything else. Reading the newspaper is less important than reading you. Let's talk about serious matters. No nonsense. Lee Uzieli grabbed his large hand that was playing around on his buttocks and pressed his shoulders, making him read the newspaper first. Okay, Link glanced at the comments in the newspaper, only reading 2 representative articles before putting it down. The 2 reports, similar in content to those in the Los Angeles Times, used the rumored near bankruptcy of Carlock Pictures to smear guest movies, reiterating the guest movies threat theory, claiming that guest movies was about to dominate Hollywood and that the independent film industry was doomed. Link, however, was unfazed by this rhetoric. This was America, where monopolies were rampant, and every industry, including the film industry, ultimately sought to maximize profits through monopolies. In the 1920s and 30s, Hollywood had 8 major film studios, including the bankrupt RKO Pictures and the acquired United Artists. A few years later, MGM went bankrupt, leaving 6 major studios. Then, 21st Century Fox was acquired by Disney, and Columbia Pictures merged into Sony Pictures Entertainment. With the rise of the internet, the major film market gradually shrank, and the 7 major studios might eventually become 1. Faced with fierce competition, guest movies had to remain vigilant and maintain strong competitiveness to survive. The slightest lapse in attention would result in being devoured by its competitors. Carlock Pictures was the best example of this. Founded in 1988, Carlock Pictures produced several box office hits, including Terminator 2, Cliffhanger, Total Recall, and Basic Instinct, and at one point became the 8th largest film studio in Hollywood. However, after the rise of guessing game studios, Carlock Pictures' situation began to deteriorate. Starting in 1993, several films suffered losses, and the financial deficit increased year by year. In 1994, MGM and Columbia Pictures made a takeover bid for Carlock Pictures, which was rejected by Mario Casert. Casert pinned his hopes on Cutthroat Island, believing that a blockbuster film would offer a chance for revival. Unfortunately, such desperate gambles often fail to yield good results. In its opening week, The Sixth Sense dominated the box office, and in its second week, the Christmas box office battle ensued. Cutthroat Island became cannon fodder, and Carlock Pictures suffered a fatal blow. Then there's Castle Rock Pictures last year, and MGM Pictures in the future. The reason these companies went bankrupt wasn't because of a single film's box office performance, but because of their massive debts, deeply entrenched problems, and the watchful eyes of the 7 major studios. They were ready to push them down at crucial moments, ultimately leading to bankruptcy. If Guest C Pictures' debt exceeds $3 billion and it faces bankruptcy, the 7 major studios won't hesitate to stab it in the back and then divide the spoils. Faced with this environment, Guest C Pictures has no choice but to forge ahead. So, do these reports mean the 7 major studios are preparing to join forces against us again? Lee Uzieli gently squeezed his shoulder. Whether they are or not, don't worry. As Jen Young wrote in his novels, let them be strong, the breeze still caresses the mountain. As long as Guest C Pictures has sound internal management and each film is shot and released according to plan, the 7 major studios can't defeat us even if they join forces, Lin Kay said, stroking her soft fingers. But we can't be too arrogant and underestimate the enemy. Underestimating the enemy makes us vulnerable to a sneak attack and defeat. I know, I'll tell everyone to be careful. Link put his arm around her slender waist and laughed. Now that we've finished our small talk, can we get down to business? What business? You're just being silly again. Liu Xiaoli gave him a coquettish glare, reluctantly sitting in his lap, and even sulking by pressing her big bottom against his thigh. Link chuckled softly, hugged the woman, and kissed her fair and smooth cheek. This woman was 171 centimeters tall, with a voluptuous figure, like a large watermelon on a grape trellis. Her proportions were getting better and better, increasingly resembling those of European and American women, but she wasn't heavy at all when he held her. Instead, she felt like a cotton ball. We're planning to travel at the end of the year. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? No, I'll follow your plans. But in February, I'm taking Kyankiam back to China for the Spring Festival. I haven't spent the Spring Festival in my hometown for 3 years. I should go back and see my parents. Liu Xiaoli leaned against him, her hand slipping through her shirt and resting against his strong, broad chest. Going back for the new year would be nice. I'll arrange a plane to take you and Sissy, and bring some gifts back for your aunt and uncle. No need, it's too much trouble. We're family. How can you say it's troublesome? You have to be punished. Link kissed the woman's rosy lips in his arms, about to move from head to toe, inside and out, when the phone on the table rang at an inopportune moment. Haha, is Link busy? Harvey Weinstein greeted him warmly on the phone. Yes, I'm handling some important work. Is there something you need? Link, holding Liu Xiaoli, told her to wait a moment. The call wouldn't take too long. Liu Xiaoli rolled her eyes at him with her beautiful peach blossom eyes, her hand sliding down his firm abs. Haha, okay, I'll get to the point. Harvey Weinstein asked him how the 3 scripts were going, and which one he was planning to invest in. Last time, when they were making love at Cindy Crawford's house, he and Harvey had talked about collaboration. Afterwards, Harvey sent someone to deliver materials for the 3 projects, Wings of Desire, Police Empire, and Crazy for You, including scripts and filming plans. After reviewing the projects, Link didn't find any that appealing. He asked Harvey if he had any high-budget film projects, preferably over $60 million, as projects under $20 million didn't offer high returns. Over $60 million, Harvey's eyes twitched. Miramax Films was a mid-sized film company, distributing films in 2 ways, self-financed productions and acquired distribution rights for other films. Due to limited company funds, most of their self-financed films had budgets below $30 million. Lower investment also meant lower risk. Now Link was asking if he had any projects with budgets exceeding $60 million. It was tantamount to calling him a poor bastard who couldn't afford big-budget films. Harvey composed himself and forced a smile. Haha, Link, these 3 projects are also good. Although the budgets are low, the script designs are excellent. Have you considered investing? Too little investment won't yield high returns, and the company doesn't plan to invest. Link leaned back, making it easier for Liu Xiaoli to proceed. He then inquired about Harvey's choices. Previously, guess the movies had given Harvey 3 film projects, The Rock, Fight Club, and Girl, Interrupted. The first project had a budget of $100 million, the second $40 million, and the third $18 million. Fight Club is great. Link, would you direct it? Harvey asked. Not sure. If I have time, I'll direct it myself. If not, I'll find someone else. I'll be the producer and editor. But I suggest you invest in The Rock. It's a commercial film, and it has a better chance of being a box office hit. No, I'm not investing in The Rock, Harvey quickly refused. After talking with Ovitz, although he didn't know Ovitz's plans, he could guess that the film had problems. It would be foolish to jump into a fire pit knowing it was going to be a disaster. To avoid Link overhearing anything, Harvey quickly explained that The Rock had too large a budget, and Miramax didn't have that much money to invest. He hoped to have the opportunity to invest in Fight Club. Alright, Fight Club is fine too. The remaining 25% investment is yours. After speaking with Ovitz, Link called Annie, telling her he needed to rest for a while and not to call her. Annie said she understood. Link hung up and began to flirt with a beauty, HMPH, in the Miramax Films president's office. Harvey Weinstein tossed down the phone, his expression one of displeasure. Link's attitude had been perfunctory, seemingly unwilling to cooperate with Miramax, and his conversation lacked focus. with the sound of a woman's heavy breathing nearby. Doing that while on the phone, it was utterly disrespectful. Back when Miramax Films movies were box office hits, who in the industry dared to disrespect him? Who would dare to be half-hearted on the phone? Now that Miramax Films had declined, these guys like Link were disrespecting him. It was outrageous. Harvey Weinstein breathed heavily, his belly bulging like a balloon, his shirt buttons almost bursting open. "Brother, which movie did Link choose to invest in?" Bob Weinstein asked, putting down his Motorola phone. "He doesn't want to invest in our movie, saying the budget is too low and the returns aren't great, so it's not worth investing in," Harvey said with a grim face. "None of the 3 scripts are worth investing in? Not even Cop Empire?" Bob was surprised. Cop Empire had the largest budget of the 3 projects, reaching $35 million. The film was a co-production between Miramax Films and Disney Studios, with James Mangold tentatively directed, and the main cast including Sylvester Stallone, Robert De Niro, and Harvey Keitel, actors with both acting skills and box office appeal. This project had great investment potential, and they had thought Link would choose this script, but it turned out he didn't like it. Harvey shook his head, feeling both dissatisfaction with Link and some worry. After the consecutive box office hits of Guessing Pictures films, Link's eye for choosing movies had gained public recognition. More than 90% of the scripts he approved of became big hits, and even the remaining 10% wouldn't lose money if the box office was lower than expected. Now, after reviewing 3 script projects from Miramax Films, Link hasn't liked any of them. Does this mean these 3 projects have poor potential, are not worth investing in, and will lose money if made into films? Harvey carefully examined the materials for the 3 projects. These were all projects he personally selected, projects with great market potential. He was originally very confident in these 3 projects, but after discussing them with Link, his confidence was rapidly eroding. "Brother, Link has a great eye, that's a well-known fact in the industry. If he thinks these 3 projects are bad, maybe these 3 projects really have problems. Should we choose a few more scripts?" Bob asked. "Why change? Do you think my eye for selecting scripts is inferior to Link's?" Harvey asked, dissatisfied. Bob shrugged, saying nothing, but everything he said was clear. In the past few years, although Harvey had selected blockbuster films such as Sex, Lies, and Videotape, Cinema Paradiso, and Pulp Fiction, he had also selected dozens of films that lost money, which led to a significant increase in Miramax Films' debt ratio in the past 2 years. This also shows that Harvey is much worse than Link in selecting films. Harvey knew this too, but he was annoyed that even his own brother Bob was belittling him. Continue filming according to the original plan. I don't believe his judgment will always be so good. Don't forget that his investments in the extraordinary murder case and At All Costs also suffered losses, but Link's chances of being wrong are lower. If he's not wrong this time, and these 3 films do poorly at the box office, our company's situation will be even worse, Bob advised. Harvey's expression changed, becoming even more unpleasant. "Then what can we do? Are we just going to stop filming because Link doesn't think it's good? Besides, Link said the film's box office profit wouldn't be high, not that it would lose money." "Okay, whatever you say." Harvey was clearly more professional in film production, and Bob didn't intend to argue with him. "Wait." Harvey took a drag of his cigarette as Bob was about to leave, suppressing his annoyance. "Have the production department discuss it. Choose one of the 3 scripts to film, and re-evaluate the remaining 2. Try to reduce the budget, or get investment from other film companies to reduce risk." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Bob adjusted his slipping belt and swayed his large buttocks as he left the office. Harvey, smoking, suddenly kicked his desk hard, cursing, "Damn Link." Before, when making films, he was full of confidence, believing that every film he approved would be a blockbuster. No matter how much others tried to persuade him, he wouldn't listen. Because of this intuition and persistence, he had consistently bet on several box office hits in the past few years. After meeting Link, his confidence was silently eroded. After finalizing a film project, he would become anxious and apprehensive, a terrible feeling. And all of this was because of that damn bastard Link. Harvey felt an overwhelming surge of anger at the thought of himself living in such anxiety while Link was probably messing around in his office. Chapter 366 Investing in Titanic, Maggie Chung and Gong Li's Hot Pot. A pink long-tailed butterfly alighted on the French windows of Link's office. Inside, a warm, intimate atmosphere filled the air. Worried that Monica and the others would find out and deduct her share of the main building's bedroom resources, Liu Xiaoli forbade him from using anything too rough. The two indulged in a little romance in the office for over half an hour. Liu Xiaoli straightened her clothes and stockings and left satisfied. Link looked at her slender waist and full, round breasts beneath her business suit, secretly praising Liu Xiaoli for becoming increasingly alluring. In the domestic entertainment industry, with her figure and looks, she could easily outshine 99.9% of female stars. Coupled with her strong, aloof demeanor, almost no one could compare to her. Even Chen Chong, Guang Li, Chen Hong, and Zhou Human would pale in comparison. Thinking of Guang Li, Link called to inquire about her work schedule, suggesting they have dinner together on Saturday. Guang Li's new film, Chinese Box, was about to be released, and she was currently busy with promotions. Guang Li was delighted to receive his call, mentioning that Maggie Cheung was also there and asking if he wanted her to join them, subtly implying that Maggie Cheung was also interested in him. Link agreed, understanding why Guang Li was doing this. Because he was so powerful, Guang Li often struggled alone, even sustaining an injury in a week-long hospital stay. With Maggie Cheung sharing the burden, Guang Li could relax a bit. After hanging up, Link began handling his work. As the year drew to a close, besides reviewing departmental work summaries, he also needed to prepare for next year's new film projects, facilitating the company's film budget and production plans. Currently, the company had 13 tentative film projects. The first was The Rock, with a production cost of $100 million. Link planned to direct it himself, with his salary being 25% of the North American box office and 20% of the global box office. The second project was Rush Hour, with Link serving as screenwriter, producer, and editor, starring Chen Long, Chris Tucker, Tom Wilkinson, and Michelle Race, among others, with a production cost of $30 million. The film began pre-production in August and is currently filming in Los Angeles. The third is Pixar Animation Studios' Toy Story, adapted from the studio's original animated short Tin Soldier. With a production budget of $30 million, production began in July and is expected to be completed in February, with a planned release at the end of next year. The fourth is Jim Carrey's comedy Liar Liar, directed by Tom Shadyac, director of Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. The film tells the story of Fletcher, a successful lawyer who, in order to win cases, often lies and is hypocritical. After missing his son Max's birthday party, he becomes someone who can only tell the truth, leading to a series of hilarious events. Renee Zellweger plays the protagonist's ex-wife, and Haley Joel Osment plays his son. The film has a budget of $45 million. Remaining film projects include Girl, Interrupted, a female-centric film starring Sofia Coppola, Winona Ryder, and Angelina Jolie, Wayne Wang's new film Smoke, and 3 thrillers currently in development, Fight Club, Primal Fear, and Paranormal Activity 3. There are also LA Confidential and 12 Monkeys, co-produced with Columbia Pictures, and Austin Powers and the Secret Service, co-produced with New Line Cinema. These are currently the 13 projects planned. However, to ensure the company's competitiveness in the film market, the production department will add several more film projects by June of next year, based on the completion status of each project and remaining funds. Ring ring, the phone on the desk rang. Assistant Annie told him that James Cameron was online and wanted to talk to him. Link answered the phone and asked Director Cameron what he needed. Director Cameron was calling for help. This year, 2 major maritime films, Waterworld and Cutthroat Island, were released, both of which lost money. The first film has only grossed $68.05 million in North America and approximately $72 million overseas, with an estimated loss of around $100 million. Cutthroat Island has only grossed a little over $13 million in its first 2 weeks, with an even larger expected loss. James Cameron's Titanic, also a maritime epic, had a production budget of $140 million. Similar to his previous 2 films, it made Fox Studios hesitant to invest, and funding became increasingly difficult. Furthermore, Cameron's strictness towards actors and crew led to internal problems that constantly increased production costs. The initial budget of $140 million grew to $200 million, and even that seemed insufficient. Seeing this, Fox Studios president Barry Diller publicly expressed his dissatisfaction with Cameron and refused to pay for further production. Without continued funding, Titanic could not be filmed. Cameron was forced to abandon the project and return to Los Angeles to seek investment, making 6 trips and blocking Diller's office 3 times, but failing to persuade Fox executives to continue investing. Fox demanded complete filming as soon as possible. They preferred a half-finished product to a loss of even a penny. James Cameron, at a loss, remembered Link's previous advice and called him for help. Link, after understanding the situation, didn't immediately agree. He invited Cameron to the company to discuss the film's progress, how much more funding was needed to complete it, and the benefits of Guess C Pictures' investment. He also wanted to personally review the relevant materials from the Titanic production. That afternoon, James Cameron arrived at Guess C Pictures with the materials. According to Cameron, Titanic was about 40% complete, still short $100 million to finish. Their offer was the overseas distribution rights. Guess C Pictures would invest $100 million, and after the film's theatrical run, they would acquire the overseas distribution rights, receiving a share of the overseas box office revenue. This was a very attractive offer. After Cameron left, Link instructed the board secretary, Annie, to contact several shareholders to discuss the feasibility of investing in Titanic. Producers Daniel DeViro and James Shamus, among others, attended the meeting. At the board meeting, representatives from Vanguard Capital, Morgan Stanley, and Goldman Sachs reserved their opinions, arguing that investing in such a film was too risky. Link expressed confidence in the project and in director Cameron's abilities. With his insistence, the board unanimously approved the investment proposal. Guess What Pictures invested $100 million in Titanic. Simultaneously, Guess What Pictures invested $45 million in Cameron's visual effects company, Lightstorm Entertainment, acquiring a 45% stake. This investment also filled a gap in Guess What Pictures' expertise in visual effects. Link, I heard your company is preparing to take over a film project abandoned by Fox, a marine-themed film. Is that true? After discussing business, Link went to Gong Li's house for a spicy hot pot meal. Maggie Cheung was also there. Both wore the same style of casual long dress in different colors. One was voluptuous and rounded, the other slender and delicate. Because of their frequent acting experience, they possessed a star aura and the air of artistic actresses. Every smile, every gesture, had a unique charm. Hearing Gong Li's words, Link smiled and told the two about the filming of Titanic. Fox was worried the film would lose money and didn't want to continue investing. Director James Cameron couldn't find funding, so he approached Link for help. Guess what? Link invested $100 million to co-produce the film with Fox. Link, aren't you afraid of losing money? Both ocean-themed films this year lost money, and by a lot. Titanic had a budget of $200 million, and it needs $400 or $500 million in global box office to break even. That's too difficult. At the dinner table, Maggie Cheung, wearing a red halter dress, looked at Link across from her through the steam. Seeing his handsome face, the aura of authority he exuded, and remembering Gong Li's private remarks about baguettes and Russian sausages, she couldn't help but feel her face flush. Looking at Maggie Cheung's flushed cheeks, Link smiled and said, "Don't worry, I participated in the script design for Titanic, so I'm quite familiar with this project and confident. Besides, as the old saying goes, once or twice, things will happen, but not a third or fourth time. The first 2 ocean-themed films failed, so statistically speaking, the third one has a high probability of success." Link joked with the last part. Haha, how can you say that? Investing in movies is not like other things, once or twice, third or fourth time, doesn't apply here. Gong Li couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I heard from a master in Hong Kong that this year is a fire year, and all water-related films will lose money. Maggie Cheung laughed. Is that a valid calculation? Link smiled in surprise. Perhaps the master is right. Water-related films haven't done well at the box office this year. However, Titanic won't be released until next year or the year after, so maybe then it will be more suitable. Then I wish you a huge success with this film, and that your investment will multiply tenfold or 100-fold, Gong Li said with a smile, raising her wine glass. Maggie Cheung also smiled and raised her wine glass to wish him a successful investment. Link smiled and clinked glasses with it too. While eating hot pot, the three of them not only drank beer but also a few glasses of maute, growing warmer and more excited with each bite. Before all the food on the table was even in the hot pot, Gong Li, her face flushed, sat in his lap, hooking her arms around his neck and kissing him. Gong Li had drunk a few glasses of wine. Her expression and body were relaxed, like a rose in full bloom, beautiful from head to toe. Link stroked her soft waist, his inner fire suddenly flaring up, like a stove under the table, its flames shifting from red to blue, the intense heat almost melting the beauty in his arms. Maggie Cheung, head down, ate her hot pot, listening to the bubbling sound. The blush on her face gradually spread below her neck, her body growing hotter, her legs involuntarily twisting together. Just as she was about to stand up to get a beer, she accidentally fell onto Gongli. Maggie Cheung was 31 years old this year. Although older, after being immersed in dozens of art films, she exuded the temperament of an artistic woman. Sometimes gentle and tender, like the legendary singer Ruan Lingayu. Other times alluring and seductive, transforming into Jin Xiangyu in New Dragon Gate Inn. While we don't know how beautiful she was at 18, it's impossible for her to be more captivating now. It's not just Maggie Cheung, women in the entertainment industry are the same. The more roles they play, the more accolades they accumulate, the heavier the filters they wear, the greater their attraction to men. However, after meeting Link, all those filters shattered within 10 minutes. In her decline, only animalistic instincts remained, making her not much different from ordinary women. After his dates with Gongli and Maggie Cheung, Link returned to his company to continue his work, including finalizing investment for the Titanic project, promoting his new film Chinese Box, and continuing to promote The Sixth Sense. On Monday, Daniel DeVito, representing Guessing Pictures, signed a cooperation agreement with the producers of Titanic, 20th Century Fox, officially finalizing the collaboration. After the signing of the cooperation agreement, the news was reported by media outlets such as The Hollywood Reporter and the Los Angeles Times, claiming that Guess.com Studios had invested $100 million in the previously unpopular shipwreck-themed film Titanic. This sparked a huge discussion, with numerous media outlets reprinting the story. Many industry insiders didn't understand Guess.com Studios' reasons for investing in the project. Starting in late November, rumors circulated that Fox Studios planned to abandon Titanic due to the poor box office performance of Cutthroat Island. It was said that after returning to Los Angeles from the film set, director Cameron approached several film companies for investment. However, upon hearing that the film was based on the 1912 North Atlantic shipwreck, many film company executives expressed disinterest before Cameron could even finish speaking. This was because, after the box office failures of Waterworld and Cutthroat Island, Hollywood film producers were very sensitive to words like water, sea, lake, and large ship, and avoided such scripts. Not to mention, the Titanic project shares many similarities with Waterworld and Cutthroat Island, with higher costs and a greater probability of losing money. Hollywood film companies are even less likely to invest. Yet Guess What Pictures disregards all that and spends $100 million to take over this film. That's incredibly bold. What is Link doing? Isn't he afraid of losing money investing in this kind of film? In the Universal Pictures president's office, Ron Mayer frowned at the Los Angeles Times spread out on his desk, featuring a photo of Daniel DeVito and Fox producer John Landau signing a cooperation agreement on behalf of their respective companies. This guy is too confident, maybe he thinks this film will make a profit, Michael Ovitz said, puffing on his cigar. Can this film make a profit? Harvey Weinstein asked, frowning as he looked at the interview in the film. Impossible. Waterworld and Cutthroat Island didn't make money, what makes you think this film will? Mario Casal said angrily. But so far, Link has never lost money on a film he's invested in, Ovitz sighed softly. This one's different. The production cost is a whopping $200 million, and it needs to gross over $500 million worldwide to break even. It's going to be very difficult, Harvey said. The others nodded in agreement. Hollywood releases over 200 films every year, and in the last 5 years, only 8 films have grossed over $500 million worldwide, averaging less than 2 per year. The probability of this film grossing over $500 million worldwide is slim. And the probability of Guessing Pictures' investment going down the drain is extremely high. Ovitz thought about how Guessing Pictures would also invest $100 million next year to film The Rock, bringing the total investment for the 2 films to $200 million. If both films lost money, Guessing Pictures' development would definitely be severely impacted, and Link's authority on the Guessing Pictures board would be greatly diminished. Guessing Pictures might even go bankrupt. Haha, that's good news, Ovitz slapped his thigh excitedly. That's right, it would be great if Guessing Pictures went bankrupt because of this. As long as Guessing Pictures is still around, none of us will ever make any money, Harvey squinted at Link on the TV. Mario Casart nodded in deep agreement. He looked up at Ron Meir, Michael Ovitz, and the others, and again pleaded on behalf of his kin, hoping they would help Carlock Pictures through its difficulties. Harvey shrugged, saying, "Mario, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm powerless. Miramax Films is currently in debt for over $100 million. If the situation doesn't improve, Miramax will go bankrupt in 2 years." Ovitz also apologized. He had only recently joined Disney and didn't have much real power, so he couldn't help even if he wanted to. Ron Meir bluntly told Mario Casart that Carlock Pictures' debt exceeded $400 million, a figure too large. Unless they found investment from Wall Street, no one in Hollywood could revive it. Mario Casart sighed and lowered his head helplessly. Link's interview continued playing on television. Chapter 367 TV interview, box office continues to boom. Link, I heard that Guess the Movies invested $100 million in the Titanic project. Was this investment your suggestion, or someone else's? Billy Crystal, the host, asked on TNT. It was my suggestion, Link said slowly. In 1992, I moved to Golden Oak Apartments and became neighbors with director James Cameron. We talked about the film. At the time, Cameron intended to make a simple feature film to refute critics who accused him of only making action blockbusters like Terminator and not delicate art films. After reading about the Titanic sinking, I was shocked by the tragic scenes of the disaster and deeply moved. I told Cameron that the Titanic was the greatest and most tragic maritime disaster in human history, and it would be a waste of the subject matter to make just a simple art film. To adapt this story, it would be best to continue with a grand narrative, use the best actors, and recreate the events as accurately as possible. That shipwreck made this movie an epic one. If he doesn't make it, I will adapt it again when his movie is finished. It's a pity that director Cameron didn't give me this opportunity. After meeting him for the second time, he thought that what I said was right. This story was indeed suitable for making a blockbuster. He was going to redesign the script and make a blockbuster. After several years of polishing, the current Titanic project was born. Billy Crystal said in surprise, "So the investment in Titanic is getting bigger and bigger. Is it also because of you?" One thing is that the main reason is that director Cameron is very ambitious. He wants to make an epic movie. I am optimistic about this project and I am also optimistic about him, so I decided to invest. Link was wearing a casual suit, sitting on the sofa and spreading his hands. But you should also know that future Waterworld and Cutthroat Island suffered box office failures. Many people now believe that adapting such themes is extremely risky and is a type that cannot be invested. Aren't you worried about investment failure? Don't worry, Link smiled confidently. First of all, I like this story, and investing in a story you like is a very meaningful thing. Secondly, I have confidence in director Cameron, and he has never made a loss in the movies he directed. Finally, I have great confidence in this type of film. Although Waterworld and Cutthroat Island didn't do well at the box office, the films themselves are of good quality and are rare gems for fans of this genre, well worth watching. Wow, you're promoting these two films? Host Billy Crystal and many audience members looked at him in surprise. Billy said, "Link, we all know these two films competed with yours before, and you're publicly recommending them." Link laughed. "I like this kind of story and have plans to make a film in this genre, so I went to see both films in theaters when they were released. They weren't as bad as the media made them out to be." Link, are you also planning to make a film in this genre? When? Can you reveal anything? Billy Crystal asked. Link shrugged. I only have some ideas for now. It will probably be a story about a pirate king, related to many folk tales around the Caribbean. Pirate king? That sounds exciting. I'll look forward to the film's release soon, Billy Crystal exclaimed. Clap clap clap. Many fans in the audience applauded and cheered, also expressing their anticipation for seeing the film soon. Unbelievable. Link is promoting Cutthroat Island. In the office, Michael Ovitz stared wide-eyed at Link, who was speaking eloquently on television. Mario Casal was also incredulous. Link was a big shot in the entertainment industry, with enormous influence. A single word from him was worth millions of dollars in publicity. This man was publicly recommending his rival's film on a television interview? Casal was suddenly moved. He had just earnestly asked several of his compatriots for help, but none of them were willing to assist him. Now, Link, his competitor, was speaking up for him, helping to promote his film. This guy didn't seem so bad after all. Don't trust Link. He's cunning and treacherous. He must have a conspiracy, Harvey said, squinting at the handsome, well-dressed Link on television, his heavy eye bags visible. I think so too, Ovitz nodded. Link said he's going to make a pirate movie. Is it true? Isn't he afraid of losing money? Langmuir asked, stroking his stubble. Who knows? Link is a very shrewd guy. Maybe he's using this as an opportunity to promote Titanic and build hype for the film, Ovitz said. On television, Billy Crystal continued interviewing Link. This program was a film interview invited by TNT after the third week's box office results for The Sixth Sense, primarily to promote the film. After asking about the news of investing in Titanic, Billy Crystal then inquired about The Sixth Sense movie. Link, congratulations on your new film, The Sixth Sense, once again taking the top spot at the box office. Since Buried in 1992, every one of your films has topped the weekly box office. Among Hollywood directors, only you can do that. It's amazing, Billy Crystal exclaimed. Really? Films by George Lucas, Spielberg, and Cameron should also meet that standard, Link replied. No, only you. I've done the research. Lucas's early films, The Maze and 500 Years Later, didn't do very well at the box office. Spielberg's early films also didn't do very well until Jaws. Cameron's The Abyss in 1989 was a box office failure. So far, only your film has achieved this. Okay, that sounds like a good record. I hope I can keep it up for longer, Link laughed. Link, you're amazing. I'm so proud of you, Link, I love you, Director Link, keep it up. We'll always support you. Hundreds of audience members applauded and cheered. Thank you, Link waved his thanks. Link is really something. In the Golden Oak Apartments, Jodie Foster watched TV and exclaimed in admiration. Are you smitten? Michelle Pfeiffer put her arm around her shoulder and laughed. No, I'm not interested in men, really? But you don't even blink when you look at Link, Michelle Pfeiffer teased. I just admire him, purely admire him, nothing more. Okay, I invited Link over for barbecue tonight. I was thinking of inviting you too, but since you're not interested in him, forget it, Michelle shrugged. Jodie Foster blinked. Barbecue? I'll come too. I have work to discuss with him. It's about the release of Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Don't overthink it, Michelle Pfeiffer smiled slightly, not calling her out. Link, after The Sixth Sense was released, there were reports that Cole's experiences in the movie are related to you. Is that rumor true? Billy Crystal asked on TV. It sounds unbelievable, but it's true. I'm from China. In the 70s and 80s, feudal superstition was rampant in rural China. Almost everyone believed that ghosts existed. Everyone? Billy Crystal interrupted him in surprise. Yes, just like people in many parts of Europe and America believe in gods, they also believe in ghosts. They believe that humans don't disappear after death, but exist in other forms in every corner of our lives, quietly watching us, that is, ghosts. This is the inspiration for my film The Sixth Sense. Link, worried that this explanation might cause misunderstanding, told Billy and the audience that with the popularization of 9-year compulsory education and the deep-rooted materialism, the number of people in China who believe in ghosts has decreased significantly. Okay, I heard you could see ghosts when you were a child. Is that true? Billy Crystal asked. Link smiled. There's a legend in rural China that clever children can see things adults can't before the age of 5, like ghosts. That's why young children are easily frightened and need careful care. I saw them when I was a child too. But as I've grown older, my memories of them have become increasingly hazy. Now I only have some impressions, which makes me very sensitive to this kind of news. When I see these kinds of reports, I suddenly remember that I had this problem when I was a child. So you like making horror movies? Billy Crystal said. Yes, I've done a lot of research on these things, and I get inspiration from it. My current film is also related to these stories. I see. It's a pity I can't see ghosts, otherwise I could write stories like this too, Billy said regretfully. Link smiled, took a sip of water, and continued answering other questions. The interview lasted more than 2 hours, but only 30 minutes were broadcast. After the program aired, Link's promotion of Cutthroat Island and Waterworld became hot news, as did his reasons for investing in the Titanic project, his childhood experiences of seeing ghosts, and his encounters with ghostly figures from eating mushrooms from Yunnan province. These topics became fodder for media reports. This boosted the popularity of The Sixth Sense again. In its 4th week of release, it grossed $38.15 million in North America. With no major blockbusters released this week, The Sixth Sense held the top spot at the box office for 4 consecutive weeks, accumulating $248 million. Second place went to Disney's comedy The Old Man and the Fool, with $23.2 million in its opening weekend. Third place went to the musical film Wait Until You Wake Up, starring Whitney Houston, which grossed $14.12 million in its opening weekend. Cutthroat Island ranked 6th, earning $3.17 million. According to theater statistics, the film's box office revenue increased by over $1 million within 2 days after Link praised it. Complete Cinema magazine praised Link's influence as comparable to a large newspaper with a circulation of over 200,000. This week, another film from the studio began its large-scale run, Wayne Wang's Chinese Box, which tells the story of a terminally ill British journalist who comes to Hong Kong and falls in love with a mainland woman. Starring Gong Li and Maggie Cheung, the film had a production cost of $1.5 million. Chinese Box premiered at the Venice Film Festival in August, winning the Best Cinematography Award and receiving positive reviews. It had a limited release in the U.S. at the end of November, earning $368,000 in its first 3 weeks. Last week, it grossed $1.426 million in 331 arthouse theaters, bringing its total to $1.79 million. It is projected to gross around $4 million in North America. Link, with your influence, you have to help promote Hachi, a dog next year when it's released. In Michelle Pfeiffer's living room, Jodie Foster sat cross-legged on the sofa, flipping through a newspaper. She wore a knitted sweater with black casual trousers, her short hair draped over her shoulders. Her androgynous style made her look dashing. Of course, I'm also a member of the Hachi, a dog crew. Promoting the film is my duty. So, guess how much our movie will do at the box office? How can I predict before the movie is released? But don't worry, the film is of very good quality. Many people secretly wiped away tears at the preview screening, which means the plot is very touching, and the box office results will definitely be good. Link, with his legs crossed, flipped through the magazine, comforting her. You said it yourself. If the movie loses money, don't blame me. Jodie Foster pointed at him and laughed. Of course not. I'm not that kind of person, aren't you? Jodie Foster glanced towards the kitchen with a half smile, quickly moved closer to him, and put her arm around his shoulder like a buddy. Tell me, when did you seduce Diane too? You're such a womanizer, falling in love with every girl you see. We've been together for a few months, our relationship is good, and what happened naturally followed. It's definitely not about being a womanizer, Link laughed. Do you think I believe that? You have dozens of girlfriends. What's the point of talking about relationships? Jodie Foster wrinkled her upturned nose in disdain. Some people have small appetites. A bowl of cereal is enough to fill them up, while others have big appetites. They need 5 pounds of roast meat and bread for every meal. You can't discriminate against people with big appetites for not understanding good food. What does that have to do with anything? I have a big appetite. I need 5 pounds of meat for every meal, otherwise I'll get hungry. If you force me to eat only a small piece of bread for every meal, you're abusing my body, Link chuckled. Jodie Foster blinked. You mean you need to have a lot of women every time, or you'll starve? No, die of unsatisfaction, pretty much. I don't believe you. You're just making excuses for your lust, Jodie Foster said, curling her lip. Link smiled, not wanting to argue with her. What are you two talking about? Michelle Pfeiffer and Diane Lane came over from the restaurant entrance with fried chicken, barbecue, and beer. You two are talking. Diane, you know Link is a jerk, so why are you hanging out with him? I remember you used to say you hated fickle men, so why don't you hate them now? Jodie Foster got up, took the beer, and leaned against Diane Lane, asking questions incessantly. Because Link isn't a jerk, he's a good man, so I fell in love with him. Is there a problem with that? Diane Lane's blonde hair was loose, and she wore a black open-work dress that showed off her tall figure and the air of a virtuous woman. A good man. Diane, have you been kidnapped or blackmailed by him? If so, tell me and I can save you. Jodie Foster, her arm around Diane's slender waist, glared at Link with ill intent. Link ignored her threat, took the beer Michelle offered, and took a sip. Diane Lane chuckled. No. I developed feelings for Link while filming The Sixth Sense. He's a very talented and handsome man. The more I get to know him, the more attracted I become. After we had a relationship, I fell even more in love with him. I'm hopelessly infatuated with him. If I were to leave Link now, I'd be like a fish out of water, unable to survive for long. Diane Lane nestled into Link's arms, gazing at him with adoring eyes. Link smiled and kissed the captivating woman. Jodie Foster watched the two of them helplessly, her eyes filled with confusion. After Michelle and Diane started dating Link, she assumed they were trying to use this method to befriend him, obtain resources from him, and seek protection. But gradually, it became clear that wasn't the case. Michelle Pfeiffer was a top actress, one of the few big-name stars in the film industry capable of carrying a major female-led movie at the box office. She had no shortage of resources and funds, and there was no need for her to compromise herself by befriending Link in this way. Furthermore, the two had been dating since 1993 and hadn't broken up this year. Michelle Pfeiffer hadn't dated any other men during that time, and was completely devoted to Link, loving him to the point of obsession. She would always talk about Link at gatherings, treating him like her precious darling. It didn't seem like she was Link's mistress for profit at all. Diane Lane's situation was the same. After becoming Link's mistress, she became like Michelle Pfeiffer. Nearing 30, she acted like a 17 or 18-year-old girl around Link, her mind filled with romantic thoughts. This situation puzzled Jodie Foster. Although Link was young, handsome, talented, and wealthy, with excellent character and conduct, a top-tier man, he was also a womanizer with many girlfriends, a fatal flaw for women who valued independence. Yet Michelle and Diane seemed unconcerned. Why was that? What are you looking at? You want to kiss Link too? I can help you if you want, Michelle Pfeiffer teased. Jodie Foster rolled her eyes at her, picked up a beer from the table and gulped down a few mouthfuls, then put her right arm around Michelle. Tell me honestly, why are you two so obsessed with Link? Did he drug you? Yes, we both took Link's drug and are completely infatuated with him. We can't live without him, Michelle laughed. Stop kidding, I'm serious. You and Diane weren't love-struck before, but now you definitely are. Jodie Foster grabbed her buttocks, surprised to find them fuller and more bouncy than before, and couldn't help but feel a little envious. I'm not lying to you, but it wasn't Link who drugged us. We asked to take his drug willingly. Michelle Pfeiffer smiled slightly, leaning close to Jodie's ear and whispering, if you want to know why, don't leave tonight. You can peek through the door when we're sleeping, maybe you'll find out. Peeking? Jodie Foster covered her mouth, looking at her in surprise. You want me to peek at you doing that kind of thing? Are your tastes that heavy now? Whatever. I'll leave the door open for you tonight. Whether you watch or not is up to you. Michelle Pfeiffer shrugged, a meaningful smile playing on her lips, making her already beautiful face appear somewhat alluring. Jodie Foster was very dissatisfied with her attitude. She put down her beer glass, pounced on Michelle, and began to grope her. The two of them playfully rolled from the sofa onto the carpet. Link released the limp Diane, enjoying the fragrant roast meat and refreshing beer while watching the two beautiful women frolicking. The scene was breathtaking. After lunch, Link played Street Fighter II with the three of them in the living room, controlling several characters to fight back and forth, having a great time. Around 7 p.m., Diane Lane stretched and squinted against Link, repeatedly hinting that it was time for bed. Link, not really interested in his current video game, tossed aside the controller and carried Diane into the bathroom. Soon, discordant sounds drifted from the bathroom. Jodie Foster, controller in hand, blushed, her face spreading across her body. Normally, she was rather indifferent to such things, even watching adult films didn't elicit much of a reaction. But the noise from next door was so exaggerated, listening to it, she could almost picture the scene unfolding. Honey, I'm going to sleep too, good night. After finishing a game, Michelle Pfeiffer put down the controller, kissed her cheek, and then quickly walked barefoot out of the living room. Was it really necessary to be in such a hurry? Jodie Foster rolled her eyes, continuing to frantically play her game. But the noise outside was simply too jarring. She used to be able to finish a game in one go, but now she couldn't even last a minute. Her hands were sweating more and more, and the images in her mind were becoming increasingly chaotic. What was even more annoying was that after more than 10 minutes, the noise still hadn't subsided. Annoyed, Jodie threw down the controller, slipped on her slippers, and went back to her bedroom to listen to music and read a magazine. Half an hour later, she took off her headphones to go outside for some fresh air, only to find that the noise hadn't stopped. It had simply moved from the bathroom to the bedroom. It must be an act, Jodie muttered, quietly pushing open the ajar door. Chapter 368 Link becomes the litmus test for movies, farm vacation horseback riding. After a chaotic night at Michelle's house, Link returned to the office to handle work. Having finished editing The English Patient and Scream, he began preparing for his new film. His next project was The Rock, with 3 other projects pending: Saving Private Ryan, Fight Club, and Primal Fear. While preparing for his new film, Warner Brothers executive producer Richard Fox approached him again, presenting a script and asking if he was interested in directing. The script, titled Twister, was a disaster film with a budget of approximately $90 million. Due to the large investment, they needed a director with box office potential. Link liked the script after reading it and considered directing it. His terms were 20% of the North American box office and 15% of the international box office, or a base salary of $10 million plus 15% of the global box office. Previously, when directing Batman Forever, Warner Brothers had offered 10% of the global box office if the North American box office exceeded $400 million, and an additional 10% of the global box office if the North American box office exceeded $500 million. But that was last year's price. This year, Link's The Butterfly Effect grossed $142 million in North America and $320 million worldwide. The Sixth Sense, after 4 weeks in theaters, grossed $248 million in North America and $121 million overseas, with an estimated global gross exceeding $800 million. The success of these films demonstrates Link's exceptional skill as a director. His films are box office guarantees, and his fees naturally rise accordingly. Now, whoever invites him to make a film can unconditionally demand 20% of the North American box office revenue plus 15% of the overseas revenue. 20%. Richard Fox's face showed a conflicted expression upon hearing his price. He had prepared for Link to cut his fees before coming, but 20% of the North American box office revenue plus 15% of the overseas revenue exceeded his expectations. Link, we're acquaintances. Our collaboration on Batman went very smoothly last time. When the company was considering directors, you were the first person I thought of. I hope we can discuss the fee further, Richard Fox began, trying to appeal to his emotions and persuade him to lower his price. Richard's offer was 15% of the North American box office and 10% of the international box office. If the global box office exceeded $600 million, he would add another 5% of the international box office as a bonus. Richard, you know, many film companies are approaching me to direct movies right now, including Disney, MGM, and Universal Pictures. 20% North American box office plus 15% international box office is a fixed price. Warner Brothers can't be an exception. Link wasn't lying. Several film companies had recently sent him scripts inviting him to direct, including Disney's Ransom, MGM's 007 sequel, and Universal Pictures' The Mummy Project. His current schedule was very tight, and he couldn't direct so many films simultaneously. He could only choose the ones with the most potential and the highest salaries. Okay, I'll discuss it when I get back and give you an answer. Richard Fox left the office looking dejected. But as he walked out of Guess the Movies, his expression suddenly brightened, and a smile appeared on his face. Once in his car, he called President Miguel Goss to tell him about his discussion with Link and Link's offer. Miguel also thought the offer was too high. Whether it was 20% North American box office plus 15% overseas box office, or a base salary of $10 million plus 15% global box office revenue, the price exceeded their expectations. Is there any room for negotiation? It's difficult. After the huge success of The Sixth Sense, everyone knows that Link's movies won't lose money. More and more companies are seeking him out to make movies. He doesn't lack film projects, and his salary demands will be more stringent. It's hard to lower the price before he fails. This guy makes movies very quickly, 2 or 3 a year, earning hundreds of millions of dollars. He makes more money as a director than running a film company. Miguel sighed. So, should we still ask Link to direct this project? We can ask him. With him, this movie won't lose money. It's also fine to have someone else direct. Everyone says Link has a great eye for choosing films. He expressed interest in directing Twister after reading the script, which shows that our script is good and has investment potential. Perhaps someone else could also be a big hit, Richard Fox said with a smile. That seems right. Since Link has such a good eye for choosing films, should we invite him to more scripts? We can film the ones he likes and abandon the ones he doesn't. Miguel's imagination ran wild. Richard Fox smirked. Was he using Link as the gatekeeper for film projects? Entrusting all the company's projects to him? Doing it occasionally was fine, but Link wasn't stupid. Too much of a fuss would be embarrassing if he found out. Okay, you have a point. Let's discuss the director for Tornado again. If we can't find a suitable director, we'll reconsider Link, Migas said. Then it's settled. Richard Fox hung up the phone, glanced back at the guest the movie's building, and drove away. After seeing Richard Fox off, Link worked in his office until the afternoon. After finishing his work, he called Liu Xiaoli and left the company to go home. Christmas was approaching, and the festive atmosphere in Los Angeles was growing stronger. Hollywood film companies began their holidays, and wealthy people went on vacation. Link also planned to take the women in his family to a farm in Provence, in the south of France, for a while, and then fly to the Swiss Alps for skiing. Since some of the women still had work to do, and others had to go home to spend the holidays with their parents, the final group traveling to Europe consisted of only 12 people: Liu Xiaoli and her daughter, Monica Bellucci, the three Jennifers, Sandra Bullock, Brooke Shields, Mila Jovovich, and others. However, after arriving at the Provence farm, Sophie Marceau and Emmanuel Bayer joined them, making the farmhouse lively. What are you doing? At midday, under the bright sunshine, the lavender farm was filled with a faint fragrance of flowers. Link, Renee Zellweger, and Jennifer Aniston were teaching Liu Kaiankian to ride a horse on the grass when Sophie Marceau and Sandra Bullock walked over side by side. We're riding horses. Link patted the horse's back. It was a Norman miniature pony, pure white with a snow-white mane, less than 150 centimeters tall at the shoulder, gentle in temperament, suitable for children's riding and entertainment performances, and one of the gifts Link gave to Liu Kaiankian. What a beautiful pony! Sophie Marceau and Sandra Bullock also came over and touched the pony's neck. The pony turned its head and touched their palms with its forehead. Wow, it's very well behaved, Sandra Bullock laughed. Sophie, Sandra, her name is Ice Cream, and she's 2 years old this year. Liu Kaiankian, dressed in a children's riding outfit, sat on the horse's back, her hands holding the pony's neck, looking very happy. Ice Cream? That's a nice name, Sophie Marceau praised. Okay, you've seen enough. Now you can let go. I want to ride Ice Cream a few laps. Liu Kaiankian waved the whip, eager to experience the feeling of galloping across the grass. Slow down, don't ride too fast, be careful not to fall. Okay, the little girl waved her hands impatiently. Link loosened the reins, letting Liu Kaiankian ride the pony slowly. With two servants watching over her, there was no need to worry about her falling off. After a while, the farm manager and the equestrian brought in two more tall, glossy horses. The first, a black horse, was slightly larger, with a slender and robust build, a well-proportioned structure, and powerful muscles. Its black coat gleamed in the sunlight. The second was a chestnut horse with thick limbs, a rounded back, and a long mane, giving it a graceful and elegant appearance. These two horses were good horses that Link had specially bought when he acquired the farm. They were usually kept on the farm and trained by a professional horse breeding team. Sometimes they were rented out for competitions or performances. Renee Zellweger and Jennifer Aniston cheered happily as they saw two beautiful horses approaching, rushing to take the reins. Renee Zellweger, a Texan, had learned to ride in her teens. She easily mounted, gently nudging the horse's flanks with the stirrups. The large black horse trotted briskly across the grass. Jennifer Aniston, who had never seen a horse before but longed to ride on the grass, tried to imitate Renee's ease, but her lack of coordination nearly caused her to fall. Link lifted her by the rump and placed her in the saddle, then pulled on the reins, walking alongside Sophie Marceau and Sandra Bullock in the sunshine. During their conversation, Sophie Marceau mentioned her recent film, Anna Karenina. The film is adapted from the novel of the same name by Russian writer Leo Tolstoy. It tells the story of Anna, a noble woman who meets the playboy Vronsky on a train and falls in love with him. In pursuit of love, she abandons her husband and son, only to be betrayed by Vronsky. After losing everything, Anna chooses to end her tragic life by lying on the train tracks. The film's production cost was 8 million francs. To make this film possible, Sophie Marceau specifically founded a film company and invested 1 million francs in the project, almost her entire fortune. Sophie was somewhat apprehensive when talking about investing in the film, worried that it would lose money and she would lose everything. Link chuckled softly, "You're an artist, why are you concerned about the box office?" "Of course I care. That 1 million francs is what I've worked hard to earn over the past few years. If the box office is bad, all my previous work will have been for nothing." Sophie Marceau gave him a charmingly playful glare, her clear and bright eyes making her face even more delicate and lively, her smooth skin like a peeled egg. "Don't worry, the movie hasn't been released yet, and the box office results are uncertain. It might not necessarily lose money. Even if it does, it's okay. Just consider it as gaining experience and try to do better next time to make up for the losses," Link comforted her. Sandra Block also smiled and said, "Sophie, Link is an expert in film investment. Now many film companies are testing him with their scripts, listening to his evaluation. If he thinks it's good, it means the project has potential. If he doesn't like it, it means the project has problems. Next time you want to invest in a movie, you can ask Link to take a look at the script. With his help, it's hard for your movie to lose money." Link smiled and said, "Although most of the movies I choose are box office hits, none of them are 100% box office hits. You can trust me, but don't be superstitious." "Sophie, what's the name of your film company? Do you still want to accept investment? I can participate. It's called Passionate Rose Film Company. It's the name of my last movie. This company is very small, with only 2 or 3 employees. You want to invest too?" Sophie Marceau looked at him with a smile and reached out to take his free arm. Link laughed. "A film company doesn't have to be big or small, as long as it can invest in movies. I'll invest 5 million francs in you. You can choose good film scripts and projects here in Europe. If there are suitable films, we'll invest through Rose of Passion Pictures. We'll focus on low-budget art films first, and then consider investing in blockbusters once the company has earned enough capital." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Sophie smiled slightly and tiptoed to kiss him on the cheek. Link led Jennifer Aniston on a ride around the grass. Aniston seemed to have learned how to ride and wanted to gallop fast on the grass. Link was worried she would get hurt, so he lifted her onto the horse and carried her back and forth on the grass a couple of times. At first, Jennifer was very excited, sitting on the horse like a female general, shouting loudly. However, the chestnut horse under her was also very excited, running and jumping around, and her bottom would be bounced around after sitting for a while. Last night, she, Renee, Cindy Crawford, and 3 others slept in the master bedroom. Because they had just arrived for vacation, everyone was excited about the new environment and had been having some pretty fancy fun. After riding for a while, Jennifer Aniston blushed and asked Link to stop. After Jennifer dismounted, Sandra Bullock and Sophie Marceau also climbed onto the horse, wanting him to take them for a few laps. Link carried them, taking turns galloping across the grass. Liu Kaiankian returned on horseback, saw them having so much fun, and pouted, wanting Link to take her for a ride too. Link let the little girl have her fun. The group played at the horse farm for more than 3 hours, returning to the main villa of the manor for lunch around 2 p.m. "What were you doing outside? Why did Jennifer run upstairs to change her pants as soon as she got back?" Monica came down the stairs, wearing a sundress, her curvaceous figure faintly visible under the thin fabric. A smile played on her pretty face as she spoke, languid and alluring. "No way, you guys were sneaking around eating again." Sophia stared at the group, focusing on Link. "No, we were riding horses." Jennifer got jostled in the butt and went up to change her dress. "I'll change too in a bit, riding breeches are too tight and uncomfortable." Renee Zellweger kicked her riding boots. "It's because your butt is too big. Renee, you should be careful and not let Link do that, otherwise your big butt will affect your filming." Angelina Jolie patted her as she passed by. "Ugh." Renee glanced at Sandra Bullock, Brooke Shields, Monica, and the others. "I'm not the biggest here, not even in the top 5. You should talk to them, Renee, don't listen to her. This kind of figure is sexy. Many people can't achieve it even through fitness and plastic surgery. I want to be the big someday." Liv Tyler leaned back on the sofa, snacking and looking at Renee's figure with some envy. "Don't worry, with Link around, you can be too in a couple of years." Renee Zellweger stroked her shapely buttocks and laughed. While Renee Zellweger and the others were chatting, Link was on the phone. It was Michelle Pfeiffer calling from the US, asking when they were going skiing in Switzerland. She and Diane Lane were planning to come and join them after finishing their work. Link said there would be snow in the Alps in the next few days, and they would be going to Switzerland to ski around next week. "Next week is perfect. I should be able to finish my work by then and fly over to meet you guys. Oh, and Judy wants to ski too. Can I invite her to come with me?" Michelle Pfeiffer laughed on the phone, and along with the laughter came Jodie Foster's voice, threatening him not to talk nonsense. She hadn't mentioned going skiing. Hearing Jodie's voice, Link couldn't help but rub his forehead. Last time, he was working in his bedroom, engrossed in his work, when he suddenly saw someone leaning against the door, staring intently at him, and he didn't know how long they had been standing there. Link almost threw out his back. Jodie Foster wasn't flustered after being discovered. She just coldly told them to be quiet and not disturb her rest, then slammed the door shut and left. Influenced by this woman, Link had to reduce his 2-hour homework session that evening to 70 minutes. Hearing from Michelle that Judy was coming over, Link didn't object, only asking that Judy not peek through the door. "Who's peeking? Beast?" Jodie Foster's voice came through the phone, tinged with embarrassment and annoyance. Link didn't want to argue with her, chatted for a few minutes, and then returned to the living room for lunch. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, after hanging up the phone, Michelle Pfeiffer looked at the blushing Jodie Foster with a smile. "What are you looking at?" Jodie Foster rolled her eyes and opened a magazine to cover her face. "Darling, have you noticed you're blushing more and more, especially when Link is mentioned? You can't help but blush and even get angry. Be honest, do you like Link too?" Michelle Pfeiffer pointed at her cheek and laughed. "No, I could never like a man." Jodie Foster pushed her hands away, looking down absently at her magazine. After a few lines, she looked up and her eyes met Michelle's. She glared at Michelle angrily, put down the magazine, and said, "I don't like that playboy, I'm just a little curious about him." "Curious about what?" Michelle Pfeiffer laughed. Jodie Foster's cheeks flushed, and she stretched out her arm, made a fist, and gestured to Michelle's lower abdomen. "Almost to the stomach, aren't you and Diane scared?" Michelle Pfeiffer chuckled, whispered a few words in her ear, and talked about some private things about her relationship with Link. Jodie Foster blushed, feeling hot all over and an itch on her thigh. She pushed Michelle away. Okay, I know. You don't need to go into so much detail. I'm not interested in this kind of thing, really." Michelle Pfeiffer smiled, picked up a face mask and put it on her cheek. "Diane and I are flying to France next week. Do you want to come with us?" "No. I have work." "Okay, whatever you want." Michelle Pfeiffer smiled slightly and didn't try to persuade her any further. Chapter 369 The Pampered Life on the Farm, Berlin Film Festival. Provence, located in southeastern France, is less than 20 kilometers from Cannes. Bordering the French Riviera, it enjoys a Mediterranean climate, similar to Los Angeles, with hot, dry summers and mild, wet winters. This climate is ideal for growing grapes, lavender, thyme, daylily, and pine trees, earning it the titles of Home of Lavender and Holy Land of Essential Oils. Link's estate also boasts these plants. His estate covers 4.38 acres, approximately 26 mu, including a ranch, 2 plantations, a winery, and a small perfume and essential oil workshop. It produces about 100 barrels of red wine and 300 pounds of high-quality lavender essential oil and perfume annually, generating over 200,000 francs in revenue. After purchasing the estate, Link no longer sells the high-end wines and essential oils. He plans to package the wines and oils in sophisticated packaging and give them as gifts to his women and business partners. During their vacations at the estate, the women use various perfumes and essential oils daily to moisturize their skin, a practice known as aromatherapy, filling the house with fragrance at all times. At noon, Link got out of the pool, and Brooke Shields and Cindy Crawford diligently applied essential oils to him, making sure he didn't miss a single spot from head to toe, and even gave him a massage. Link lay on a bench reading the newspaper. In its 6th week of release, which was also the first week of 1996, The Sixth Sense grossed $18.46 million, bringing its North American box office total to $297 million. Starting in early December, the film was released in 63 countries and regions overseas, accumulating a total box office of $314 million. Its total box office reached $612 million. Due to its immense popularity overseas, Total Film predicted that its overseas box office would be no less than $500 million, and its global box office no less than $900 million, making it the most promising film to break the $900 million mark since Jurassic Park. Link and Guess the Movies once again became the envy of the entire industry. Wayne Wang's China Box, in its 2nd week of wide release, grossed $1.25 million in 351 theaters in North America, bringing its total box office to $3.04 million. Guess the Movies also has another film releasing this week, Steven Soderbergh's Anatomy of Grey. Based on the life of American comedian Spalding Gray, the film is entirely a monologue by Gray, focusing on his arduous journey to treat his rare eye disease. It's considered an experimental film. Steven Soderbergh's purpose in making this film wasn't to make money, but rather to practice by making films that interested him. The production cost was $800,000. The film had a limited run in 2 theaters in the U.S., grossing $9,425 in its opening weekend, and is projected to lose $800,000. Guess the Movie's first new film of the year losing money gave the media an opportunity to joke, saying that Guess the Movie's bad start to the year likely meant a decline in box office revenue, allowing other Hollywood studios to breathe a sigh of relief. After seeing the box office figures, director Steven Soderbergh called to express his apologies, saying he would try to make a better film next time. Link advised him not to be too stressed or affected by the box office data, and to stick to his original plans, expressing his support regardless of the film's losses. Steven Soderbergh was so moved that his voice choked with emotion, calling him the best investor in the world. Link felt secretly ashamed. His reasons for investing in Steven's films were twofold. Firstly, Steven was a late bloomer, and his future films were likely to perform well at the box office, making him a worthwhile director to invest in. Secondly, the company had too many blockbuster films, and to balance things out, they needed 1 or 2 box office failures. Steven and Wayne Wang were simply there to drag the company down. Putting down his phone, Link suddenly felt something was off. He picked up a magazine and looked down. Brooke Shields and Cindy Crawford were fooling around, not letting go even when he looked over, and giggling. Link sighed helplessly. In broad daylight, aren't you afraid Monica and Sophia will see you and punish you by forbidding you from sleeping in the master bedroom? I'm not afraid, Cindy Crawford said with a charming smile, licking her lips. I'm not afraid at all. I'm just an outsider anyway, and I don't get to work that often. If I don't find a way to get some benefits from you, they'll probably be drooling over me. It's okay for me. I was busy recording shows for the first 2 months of the year, and you were busy filming a movie. Who knows when I'll see you again? Let's take advantage of this free time to get the gift money now, so we won't lose out if we don't get it later, Brooke Shields laughed. Both were wearing light swimsuits, and both had tall, model-like figures. Brooke Shields had been with him longer, and her figure was more voluptuous and alluring. Her curvaceous figure had caused controversy after she became famous on the show MasterChef, with many media outlets believing she had used technology to reshape her body, otherwise she couldn't be so sexy and hot. Brooke Shields didn't explain, but every time she appeared on the show, she wore a high-end business suit, stockings, and high heels, using her sexy, full curves and 115 centimeters long legs to entice the hearts of countless European and American men. Last August, a perverted fan even stalked her, but was repelled by her female bodyguard. Cindy Crawford, having been with him for a short time, still retained the slender and athletic figure of a model, lacking the roundness and fluidity of Brooke Shields, Liu Xiaoli, and Monica, indicating significant room for improvement in her physique. Hearing their complaints, Link, intrigued, took them for a leisurely stroll in the gazebo. While they were fooling around, a van from the estate picked up 3 guests from Marseille's Provence airport, Michelle Pfeiffer, Diane Lane, and Jodie Foster. Liu Xiaoli met them at the villa entrance and led them inside. Lena, why are you the only one home? Where did they go? Michelle Pfeiffer asked as she entered the living room. Liu Xiaoli replied, they're all home. The estate is quite large, some are planting flowers in the botanical garden, some are learning to make essential oils in the workshop, and some are practicing writing. They'll be back for dinner soon. A servant brought in fragrant herbal tea. Where's Link? Where is he? Reading the newspaper by the pool in the back, Liu Xiaoli pointed to the back. Michelle Pfeiffer drank a cup of tea, then pulled Diane Lane and Jodie Foster to the back to find Link. Before they even reached the pool, they heard a familiar voice. The 3 looked towards the gazebo covered in vines. Jodie Foster froze for a moment, then spat out a sound, blushing as she looked away. Feeling her eyes had been contaminated again. Michelle Pfeiffer and Diane Lane smiled, not wanting to disturb Link's enjoyment. They took the stiff Jodie Foster back to the living room to rest and eat fruit and snacks. After showering in the bedroom, they changed into casual dresses suitable for the local temperature before returning to the living room. Link had also returned to the living room, sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. He was dressed neatly in a polo shirt and casual trousers, his posture very focused. If Jodie Foster hadn't seen his beastly form outside the gazebo, she would almost have been captivated by his handsome appearance. "Hi, Judy, welcome." Link put down his newspaper, stood up, and greeted them, even hugging and kissing Michelle Pfeiffer and Diane Lane. "Thank you. I'm planning to take Hachi, a dog, to the Berlin Film Festival. Would you like to come with me?" Jodie Foster asked, pursing her lips. "Sure. Guess what film studios has 2 films at the festival this year? I'm planning to go see them too. Let's go together," Link said. "Okay." Jodie Foster blushed and lowered her head. Michelle Pfeiffer smiled slightly at the two of them and asked Link to look after Jodie, saying that Jodie would be lonely in Berlin without anyone to keep her company, and that he should take her to try German beer and sausages. Link agreed. Jodie Foster rolled her eyes at Michelle. Diane Lane didn't say anything when she saw Link, but just leaned against him, not wanting to be separated from him. Before the 3 of them could chat for long, it was time to eat at the villa. Sophie Marceau, Sandra, Emmanuel, Julie, and Liv Tyler returned from the nearby shopping street, carrying bags and local handicrafts. Monica Bellucci, Sophia, Jennifer Connelly, Jennifer Aniston, Liu Kayankian, and others also returned from various parts of the estate. Those returning from the ranch were covered in sunshine and sweat, their cheeks flushed. Those from the botanical garden carried the scent of flowers and earthy grass, adorned with flower wreaths. Those from the winery's essential oil workshop exuded the rich aroma of wine and lavender. Their return enlivened the living room, filling it with a vibrant and layered fragrance. Upon seeing Michelle Pfeiffer and Diane Lane, everyone embraced warmly. Having slept together, helped each other, and shared no secrets, they had a good relationship. Jodie Foster, an outsider, was also welcomed. A partner of Link's, an Oscar-winning actress, and someone Link had been rumored to have had an affair with, she was practically family. Only Angelina Jolie and Liv Tyler were secretly betting on when Jodie Foster would join the family, some betting a day, some 10 days, some 20, but no one betting more than a month. Just before dinner, Brooke Shields and Cindy Crawford came down the stairs. Although the 2 women walked slowly, wore makeup, and concealed their tracks with long dresses, Monica and her companions, with their sharp eyes and experience, could easily spot their recent indiscretions. However, since they were on vacation, the family rules weren't strictly enforced, and the 2 weren't punished. Punished? What kind of punishment? "Do you have any family rules here?" Jodie Foster quietly asked Michelle Pfeiffer beside her. Michelle smiled mysteriously, telling her not to be too curious. She would find out on the future, after Michelle Pfeiffer and her companions arrived at the Lavender Farm. They rested for 2 days before driving to the nearby Three Valleys ski resort in the Alps for a vacation. The Three Valleys ski resort, located in the Savoy department of France, boasts 600 kilometers of interconnected ski runs, making it the world's largest ski area and a world-renowned ski resort. Link took the women of his family to explore nearby towns, see local landmarks, sample local cuisine, and occasionally ski at the resort, enjoying the blue sky and white snow, feeling the cold wind as they sped through the air. After more than 10 days of sightseeing in France and Switzerland, the group departed satisfied. Upon returning to the Lavender Farm, some, busy with work, flew directly back to the United States, while others, still wanting more, stayed for a longer vacation or went to Paris for Fashion Week. Link brought Jodie Foster to Berlin for the film festival. This year, guess what films had 4 films competing: Ang Lee's Sense and Sensibility, Paul Thomas Anderson's debut Casino, Tim Robbins' Dead Man Walking, and Jodie Foster's Hachi, A Dog's Tale. The first 3 films competed in the main competition and were eligible for awards. Hachi, A Dog's Tale participated in a special screening but was not in the awards competition. This was because Hachi, A Dog's Tale had a strong commercial element and did not meet the Berlin Film Festival's judging criteria, nor was it suitable for awards. However, the film was about to be released, and participating in the Berlin Film Festival would benefit its promotion and save on advertising costs. Berlin is quite cold in January. Remember to wear a coat before you get off, Link reminded Jodie Foster across from him as the train approached Berlin station. I know, I've been to Berlin before, back in 1978 when Taxi Driver came out, and again in 1989 when The Rape of Pear Blossom came out. But Berlin has changed a lot now, much more lively than during the Cold War. Jodie Foster gazed out the window at the skyscrapers, the endless stream of cars on the streets, and the many young people dressed like hippies. The Cold War? That sounds so distant, Link chuckled. Jodie Foster blinked, sharing that feeling, and secretly regretted saying that, as it made her seem much older, like she and Link were from two different eras. The train from Paris slowly pulled into the station. Link and Jodie, wearing trench coats, emerged from their compartment with their bodyguards and assistants. The station was crowded, the train's exhaust and the white breath of the crowd creating a hazy atmosphere on the platform. Link held Jodie's hand in the crowd, but she didn't react. For the past 10 days or so, Jodie had been living and eating with a woman in her family. Link treated her no differently than he treated the other women. At first, Jodie would shyly avoid him, but with his persistent efforts, Jodie's defenses weakened, and she was just one step away from becoming his woman. They drove to the Hilton Hotel, where Link and Jodie checked into their pre-booked rooms, each with their own. Hearing that he had arrived in Berlin, James Shammas, director Ang Lee, Tim Robbins and his wife, and Paul Thomas Anderson, among others, came to the hotel to see him and discuss the film festival. Sense and Sensibility and Dead Man Walking had received critical acclaim after their screenings at the festival, garnering multiple nominations, including Best Film, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Actress. Casino Tycoon performed relatively poorly, but Anderson's performance still attracted considerable attention. Hachi, A Dog's Tale was screened tonight in a special film festival. Its reception was yet to be seen. Link and Jodie rested in their room for a while, had lunch, and then drove to the Berlin Film Festival Palace for the film's premiere. The premiere of Hachi, A Dog's Tale at the film festival was a great success. Audiences couldn't help but laugh at the scenes of Hachi playing with Professor Hank's family. After Professor Hank's death, Hachi waited for him at the train station every day, his eyes filled with longing. Audiences secretly wiped away tears watching the loyal yet pitiful dog. The scene where Professor Hank's wife unexpectedly encounters Hachi at the train station was particularly moving, thanks to Joan Allen's excellent performance and the heartwarming interaction between the two. After the film ended, there was a 4 or 5 second silence before the more than 500 audience members rose to their feet and applauded enthusiastically. "Congratulations, Director Foster, you've made a great film," Link said, clapping to Jodie Foster. Jodie Foster rolled her eyes at him. "This is our film, that's right, congratulations on making a great film," Link said, pulling Jodie Foster into the crowd to receive everyone's congratulations. Seeing the two standing so close together, everyone looked surprised. Previously, the media had reported on their rumored relationship, but considering their 10-year age difference and the fact that neither of them had confirmed it, many people thought it was just a rumor. Now, seeing their intimate posture, everyone has to believe the rumors are true. Link's group of girlfriends has gained another heavyweight figure, two-time Oscar-winning actress, top Hollywood star, and the renowned intellectual beauty Jodie Foster. "Link is really amazing, he can even handle an ice queen like Jodie," Tim Robbins exclaimed. "Are you envious of Link?" "Of course of course not, why would I envy him? It's enough to have one beautiful, considerate, and beloved wife. Too many would be a nuisance. I'm not only not envious of Link, I'm actually annoyed for him. Having dozens of girlfriends must be exhausting. But he brought it on himself. When I have time, I'll definitely advise him to settle down and only love one person in his life." Tim Robbins realized that the person asking the question was Susan Sarandon, so he quickly changed his tune, grabbing Susan's hand and showering her with flattery. Susan Sarandon glanced at him, then looked at Jodie Foster and the crowd. "Link is indeed impressive. Jodie is rich and resourceful, economically and intellectually independent, a representative of feminism in the industry. Now she stands obediently beside Link, like a happy little woman. Although I don't understand what happened between them, I have to admit that Link is very skilled at picking up girls." Tim Robbins nodded in agreement. If he had met Link 20 years ago, he would definitely have asked him to teach him how to pick up girls. Jodie Foster was under the gaze of hundreds of eyes in the crowd, and her cheeks couldn't help but burn. She was an independent and strong woman who hated relying on men and didn't want to be anyone's woman. She originally thought that this would be how her life would be, but things slowly changed after she met Link. The two first met at the Golden Oak Apartments. Because of her poor sense of direction, she was tricked by Link twice, and at that time she felt that Link was quite annoying. Later, the two became acquainted through a script and often discussed the film script at home. She also got to know Link better and knew that Link was not the playboy he was rumored to be. He was very talented and had achieved great success in the field of directing at a young age. He was incredibly dedicated and hardworking. While others were indulging in leisure, he was at home writing scripts, preparing film projects, and reviewing company documents. Even with a net worth of billions, he never slacked off. He was also very ambitious, daring and fearless in his work, facing the challenges of 7 major film studios single-handedly without flinching, like a fearless hero, full of masculine spirit. He had many other admirable qualities. Jodie Foster gradually became influenced by him during their time together, paying more and more attention to him. Later, through Michelle Pfeiffer's connection, she gained a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of Link, and her previously closed heart unknowingly began to open a crack for him. Jodie initially felt tense and resistant to this change, wanting to distance herself from Link and put their relationship on hold. However, the scene she witnessed in Michelle's bedroom that night kept replaying in her mind, making her restless and uncomfortable. After much inner turmoil, she finally decided to confront her feelings and accept Link first. As the two spend more time together, many problems may arise, causing her to like Link less. At that point, she will be able to face the relationship calmly and find peace of mind. So no matter what happens between her and Link during this time, she will accept it calmly. Once she gets through Link's ordeal, she believes that people's lives will become more independent and peaceful in the future. Chapter 370 Jodie Foster's Night, the Golden Globe Awards Ceremony. Around 8 p.m., the movie ended, snowflakes drifted through the Berlin night sky, and the moonlight was hazy. Link and Jodie Foster returned to their hotel. As they were about to part, he asked Jodie if she wanted to go to his room for a drink. Jodie looked up into his eyes, pursed her lips, and nodded, then walked briskly towards his room. Link looked at her with some surprise. They were alone together, and she should know what his invitation to his room for drinks meant, especially since she didn't like men. Why had she accepted? What's wrong? Weren't you going to buy me a drink? Jodie Foster asked, standing at his door, with a hint of provocation. Link smiled slightly and opened the door, inviting her in. Jodie Foster went to the counter, poured 2 glasses of red wine, handed him one, and then downed the other in one gulp. Are you thirsty? Yes. What's next? Jodie Foster asked, wiping the wine stains from her lips. What do you want to do? Link chuckled. You're a man, shouldn't you take the initiative? Jodie looked up at him, her blue eyes blinking, a blush rising on her delicate, fair cheeks. Link chuckled softly, cupping her face in his hands. In the woman's nervous yet expectant gaze, he lowered his head and kissed her soft, fragrant lips. The woman, perhaps unaccustomed to this kind of intimacy, struggled briefly in his arms before gradually calming down, leaning against his strong body like a reed. How does it feel? Link looked down at the dazed woman. Her cheeks were flushed, her blue eyes sparkling, her red lips slightly parted, breathing heavily. Clearly, she was aroused. Link didn't hesitate, pulling her close and kissing her again. A beautifully tailored evening gown silently slipped onto the carpet. The snow outside the window fell even heavier, the moon completely obscured by the snow curtain, casting only a hazy white light that mingled with the pristine white of the living room. Another enchanting night. Link slept soundly. The next morning, he kissed the sleeping woman beside him, then met up with James Shamus and the others, and went to the Berlin Film Festival Palace to attend the film festival and look for films with box office potential. Jodie Foster, covered with a soft blanket, continued to sleep in the large bed until almost noon when she slowly woke up. She tried to get out of bed, but failed twice. Her assistant, hearing her wake up, came to the bedroom to help her get up. After a while, Jodie returned to bed to rest. Seeing the changes in her body, she pursed her lower lip, her cheeks turning red. Although she had witnessed the relationships between Link, Michelle Diane, Brooke Shields, and Cindy Crawford, the difference between seeing it with her own eyes and experiencing it firsthand was enormous. This kind of emotional impact was far more shocking and unexpected than any visual shock. She wanted to hate Link for his beastly behavior, but for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to hate him. Not only could she not hate him, but she also felt a different kind of emotion. The tightly closed door in her heart had been completely knocked open by Link, and it was full of Link. She desperately wanted to close the window, tried hard, but found herself powerless. The woman angrily patted the blanket. Ring. The phone on the bedside table rang a few times. Link called to ask if she was feeling unwell, to remind her to eat breakfast and drink plenty of milk. He was at the film festival discussing work and would be back before 2 p.m. Jodie Foster was annoyed and didn't want to talk to him, only humming a few words before hanging up. She saw 2 missed calls on her phone, from Michelle Pfeiffer around 9 p.m. Jodie thought for a moment and called back. After the call connected, she leaned against the pillow and asked Michelle what was up. "How was last night?" Michelle Pfeiffer asked with a smile. "How was what? Don't pretend." "Yesterday it was just you and Link in Berlin. I don't believe nothing happened between you two. By the way, hearing your voice makes me even more certain. Last night must have been a very exciting night, right?" Michelle laughed. Jodie wanted to deny it, but her hoarse voice couldn't hide it. "Okay, you guess right, but we're different. I wasn't conquered by him, and I won't be unable to leave him because of this relationship. I'm still free. I'll just dump him when I get tired of him," Jodie Foster said, feigning toughness. Michelle Pfeiffer's laughter came from the other end of the phone. "You don't believe me?" Jodie frowned. "No, I believe you. You're the coolest, most independent girl in the world. No one can conquer you, and no one can bind you. That's more like it, haha. How are you feeling? Is it inconvenient to get up? Do you often need to go to the bathroom? But don't worry, this is normal. You'll be fine after half a day of rest, and you'll get used to it over time," Michelle Pfeiffer said. Jodie Foster blushed and hummed a few words, recounting the events with lingering fear. Several times she thought she was going to die, but she miraculously survived. Then she started cursing a certain rude guy. Michelle comforted her, saying not to worry, that next time with her and Diane's help, things would be better. Jodie felt a heat rise in her face and body at the thought of Michelle and Diane. After a few words, Jodie Foster felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. She hung up the phone, curled up in bed, placed her hand on her lower abdomen, and slowly drifted off to sleep. When she woke up around 2 a.m., Link was already back, looking at documents on the sofa. "What are you looking at?" Jodie Foster, supporting herself against the wall, staggered into the living room. She was wearing a loose nightgown, her golden brown hair falling over her shoulders. Her pale cheeks and slightly furrowed brows revealed a fragile beauty, a kind of broken beauty. "Documents for acquiring film distribution rights." Link got up and pulled Jodie to sit on the sofa. "You found some good movies at the film festival." Jodie Foster sat in his lap, flipping through a few pages of documents with her fingers. James selected them, 2 in total. "I went to see them and found them quite good." James Shamus was the vice president of the production company, responsible for international film production and cooperation. In addition to film production, his job also included acquiring promising foreign films for distribution in North America. At this year's Berlin Film Festival, they selected 3 films from over 800, the British film Trainspotting, the Czech film Give Me a Dad, and the third film, Over the Top, which was dropped due to copyright issues. He had only seen Trainspotting. Of the first 2 films, Trainspotting is Ewan McGregor's breakthrough film, telling the story of a young drug addict named Mark who meets a group of friends struggling with drug problems. This group lives a decadent life in the city, struggling on the fringes of society, and gradually discovers themselves after a series of events. The director is Danny Boyle, who rose to fame last year with the independent film Shallow Grave. This is his second film. After watching it, Link agreed to acquire the North American distribution rights for $3 million, the highest offer from all the distributors. He hadn't seen the North American rights for his second film, which cost $1.5 million. James Shamus and others thought it was good, and Link trusted their judgment. "How are you feeling?" Link held the woman in his arms, gently stroking her back. "What do you think?" Jodie rolled her eyes at him, then punched his chest in frustration, immediately regretting it. The gesture of punching his chest was too girlish, so unlike her usual style. She huffed in embarrassment, struggling to escape Link's embrace, but couldn't budge his strong, powerful arms. "I was too rough. I'll be more gentlemanly next time," Link chuckled. Jodie poked his firm arm, head down, skeptical of his nonsense. Link was stronger and more athletic than she'd imagined, incredibly strong. There was no way he could be a gentleman. But she liked it that way, because with Link, she felt an unprecedented joy. After resting for most of the day, Link took Jodie Foster to the Palais des Festivals for the awards ceremony. This year's Berlin International Film Festival had 20 films in the main competition. The nominees included Sense and Sensibility, Dead Man Walking, and Casino, all produced by Guess Movies, Glamour, The Classroom, and Over the Top, produced by Miramax, and 2 Chinese films, The Shatters and Sunlight Canyon. After judging, Sense and Sensibility won the Golden Bear for Best Film and the Jury Prize from the Berlin Morning Post. This was Ang Lee's second Golden Bear win, the first being for The Wedding Banquet in 1993. The Chinese films The Shatters won the Silver Bear for Best Director, Dead Man Walking won Best Actor, Casino won Best Directorial Debut, and The Classroom won the Jury Prize. Guess Movies won awards for all 3 of its nominated films, a truly successful year. Haha, Link, congratulations. Guess Movies has produced 3 more great films. Harvey Weinstein greeted them at the party with a forced smile. Thank you. You guys are doing well too. I heard you got the distribution rights to Over the Top. Haha, I've been following this movie for a while, and I came to Berlin to get its North American distribution rights. Harvey Weinstein laughed. I wish your movie great success, Link smiled. Originally, Guessing Pictures was also planning to acquire the North American distribution rights to Over the Top, but Harvey demanded a $3 million copyright fee in advance, forcing Guessing Pictures and other film companies to withdraw. Whether Harvey would actually pay the $3 million afterwards was uncertain. He had used this method to cheat for copyrights at film festivals multiple times, and had a very bad reputation in small circles. However, he was quite capable of distributing films, often getting many small films to the Golden Globes and Oscars, bringing honor to film directors and actors. This is why many film directors, knowing his bad reputation, still entrusted him with film distribution. In this respect, Guessing Pictures still needed to learn from Harvey. Thank you, Harvey laughed heartily. Chatting with Link about the progress of Fight Club, asking when the project would start, and that Miramax would try their best to cooperate with Guessing Pictures. Link said that the director and actors had been finalized, and filming would begin around March. The company would submit the project materials to Miramax Pictures at the end of the month. Harvey nodded, then asked you if he had any other suitable film projects, hoping for more opportunities to collaborate. Link said he would contact him if he had a suitable film. After saying that, Link put his arm around Jodie Foster and continued to greet other filmmakers who came to say hello, including British director Stephen Frears, Japanese director Yoichi Higashi, South Korean director Park Kwang-soo, Saudi director Barry Sonnenfeld, and Chinese directors Edward Yang, Yan Hao, and He Ping. Everyone came over to congratulate Guessing Pictures on their film's award and express their hope for future collaborations. Link also left his contact information, welcoming them to seek investment from Guessing Pictures. Because Link was approachable and didn't put on airs as a big director or a billionaire, the filmmakers present all came over to greet him, regardless of whether there was any chance of working together. It seemed that just being able to speak to him was an honor. Link is so popular, of course. Link is a world-class director and the owner of Guess the Movies. He's probably the biggest name in the film industry at the festival. Is that Jodie Foster next to him? I heard she's a lesbian. I didn't expect she would fall for Link. Link is really amazing. Harvey stood in the crowd, listening to the discussions of the filmmakers around him, his face darkening. Once upon a time, he was also the most popular big shot at parties. No matter what film festival or party it was, as long as he appeared, many filmmakers would come up to flatter him, fawn over him, and hope for a chance to work with him. Just like at the 1992 Sundance Film Festival, Link had to wait in line to speak to him. But ever since Guess the Movies rose to prominence, everything changed. Link became the star of the party, the object of everyone's adulation. He stood there for over 10 minutes, and only 2 or 3 acquaintances came over to greet him, their attitudes not as enthusiastic as before. Harvey clenched his fist, secretly resolving to change everything. He wanted power, money, and beautiful women, it all. After the Berlin Film Festival party, Link and Jodie Foster returned to the United States to begin their work. Their current work primarily focused on preparing for the upcoming awards season, including the 53rd Golden Globe Awards on January 21st, the 49th British Academy Film Awards in early February, the Critics' Choice Awards in mid-February, and various union awards. This year, Guess the Movies had 7 films nominated, receiving 19 nominations. The Shawshank Redemption received 3 nominations, including Best Motion Picture, Drama, Best Director, and Best Actor. Sense and Sensibility received 6 nominations, including Best Motion Picture, Drama, Best Director, Best Actress, and Best Screenplay. The Sixth Sense received 4 nominations, including Best Director, Best Supporting Actor and Actress, and Best Screenplay. The Butterfly Effect received 2 nominations, including Best Screenplay and Best Supporting Actress. Run Back the Groom received 2 nominations. Best Actor in a Musical or Comedy and Best Supporting Actress in a Musical or Comedy. Second Sight received 1 nomination, Best Actress in a Musical or Comedy. At All Costs received 1 nomination, Best Actress in a Musical or Comedy. After the nominations were announced, The Hollywood Reporter noted that Guess Movies released 12 films last year, 7 of which were nominated for Golden Globe Awards. The Golden Globes are a world-class film award, and films nominated for them are considered high quality. Guess Movies films last year had a high-quality film ratio of nearly 60%, a higher percentage than any other Hollywood studio. Some media outlets disagreed, arguing that the Golden Globes selection criteria consider not only artistry but also commercial success and popularity. They claimed that Guess Movies films received so many nominations because of their box office performance, and that Guess Movies spent money on public relations. Only films nominated for the Academy Awards are considered high quality. Guess Movies did not intervene in this controversy. Link instructed the company to focus its resources on public relations for the upcoming Academy Awards to secure more nominations. On January 21, the 53rd Golden Globe Awards were held at the Hollywood Hilton Hotel in Los Angeles. Attendees included Lincoln Parker, Ang Lee, Tim Robbins, Morgan Freeman, Monica Bellucci, Jennifer Connelly, Sandra Bullock, Jennifer Aniston, Renee Zellweger, Diane Lane, and Nicole Kidman. Sense and Sensibility won Best Motion Picture, Drama and Best Screenplay. The Sixth Sense won Best Supporting Actor, making Haley Joel Osment the youngest actor to win a Golden Globe in history. The Butterfly Effect won Best Supporting Actress, also by Renee Zellweger. Two Sides won Best Actress, Musical or Comedy, also by Sandra Bullock. Other awards included Best Motion Picture, Musical or Comedy for Baby, Best Director for Braveheart, Best Actor, Drama for Leaving Las Vegas, and Best Actress, Drama for Casino. This year's Golden Globe Awards featured 13 film awards, and Guess the Movies Pictures won 5 of them, a remarkable achievement. At the Golden Globe Awards party, Link was once again the center of attention, surrounded by numerous male and female celebrities congratulating him on Guess the Movies Pictures wins and on the 2 films he directed winning. Harvey Weinstein, watching Link from afar, nearly crushed his champagne glass. Miramax Films also had 4 films nominated for this year's Golden Globes, including Woody Allen's The Non-Powerful Aphrodisiac and The Beauty Inside, but with 9 nominations and 0 wins. All his previous work was in vain. It was all because of Link. He scoffed. Link, don't get too cocky. Winning a few Golden Globes is nothing. Let's see who wins more at the Oscars in March. Harvey, aren't you envious of Link? Robert Shea asked, standing beside him with a champagne glass. Link is great, but I'm not envious of him. Nobody is worth envying, Harvey replied coldly. Robert Shea smiled, gazing at the man surrounded by stars in the crowd. I envy him. He's such a great movie maker, every film is a blockbuster, and his company is so well managed, its market value skyrockets year after year. Plus, he has so many lovely women around him. Anyway, I really envy him. If I were 20 years younger, I'd definitely compete with him, Harvey chuckled. Seeing Link reminds me of Michael Ovitz at the 47th Golden Globe Awards party. The CAA's film projects, Born on the 4th of July and Driving Miss Daisy, practically swept all the film awards. Back then, Ovitz was more popular than Link is now, but only 6 years later, Ovitz has retired. Second tier, the top spot on Hollywood's power rankings has changed hands. Hollywood is a stage, where more than one play is performed, and there won't be just one leading actor. I believe that in a few years, Link will also retire to the second tier. At that time, it will be unknown who will be number 1 on Hollywood's power rankings. Robert, you also have a chance, don't give up too early, haha. My current wish is very simple. Before I retire, New Line Cinema shouldn't go bankrupt and be swallowed up by its parent company. I won't pursue anything else. As for the number 1 spot on the power rankings, let you young filmmakers fight for it. Robert Shea waved his hand, holding his wine glass as he walked towards Link in the crowd. Harvey narrowed his heavy eye bags, cursing under his breath, old fox. Saying he's too old to care about the development of the film industry is all bullshit. Who in this industry doesn't want to be the lead? Who is content to be a supporting actor? He wants to be the lead. Robert Shea must have thought so too. After waiting a while, until the crowd around Link thinned out. Harvey, holding a wine glass, walked over with a smile to congratulate Link. Link thanked Harvey again and brought up the Oscars. The Butterfly Effect was a co-production of two companies, and an Oscar nomination and awards would boost box office revenue. He hoped to collaborate with Miramax Films on Oscar lobbying, just like they did with Pulp Fiction in 1993. Harvey laughed and politely declined, claiming that Miramax's PR department had other things to do and didn't have time for the Butterfly Effect's PR. Seeing Harvey's expression, Link didn't press the issue. Since Miramax Films wasn't willing to participate in PR, they would deduct a portion of the box office revenue. Harvey's smile was fake. Renee Zellweger chuckled softly after Harvey left. "Well, it's good that he came to congratulate us," Link said with a smile. "Honey, we've won big this time. How about we celebrate tonight with a big party at home, playing some fun games?" Renee Zellweger said with a smile, linking arms with Sandra Brock. Sandra held her Best Actress trophy, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Link smiled and agreed to their request. Looking up, he saw the beautiful Nicole Kidman staring at him with a resentful look, like a neglected woman. Link was about to go over and talk to her, asking about her divorce, when Julia Roberts walked towards him. She wore an off-the-shoulder evening gown, tall and slender, with large, red lips that made her look very sexy. However, she also had a resentful expression on her face, which made Link feel strange. He couldn't remember ever offending her. "Hi, Julia." Link knew her and had met her a few times. Julia Roberts stood before him, looking at him with a resentful expression. "Link, let me ask you a question. Am I pretty?" Link raised an eyebrow and nodded, saying, "Very pretty." While Julia Roberts' appearance didn't conform to his aesthetic standards, she was undoubtedly a beautiful woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a top movie star. "Am I sexy?" Julia twirled in front of him, holding her skirt, displaying her tall figure and attractive curves. Her movements attracted the attention of many around them. "Julia, you're sexy too. Don't forget you were on People magazine's Sexiest Woman Alive list. No one can deny that," Link said. Hearing his words, Julia Roberts' expression became even more resentful. "Since I'm beautiful and sexy, why do you date all the other beauties in the industry but ignore me? Am I that much worse than them?" Link's lips twitched. He had dated countless women in the entertainment industry and never expected to be complained about for this reason. "Julia, I just have many female friends, and you're my friend too. There's no difference." Julia Roberts clearly didn't accept this explanation. "Don't lie to me. Julianne and Michelle are good friends. They told you about it. Okay, since you know all this, you should also know that I'm a womanizer. Would you accept the pursuit of a womanizer? You can try." "How do you know you can't if you don't try?" Julia Roberts winked and smiled. After a few jokes, Julia Roberts got down to business. She had a film project and was seeking investment, asking if he was interested. The movie tells the story of Julianne, a cooking show commentator, who realizes she's fallen in love with her friend Michael after he announces his engagement. To win Michael's heart, she goes to great lengths to make her friend leave his fiancée. Link listened to the story and found it somewhat familiar. He said he liked it and asked Julia to bring the script to the company to discuss it. Julia happily agreed. Chapter 371 Oscar nominees announced. Harvey's underhanded tactics strike. Around 9 p.m., the Golden Globe Awards party ended, and Link returned to his Beverly Hills villa with several women from his family. Because Sandra and Renee had won awards, they had another party at home to celebrate, doing some fun and partying until midnight before finally settling down. After the Golden Globe ceremony, American media outlets reported on the winners, analyzing the various awards. The win of Best Motion Picture, Drama for Sense and Sensibility was particularly controversial. While the film was of good quality and had the potential to win, other films nominated at the same time, such as The Shawshank Redemption, Braveheart, and The Bridges of Madison County, were also of very high quality and can be considered classics. In terms of artistic merit and popularity, the films were roughly equal. The New York Post commented that this year's Best Motion Picture nominees were all strong contenders that would have won in previous years, but unfortunately, they were nominated at the same time, suggesting that Sense and Sensibility's win had an element of luck. The second controversial award was Best Actress, Comedy. 5 actresses were nominated for this award: Nicole Kidman, For All the Right Things, Annette Bening, The White House, Sandra Bullock, Second Sight, Toni Collette, Muriel's Wedding, and Vanessa Redgrave, Lakeside. From a performance standpoint, they are all comparable. However, in terms of box office success and overall impact, Second Sight is slightly stronger. Media analysis suggests Sandra Bullock's win was due to the lack of strong competition in her cohort. In previous years, her chances of winning would have been slim. A third point of interest is that 8-year-old actress Haley Joel Osment became the youngest Golden Globe winner in history. This further solidified Link's reputation for skillfully directing actors, gaining wider recognition. A fourth point of interest is the remarkable performance of guessing pictures at this year's Golden Globes, with 7 films nominated, winning 5 out of 19 awards, including 5 of the most prestigious categories. These awards once again demonstrate that Guess Movies films are not only profitable but also of high quality, showcasing the company's leading policies and capabilities in film production. Meanwhile, many tabloids are hyping up the story of Guess Movies spending over $10 million to buy awards at the Golden Globes, claiming it was the main reason several films won. Other tabloids are using this opportunity to speculate about Link's relationships with Sandra Bullock and Renee Zellweger, claiming Link uses this method to woo women and aims to make all his girlfriends Golden Globes or Oscar winners. Guess Movies' public relations department treats these discussions differently, refraining from interfering with reasonable controversies while issuing stern warnings to those spreading rumors and speculation, ensuring that liars pay the price. This news shouldn't be a rumor, right? Don't you want them all to become Oscar winners? Sofia Coppola asked with a smile, pointing to the newspaper article in the Villa's study. I want to. But it's not that I made them Oscar winners, it's that they earned those awards through their hard work and performances. The media gave me all the credit for Sandra and Renee's wins, which isn't fair to them. What's the difference? Without your support, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to get so many good movie roles, so you are the key factor in their wins, Sofia said. Okay, how is the preparation for Girl? Interrupted going. When does filming start? Next Tuesday. If you have time, come to the set and help coach the actors. There are a lot of newcomers in the crew this time, and their acting skills are average. I'm worried I can't manage them. Sofia walked behind him, put her arms around his neck, and pressed her chest against his back like SpongeBob SquarePants. Okay. I'll go when I have time. Link touched her cheek and continued working on his work. He was writing the script for the movie The Rock. The crew had already begun preparations, including casting, prop making, and building the film set. Filming was expected to start in March. The day after the Golden Globe Awards ceremony, the nominees for the 68th Academy Awards were announced. Guess what? Films had 6 films nominated, receiving 27 nominations. The Sixth Sense received 8 nominations: Best Picture, Best Director, Best Editing, Best Original Screenplay, Best Supporting Actress, Best Supporting Actor, Best Visual Effects, and Best Makeup. The Shawshank Redemption received 7 nominations, including Best Picture, Best Actor, and Best Adapted Screenplay. Sense and Sensibility also received 7 nominations, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actress, and Best Adapted Screenplay. The Butterfly Effect received 3 nominations, Best Supporting Actress, Best Editing, and Best Original Screenplay. Run Back the Groom received 1 nomination for Best Supporting Actress. Second Sight received 1 nomination for Best Actress. The film with the most nominations this year is Braveheart, with 10 nominations. Second is Apollo 13 with 9 nominations, and The Sixth Sense is third. After the Oscar nominations were announced, all the nominated film companies began their awards public relations campaigns, aiming to win more awards at the Academy Awards ceremony and gain more attention and box office revenue. Guess what? Film companies also started their public relations efforts, initially not with the various unions at the Academy, but with the 3 major Oscar bellwethers: the British Academy Film Awards, BAFTA, the Critics' Choice Film Awards, CFA, and the Motion Picture Guild of America, MPGA, Awards. The Critics' Choice Film Awards, held in Los Angeles at the end of January, is jointly organized by the Broadcast Film Critics Association of North America, BFA, and the Radio Television Journalists Association, RTAA, and is highly influential and professional in the North American film and television industry. Established last year, this is its second year, featuring 10 awards: Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Supporting Actor, Best Supporting Actress, Best Young Actor, Best Screenplay, and Best Foreign Language Film. At the American Critics' Choice Awards, Sense and Sensibility won Best Picture, The Sixth Sense won Best Screenplay, and Renee Zellweger won Best Supporting Actress. Other awards were won by films such as Braveheart, The Bridges of Madison County, and Apollo 13. In early February, Link and his crew traveled to London to attend the British Academy Film Awards, BAFTA, ceremony. As the awards are British, the judges are also British, and the awards primarily focus on British filmmakers and films with British themes. At this year's BAFTAs, British films such as Sense and Sensibility, Braveheart, and Crazy King George were among the favorites. After several rounds of judging, Sense and Sensibility ultimately won 3 awards, including Best Picture, Best Actress, and Best Supporting Actress. Braveheart won 4 awards, Best Cinematography, Best Costume Design, Best Sound, and Best People's Film. The Sixth Sense only won 2 awards, Best Editing and Best Special Visual Effects. Trainspotting won Best Adapted Screenplay. On February 10, the American Film Institute Awards were held in Los Angeles. The motion picture unions, MPUs, refer to the various unions within the film industry, including the Producers Guild of America, PGA, Directors Guild of America, PGA, Screen Actors Guild, SGA, Cinematographers Guild, CGA, Writers Guild of America, SGA, and 13 others. Each year, each union selects its best performing film or filmmaker. The Academy Awards, Oscars, are voted on by MPU members, with the winners announced by the Academy. MPU awards are considered the most prestigious indicators of a film's success. At the MPU Awards, Braveheart won Best Picture, Best Sound Editing, Best Makeup, and Best Cinematography. The Sixth Sense won Best Director, Best Original Screenplay, and Best Editing. Sense and Sensibility won Best Adapted Screenplay, and The Butterfly Effect won Best Supporting Actress. The remaining film awards went to other films. Looking at the 4 major Oscar indicators, including the Golden Globes, this year's Oscar frontrunners included 3 films: Braveheart, Sense and Sensibility, and The Sixth Sense. The second tier included Apollo 13, The Postman, Leaving Las Vegas, The Butterfly Effect, and The Usual Suspects. The Shawshank Redemption has received good reviews, so why did it win so few awards at various film awards? Link asked, flipping through the newspaper in the office. When promoting several films under his management, The Shawshank Redemption received equal PR resources as The Sixth Sense and Sense and Sensibility, but it repeatedly failed to win awards. This result surprised Link. The original reason The Shawshank Redemption didn't win was because Forrest Gump was too strong, making it an Oscar snub. Now, even after a postponement, it's still not favored. Boss, we've analyzed it. There are 2 reasons. First, there were many good films released last year, making the competition strong. Second, the film's values are incorrect. Compared to The Pursuit of Freedom and Braveheart, Andy Dufresne's Pursuit of Freedom doesn't conform to mainstream social values and is slightly inferior in terms of its intellectual depth, John Gordon said. Link thought about it and accepted this explanation. Regardless of whether it's a Chinese or foreign film, it needs to have a normal set of values and conform to social morality and mainstream values. Hollywood movies are no different. They are not only an important tool for the United States to export its ideology and culture abroad, but also a tool for promoting its culture and values domestically. Movies that conform to the mainstream values of American society are supported by the Golden Globes and the Academy Awards. For example, movies that oppose racial discrimination, gay movies, movies that promote capitalism, and movies about the inspiration of ordinary people. Compared with Braveheart, The Shawshank Redemption, although it has a certain depth and cultural connotation, does not conform to mainstream values in its core story and expression, making it relatively niche. Such movies may only have a chance to win Best Picture if no good movies come out in more than 10 years. Since The Shawshank Redemption did not perform well in the awards season, we will reduce the investment in film public relations and concentrate resources on public relations for Sense and Sensibility and The Sixth Sense, and try to get these 2 movies to win more awards. Link looked at the 3 relevant persons in charge at the desk: John Gordon, President of the Publicity Department, Daniel DeVito, President of the Production Department, and Rami Sklar, Vice President of Public Relations. He was temporarily in charge of the Public Relations Department after Liu Xiaoli returned to China. Yes, boss, John Gordon and Rami Sklar got up and left. Link and Daniel, who remained behind, discussed the pre-production of their new film, The Rock. After more than a month of preparation, the main cast had been finalized, including Nicolas Cage, Sean Connery, Ed Harris, and John Sabins. Yu Fihong was the assistant director, Michael White the art director, and Ho Yetman the visual effects artist. It was almost the original cast. The film's budget was $75 million. Link planned to begin filming in February. Daniel DeVito told Link that Donald Simpson remained firmly opposed to script changes, hoping to film according to the original script without significant alterations, otherwise the film would definitely lose money. Link smiled and told Daniel not to worry about it. The script rights belonged to Guest C Pictures. Guest C had the right to modify the script and film it their own way. Although Donald Simpson was a producer, he had no right to interfere with Guest C Pictures' work. After seeing Daniel off, Link checked the time and went to the set of Girl, Interrupted to check on the filming progress. Sophia told him that Winona Ryder and Angelina Jolie had a disagreement about their roles during filming, and he needed to find a way to mediate. The solution was simple: get them to sleep together. They'd make up in bed. They were family, no conflict was insurmountable in bed. After the 4 major Academy Awards ceremonies, Harvey Weinstein was also reviewing the awards for his films. Of the 4 films Miramax was promoting, only a few had been nominated, and none had won, a rather lackluster performance. Harvey Weinstein, his face grim, looked at Scott Greenstein, the vice president and public relations director. "We've done so much PR, why didn't the film win?" "Have you found out why?" Scott Greenstein replied. "There are 2 reasons. First, there were too many good films released last year. Several of our films, whether in terms of box office, critical acclaim, or artistic merit, didn't even make the top 10. That's the fundamental reason. Second, guess the movies and the Big 7 studios are also putting in a lot of effort in PR, investing more resources and money than us. Their PR efforts are much stronger. If we want to win, we'll have to invest even more money and resources." Harvey frowned. "We've spent $3 million on PR and it's not enough. I heard Guess the Movies has spent over $10 million on the 6 nominated films, and Paramount and Universal have invested $3 or $4 million. Scott spread his hands in frustration. Harvey's face darkened even more. Before 1992, Miramax Films only needed to make a few phone calls to acquaintances, send a few greeting cards, or organize a few movie parties to gain the support of many judges when PR for the Oscars. Starting in 1994, after Guessing Movies films were nominated for Academy Awards, Link began spending large sums of money on public relations, offering numerous benefits to the judges and treating the Academy Awards with great importance. The Oscar voters' votes became highly valuable. They needed more incentives and wouldn't vote for Miramax films based on just a few phone calls anymore. This made Miramax's public relations efforts more difficult, requiring them to invest more money and resources to win awards. Thus, Oscar public relations became a game of capital. In this game, the well-funded Guessing Movies undoubtedly had the biggest advantage, followed by the Big 7 studios, while films from smaller studios like Miramax faced increasing difficulty in winning awards. If this trend continued, Miramax films would not only fail to make money at the box office but also fail to win the Academy Awards, which they pinned their hopes on. If Miramax films couldn't gain recognition through the Oscars, its box office performance would suffer, consequently diminishing its influence in the film industry and making it impossible to use Oscars to acquire film distribution rights at low prices. It was a vicious cycle, ultimately leading to Miramax films' bankruptcy. "Damn Link. Why is he always going against me?" Harvey Weinstein cursed, his face dark. "Link isn't just against us, he's against the entire film industry. His goal is probably to break down Hollywood's established order and make Guess Movies the industry's hegemon. That guy is incredibly ambitious," Scott remarked. Harvey took a few deep breaths, looking at the photo of Link holding the trophy in the newspaper. He wished he could hire a hitman to kill this eyesore. After Scott left the office, Harvey thought seriously for a moment, his face grim. He was unwilling to admit defeat so easily, and he didn't want to see Link too smug. He called Michael Ovitz, Ron Mayer, Barry Diller, and others to discuss Guessing Movies' expensive PR campaign for the Oscars. He hoped several companies would collaborate to generate buzz, letting everyone know that Guessing Movie was spending money on PR, which he argued was unfair to all film companies and filmmakers, and that this news would tarnish Link and Guessing Movies' reputation. Ron Mayer disagreed. First, PR campaigning for the Oscars wasn't just something Guessing Movie was doing, other film companies were doing it too. exposing scandals in the film industry and letting the audience know the inside story of the Oscar selection process would diminish the award's prestige. This approach harmed the interests of the entire film industry and was highly undesirable. Second, generating buzz costs money. Who would pay for it? Would they pay to suppress guessing movie, allowing other film companies to reap the benefits? Furthermore, guess movies films consistently perform well at the box office, making it one of Hollywood's most financially powerful film companies. Their PR department is also adept at hype and public relations, and they will certainly respond promptly to negative news. To tarnish guess movies' reputation, it would require significantly more money and resources to wage a media war against them. Success would yield little benefit, while failure would result in substantial losses. Finally, the reason guess movies spend so much on PR is because several of their films have the chance of winning awards, while among the 7 major studios, apart from Paramount Pictures, the producer of Braveheart, the chances of other studios' films winning multiple awards are slim. Since there's no chance of winning more awards, investing resources in this is not worthwhile. In conclusion, this approach is highly inadvisable. Harvey, upon hearing Ron Mayer's words, was furious. Competing with guessing movies for the Oscars wasn't a good deal for the Big 7 studios, but it was very profitable for him and Miramax Films. Miramax's films had performed poorly at the box office, and he had been hoping to recoup his losses with Oscars, as well as gain fame and power. But these guys simply wouldn't cooperate. If they weren't willing to cooperate, why choose him as the leader against guessing movies in the first place? Harvey secretly reminded the others that this wouldn't benefit the Big 7 studios much, but it would be very beneficial for their race, reducing Link's influence and power in the film industry. Link already wielded considerable power. If he and guessing movies won many more Oscars, his dominance in the film industry would increase even further. This is extremely harmful to their race. Barry Diller agreed with him, but disagreed with his suggestion. Because hyping up this kind of news would have little negative impact on Link and guess movies. Guess movies' foundation in the film industry was one blockbuster after another, not how many awards they won. As long as guess movies continued to be box office hits, Link's influence in Hollywood was unlikely to decline. The Oscars were merely icing on the cake for Link and guess movies. Barry Diller hoped Harvey would come up with a better strategy to deal with the rise of guess movies, rather than this superficial tactic. Ron Mayer agreed with him. Harvey was angry and helpless. In the past, when Michael Ovitz suggested dealing with Link, Ron Mayer and others readily agreed, but with him, they all just gave perfunctory responses. These bastards were so disunited, the Jewish people would never have a chance to reclaim Hollywood. Harvey, if you want to beat Link at the Oscars, I can give you a good idea, said Michael Ovitz, who was in the audience. What? Harvey didn't want to hear Ovitz's words, because this guy had repeatedly failed against Link in the past, and listening to him was useless. Do you know about Cindy Crawford and Richard Gere's divorce? Yes. What does it have to do with anything? At the beginning of the year, French media reported that they saw Link and Cindy Crawford traveling in Switzerland, and Cindy Crawford has become part of Link's large group of girlfriends. I saw it too. It was just gossip, no photos. Besides, Cindy Crawford is divorced. It's normal for her to date Link. This kind of news has no effect on Link. Harvey frowned and said, Cindy Crawford is a great beauty in the entertainment industry, with a good figure, long legs, and great fame. Many people thought they could take advantage of her divorce to find an opportunity to date her, but they didn't expect her to fall into the arms of that bastard Link so early. When Harvey saw this news, he couldn't help but sigh with regret. He really couldn't understand why a woman as successful as Cindy Crawford would willingly fall into Link's rotten pit. Harvey, don't rush. You know about Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise's divorce? I heard their divorce case has dragged on for half a year and the verdict is coming soon. You should pay more attention, Ovitz chuckled. I know, this. Harvey was about to ask what this had to do with Link, but suddenly his eyes lit up, and he instantly understood what Ovitz meant. Cindy Crawford divorced Richard Gere and then got involved with Link. Nicole Kidman had been rumored to be having an affair with Link, and shortly after filming Batman, news broke that she and Tom Cruise had separated and were preparing for divorce, and now they were about to officially divorce. This meant that their divorce was also related to Link. Even if there was no connection, they could use hype to make Link take the blame. Then they could pin the blame for Cindy Crawford's divorce on Link. Haha, then Link would not only be a playboy, but also a third party who broke up two loving couples, a habitual seduce married women, and a person with a tarnished reputation. This is a crucial stage in the Oscars selection process. When voting, the judges consider not only the quality of the film but also the reputation of the winner. They won't cast their votes for someone with a bad reputation. With the right tactics, Link has no chance of winning an Oscar this year. Michael, thanks, that's a great suggestion, you're welcome. We're all on the same side, and I don't want to see Link have an easy time either, Michael Ovitz laughed. After hanging up, Harvey called Bob and Scott to discuss creating negative publicity for Link. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 Bedtime Conversation, Scandal Erupts. How are you feeling? Still going to argue? Link asked, looking at Winona and Angelina Jolie lying side by side on the bed. No more arguing. From now on, I'll listen to Sophia on set. I'll act however she wants me to, and I promise I won't argue with Winona. Jolie shook her head, wrapped in a blanket, her hair disheveled, her cheeks flushed, and her full lips marked with bite marks, red like strawberries. Winona also curled up in the blanket, blinked her large, watery eyes, and said in a hoarse voice that she wouldn't argue with Angela anymore. Link shook his head and told Jolie that Winona was the lead-in girl, interrupted, and the company's main purpose in investing in the film was to help Winona win awards. For Winona to win awards, she had to play the role well, so Jolie and the other actors in the film should cooperate with Winona's performance. Link hoped Jolie would play a supporting role in this film and would arrange other films for her in the future to help her win awards. Julie nodded, indicating she understood and was willing to play a supporting role to Winona, helping her to develop the character. Link also told Winona that if she wanted to win an Oscar, she needed to show her true talent, deeply understand the character, and immerse herself in it, otherwise, the cooperation of Angela and the others would be useless. Winona blinked her bright eyes and said she understood, adding that she didn't need to be modest during filming and should give it her all to overshadow Julie. She could perform better under pressure. Relaxing her performance would actually hinder her character development. Julie smiled slightly. Winona, my acting has been repeatedly honed by Link, and it's no worse than those veteran actors. Besides, the character of Lisa is a perfect fit for me, allowing me to be more immersed in the role. If I give it my all, you probably won't be able to keep up, HMPH. Angela, while your acting is good, mine isn't bad either. Just go for it during filming, give it your all, and I guarantee you won't surpass me. Winona wrinkled her delicate nose, looking rather cute. Okay, you said it, Angelina Jolie smiled slightly, looking at Link. See? This girl is very competitive. I don't even know how to cooperate with her. Then listen to Winona's all-out performance, put some pressure on her, and force her to bring out even better acting skills. If you both perform well, maybe you can both win awards, Link said. The reason he reminded Jolie to pay attention to cooperating with Winona during the performance was because Jolie's performance in the original Girl, Interrupted was excellent, and she even won the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress for Sally. Winona's performance in the film was overshadowed by Jolie. If the two were willing to help each other and force each other to give better performances, they might not be unable to win awards together in the future. Angela, I will never lose. Winona, wrapped in a blanket, staggered out of bed, opened her bag, took out the script, and studied it intently. Jolie chuckled and winked at Link, looking very mischievous. Link shook his head, not intending to continue trying to persuade them. The two were co-stars, and a healthy level of competition during filming was beneficial. As long as they didn't cause any major conflict, there was nothing else to worry about. After calming them down, Link went to Sophia's room next door. After the film crew finished get-off work, Sophia was organizing film project materials at the hotel. Seeing him come in, she asked you if he had managed to get the two to cooperate. Link said of course. The two said they wouldn't argue anymore, but they would continue to compete during filming, putting pressure on each other to hone their skills and strive for better performances. Sophia smiled and said that was even better. While discussing the film with Sophia, Link received a call from Annie. Suddenly, many negative reports about him appeared in the newspapers. These included rumors of him and Cindy Crawford vacationing in France and Switzerland, claiming he was the catalyst for Cindy Crawford and Richard Gere's divorce. Given his conflict with Richard Gere, The newspapers said that to get revenge on Richard Gere, he not only ruined his career but also tried to steal his wife, making him a terrible avenger. The News of the World also mentioned his rumored affair with Nicole Kidman during the filming of the Batman sequel, and how Kidman immediately filed for divorce from Tom Cruise after Batman ended, a situation that seemed to be related to Link. The newspaper concluded that Link was a good wife but had questionable character. Besides the News of the World, major media outlets such as the Los Angeles Times, the New York Post, and Entertainment Weekly also reported on the story. Compared to smaller media outlets, mainstream media were more cautious in their reporting, only reprinting his rumors with Nicole Kidman and Cindy Crawford, as well as Cindy Crawford's divorce from Richard Gere and Nicole Kidman's divorce from Tom Cruise. While mainstream media didn't comment on the matter, this arrangement of news still led people to mistakenly believe he was involved in the divorce cases of the two couples. Because this news involved a Hollywood mogul and 4 Hollywood stars, it gained immense popularity quickly after its release, with newspapers and radio and television reporting on it within a day. This news became the most talked about entertainment news in February. Following the breakup of the rumors, WMA's management company immediately launched an emergency public relations campaign. They sued several media companies for defamation, stating that Link and Cindy Crawford met at the Victoria's Secret fashion show last November, became good friends, and traveled to France together. They claimed there was no private relationship between them before Cindy's divorce and urged the public not to spread rumors. Regarding the rumors about him and Nicole Kidman, the PR department stated that this was old news, and that Link, Nicole Kidman, and Tom Cruise had all issued clarifications after the rumors surfaced last year. They asserted that the sudden claim that he interfered in Nicole Kidman's marriage was baseless and a defamation attempt to damage Link's reputation. After WMA's clarification statement, Cindy Crawford and Nicole Kidman also came forward to explain, stating that they were good friends with Link, had worked together, and admired his talent. While they were unsure if their relationship would deepen in the future, they maintained their innocence and urged the public not to believe or spread rumors, emphasizing that rumors stop with the wise. After the 3 parties issued their statements, media speculation about their relationship didn't decrease. In fact, it increased. Public opinion didn't believe their explanations and suspected an affair. The reason was that Link was a world-renowned playboy, linked to dozens of actresses, and had been exposed by the media for frequently living with multiple actresses in villas. Cindy Crawford and Nicole Kidman were both top beauties in the entertainment industry. The idea of top beauties encountering a top playboy, claiming innocence and that nothing had happened, was considered laughable. While Guess the Movies was preparing to refute the claims, Richard Gere, in a wheelchair, was interviewed by an ABC reporter, claiming he discovered a third party in their marriage before his injury, and that his subsequent serious injury and disability strengthened Cindy Crawford's resolve to divorce him. When the reporter asked if the third party was Link, Richard Gere, with a ferocious expression, said yes, that Link had not only ruined his career but also destroyed his family. Link was a damn bastard, and everyone should stand up against him. Richard Gere's swearing and ferocious accusations against Link on camera were incredibly impactful. The interview garnered extremely high ratings after airing on ABC News. This interview further damaged Link's already tarnished reputation. In retaliation, lawyer Sundance sued ABC and Richard Gere on Link's behalf for defamation and serious damage to Link's reputation, demanding $50 million in damages and a public apology. Haha, he's suing a disabled person and making him pay? That's so bad. I bet after this, no Oscar voter will cast their ballot for him. Bob Weinstein laughed heartily, his belly bulging. Harvey narrowed his heavy eyebags and sneered, after something like this, not only will the Oscar voters not vote for him, but audiences won't support his movies anymore. Link's movies will never get that much support again. Haha, even better. It would be perfect if Link was ruined because of this. Bob grinned, laughing uncontrollably. Link also saw the media's comments on the matter. Most media outlets criticized him for being too ruthless and cruel, advising him to repent and become a good person. But Link didn't think so. A person who makes a mistake should be punished. Just because he is disabled doesn't mean he can commit crimes and act recklessly. He demanded that Sean Tang continue to investigate Richard Gere and ABC's wrongdoings and hire a private investigator to thoroughly investigate Richard Gere's financial dealings to see who was behind it all. Link, doing this might affect the upcoming Oscars. The Sixth Sense and The Butterfly Effect have received good reviews. You originally had a chance to win an award, Sam Haskell reminded him. Link shook his head. This incident had significantly damaged his reputation, and the judges wouldn't vote for him. He didn't expect to win any awards at this year's Oscars. Before this, he had already asked the Public Relations Department to abandon public relations efforts for The Sixth Sense and concentrate resources on Sense and Sensibility. Because of Richard Gere and the reports from many unscrupulous media outlets, he missed out on the Academy Award, and the box office of The Sixth Sense will also be affected. The loss is significant. Someone has to bear this loss. Richard Gere and the mastermind behind it all must be held accountable. Link said, "The Oscar isn't urgent. I'm still young, and I have many opportunities ahead. The most important task right now is to expose the lies of Richard Gere and the unscrupulous media, eliminate the negative impact of those news reports, restore my honor and innocence, and punish those who made the mistakes." Innocence? Sam Haskell glanced at him with his bright black eyes and tentatively asked, "Is the Cindy Crawford and Richard Gere divorce case really unrelated to you?" "No. I only met Cindy Crawford 3 or 4 times before their divorce, and we didn't interact much. Their divorce has nothing to do with me, and I wouldn't use such methods to get a woman," Link said. Sam Haskell nodded, believing him. Given Link's current status and position, such negative news wouldn't affect him much. He had no reason to lie about it. Ring. The phone on the table rang. It was a call from Miguel Guas, president of Warner Brothers Pictures. Guas asked Link what his plans were for dealing with the current negative news. Link said he was working on a public relations campaign. Guas urged him to resolve the issue quickly and prevent it from affecting the box office of Batman Forever. The film was scheduled for release in June. If audiences refused to see the movie because they disliked him, Warner Brothers would suffer significant losses. This matter needed to be handled carefully. Link said he was trying to find a solution and hoped Warner Brothers could use its media outlets to help with the public relations. Guas reluctantly agreed. After hanging up, Link thought for a moment, then picked up the phone again and called Michael Ovitz. He said he knew Ovitz was behind it and advised him against such underhanded tactics, as they were business partners, and damage to Ovitz's reputation would affect future collaborations. Michael Ovitz opened his mouth on the other end of the phone, wanting to ask Link how he knew it was him. "No, Link, you've got it wrong. I didn't do this. I've never done anything to you since I joined Disney. I swear to God, Michael, I'm very popular in Hollywood. Besides you, my former rival, I can't think of anyone else who would use such shameless methods against me," Link said. "You're very popular," Ovitz was incredulous. He didn't understand what made Link have this misconception that he was popular in Hollywood. In reality, almost everyone in Hollywood's upper echelons wanted to tear him to pieces. Eliminating him would stop the development of Guess the Movies, and everyone's lives would be better. How could someone like that be popular? Mike, stop making excuses. This operation against me is almost identical to the previous times you orchestrated media hype about me being a playboy. Even the media outlets that generated these stories are the same. And Richard Gere is one of your people. According to the PR department's analysis, this operation is 80% your doing. I expect an explanation, Link said coldly. Link, I didn't do it. I swear to God, I only found out about this through media reports. This really has nothing to do with me, Michael Ovitz cried out, full of grievance. Mike, we are investigating this matter. No matter how much money or time it takes, we will find the mastermind. If it has nothing to do with you, I will personally apologize to you afterwards and deepen our cooperative relationship. If it does involve you, I hope this kind of thing doesn't happen. After finishing the call, Link hung up the phone and continued chatting with Sam Haskell about recent news and Charlize Theron's new movie role. Meanwhile, at Disney, Michael Ovitz hung up the phone and started cursing at the air. Damn Link, you dare threaten me? You think I'm afraid of you? You think I can't stand my place at Disney without you? You're such an arrogant bastard, Michael Ovitz cursed for 3 minutes before gradually calming down. His face darkened as he picked up the phone and called Harvey, urging him to stop. After the rumor of Link being a good wife spread, Link's reputation was damaged, and the Oscar voters would no longer vote for him. Harvey had achieved his goal, there was no need for further hype. Why? Harvey asked, puzzled. Mike, our goal from the beginning has always been to ruin Link, discredit him, and kick him out of Hollywood as soon as possible. This negative news has been even more effective than last year's hype about Link being a playboy. Continuing to hype it up will only tarnish Link's reputation, further impacting his movie box office performance, and even Guess movie studios. Isn't that a good thing for our race? Why should we stop? Harvey paused, his voice rising as he said, our attack has had a positive effect. At this point, we shouldn't stop. Instead, we should concentrate more resources on hyping this up, letting the whole world know about it, ruining Link's reputation, and kicking him out of Hollywood as soon as possible. Can we do it? Of course. As long as we have enough funds and enough media outlets to hype it up, we can definitely ruin Link's reputation, Harvey shouted excitedly. Harvey, calm down. Do you know who Link is? According to Wall Street media reports, Link is currently worth over $4 billion, making him one of the richest people in the world. His Guess Who Pictures is one of the most powerful film companies in the entertainment industry, and he himself is one of the most famous film directors in the world. Moreover, he has connections in the political and legal circles. For someone like him, let alone interfering in someone else's marriage, even murder and rape can escape legal punishment. There are all kinds of criminals in the entertainment industry: drug dealers, drug addicts, prostitutes, murderers, arsonists. You think you can bring down a big shot like Link with a charge of being a third party in someone else's marriage? Aren't you oversimplifying the issue? Before Harvey could answer, Ovitz continued, the most crucial issue in this hype is evidence. Do you have evidence that Link interfered in the marriage of Richard Gere and his wife and Tom Cruise and his wife? I mean solid evidence. No, it's pure imagination. Harvey frowned. If there's no evidence, we can fabricate it and then use the media to hype it up and make it seem like an undeniable fact. We've done that before, Harvey. Your thinking is frustrating. Let me repeat myself. Link is a billionaire, a world-class celebrity, the most powerful person in Hollywood. He's not a fool or some nobody who can be bullied. He has more money and connections than you, and he knows how to create hype better than you. If you want to bring him down with something that has no evidence, you should think about how to make a blockbuster movie and beat him at the box office. Besides, Link is petty and vengeful. He suffered a loss this time, and he won't let it go unpunished. He won't let it go unpunished. Can you guarantee that Link's people won't trace it back to you? Do you want to break ties with Link right now? Ovitz questioned. Harvey frowned and said, Mike, I know you're right. Link is powerful and not easy to take down, but even he's only one person with limited strength. If our people can unite and work together to deal with Link, we'll definitely have a chance to bring him down. Ovitz paused for a moment after hearing Harvey's words, suddenly feeling exhausted. Early last year, to hype up Link's chaotic private life and poor character, I arranged for several beautiful women to seduce him, and also arranged for many detectives and paparazzi to relentlessly investigate him. After half a year, we finally obtained some evidence. I thought this would make Link look bad. But what happened? Even the combined efforts of the 7 major media groups couldn't do anything to him. Afterwards, Langmuir, Barradiller, and a few others complained that the weapons I provided were too poor, blaming me for the mistakes. And now you're using a mere rumor as a deadly weapon against Link, and you want everyone to work together against him? Ovitz was speechless. If Link were so easy to deal with, would he, a former king of Hollywood, have fallen to the position of second in command at Disney? Harvey made the same mistake he'd made before, underestimating Link and overestimating the combined power of the 7 major studios. Mike, you're right, but we can convince Cindy Crawford and Nicole Kidman to admit it, Harvey. Before Harvey could finish speaking, Ovitz impatiently said, if you want to contact others to continue the hype and make this bigger, I have no objection. However, you can't tell anyone afterwards that it was my suggestion. Although I was the one who suggested using this to target Link, my goal was to target Link at the Oscars and prevent him from winning, not to ruin him with these scandals. Also, we have a partnership with Guess Movies. If this affects our cooperation on the Fight Club project, you will be fully responsible. Ovitz hung up the phone, letting out an annoyed snort. When he was president of CAA, his word was law, and people like Harvey wouldn't dare to oppose him. Now that he's lost power, Harvey and his ilk are starting to disrespect him. What a bunch of snobs. Ring ring. His secretary called, informing him that Greg Davis, chief investment officer of Vanguard Capital, and Paul Hankerson, senior partner of Morgan Stanley Investment Management, had just called. Ovitz frowned. These 2 investment companies were also shareholders of Disney, and he couldn't afford to be careless with their calls. He told his secretary to return the call. Greg Davis and Paul Hankerson approached him with the same purpose. Guess the Movies was thriving, with profits increasing year after year. Last year, the film The Sixth Sense alone earned the company over $500 million. Shareholders were receiving more dividends from Guess the Movies than Disney. If The Sixth Sense won several Academy Awards, its global box office could surge, perhaps even breaking Jurassic Park's record to become the highest-grossing film in the world. This would also boost Guess the Movie's market value. At this crucial moment, the two hoped Ovitz wouldn't cause trouble, as this would not only affect Link but also the shareholders' returns. This was very bad. Ovitz hesitated for a moment, then quickly explained that he hadn't done it, and the rumors had nothing to do with him. Not you? Then who is it? Everyone in Hollywood wants to work with Link now. Who has a conflict with him? Greg Davis asked. Ovitz opened his mouth but didn't mention Harvey's name, only saying he would persuade the person to stop and cease slandering Link. Hanging up the phone, Ovitz wiped the sweat from his face, inwardly cursing Harvey for his mess and now making him take the blame. Ring ring. The phone on the table rang again. It was Warner Brothers president Miguel Goss calling, discussing Link's involvement in the scandals of two celebrity couples. Miguel asked if this scandal was his doing, hoping Ovitz would be lenient and let Link off the hook this time. He promised that after Batman Forever was released, he could do whatever he wanted with the publicity, and Warner Brothers would guarantee no interference. Ovitz nearly fainted from anger upon hearing this. He reiterated to Miguel Goss, "I didn't do it. I swear." Chapter 373 New Movie Test Screening Rewards, Oscars are coming. Ring ring. Link put down his script, picked up the phone on his desk, and Quentin Tarantino's voice came through the receiver. Haha, Link, come out for a drink. Any good news to share? No, it's been a while since we've all gotten together. Wouldn't it be nice to have a drink and chat? I don't have time today, I have work to do. Let's get together this weekend, Link continued flipping through the script in his hands. This script was sent by Julia Roberts, and it was called My Best Friend's Wedding. The story was well written and had the potential to be a big hit. Link planned to have the production department take on the project. Work? You're really working and not hiding in your office, afraid to show your face, afraid to show my face? What do you mean? Link leaned back in his office chair to relax. Don't hide it. I've been reading every issue of the Los Angeles Times these past few days, and there are a lot of articles about you, saying you like other people's wives. Are you worried that we'll be embarrassed when we talk about this at the party, so you're afraid to come out for a drink? Don't worry, come out, we promise we won't talk about it. Quentin laughed incessantly as he spoke, seemingly in a very good mood. Link twitched his lips. You mean the rumors about me with Cindy Crawford and Nicole Kidman? I'm a playboy, I'm used to these kinds of rumors, why should I care? HMPH, if you don't care, let's go out for a drink and talk. Quentin didn't believe him. I really don't have time. I'm currently preparing for my new movie, Deadly Island, scheduled to start filming next week. I have a lot of work to do these days, I can't rest for a moment. Link continued flipping through the documents. You're making another new movie? You just finished filming your last movie at the end of last year, and you're starting a new one in February, Quentin shouted. Yes, 3 movies last year, and 3 movies this year. I have to hurry up and film, otherwise I won't be able to finish the plan by the end of the year. Crunching sound came from the phone. Quentin, what's wrong? Your last movie, 4 Rooms, is almost over. When will your next movie start filming? Quentin's second film, 4 Rooms, was released in North America on December 25 last year. Produced and distributed by Miramax Films, it has currently grossed $3.52 million, with an estimated gross of around $4 million. The film's production cost was $2.5 million, and it is expected to cause Miramax Films a loss of over $3 million. The film's reviews are also mediocre. Although it's a decent cut movie with an absurd plot and dark humor, it's far inferior to Pulp Fiction, feeling rather contrived in its narrative techniques, dialogue, and acting. Total Cinema magazine commented that Quentin deliberately made a mess of a simple film in order to show off his skills. Such films don't serve the audience but are just the director indulging in self-indulgence. This is also the reason why the film's box office and reviews are lower than expected. Why are you asking this? Quentin's tone became very unpleasant. We're both directors, we debuted around the same time. I've started preparing for my 10th film, but you haven't even started shooting your 3rd. This is too slow. I don't want you to waste your talent by playing around. This is your 10th film. Yes, 6 have been released, 3 are yet to be released. And the 10th is about to start filming, including the Blair Witch Project. He has now completed 10 films, The Rock is actually his 11th. Damn it. 9 films in 4 years, at least 2 per year. Aren't you afraid of working yourself to death? Quentin yelled. I'm more worried about dying without making more classic films, without fully showcasing my talent and genius in film, than working myself to death. That would be a greater pity. Link paused for a moment and said, Quentin, your talent is even greater than mine. If you were more diligent and made 2 films a year, your achievements wouldn't be any less than mine. You're good at everything, except for being too lazy. You don't value your time and have wasted your talent in film. I feel sorry for you. Quentin was silent for a while on the other end of the phone. Just as Link was about to hang up, he heard Quentin grit his teeth and say, You're right. I have great talent, but I lack self-discipline and am rather lazy. I've decided to take your advice and, starting this year, try to make 2 films every year. Bang! Link slammed his hand on the table and said, That's fantastic. Quentin, I'm really looking forward to your new film. If you need investment, you can contact me. After hanging up, Link smiled slightly. That bastard Quentin dared to use those scandals to tease him. He shouldn't blame him for crushing him in this way. Boss. The preview screening starts in 10 minutes. Around 1 p.m., Lewinsky knocked on the office door, reminding him to attend the preview screening of The Internet. The film was finished editing last September and post-production in January. Link had arranged an internal preview screening today. There weren't many attendees, mainly the main cast and crew, and staff from the company's production and distribution departments, about 40 people in total. After arriving at the screening room, Link greeted Matt Damon and the others, then pulled Sandra Bullock and Mila Jovovich to sit in the middle to watch the new The Internet. The new The Internet was a great viewing experience, featuring trendy online social interactions, gunfights, high-speed car chases, massive explosions, handsome men and beautiful women, and political intrigue. It shared many similarities with the 1994 film Speed, but the additional plot focused mainly on the Internet, making it feel fresh and unique. Watching the film felt like eating a fresh and delicious piece of fruit. This scene looked fantastic. I didn't realize I could be a good agent too, Matt Damon exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fist. After filming Good Will Hunting, the media praised his dramatic acting, and his agency suggested he focus on roles with more dramatic scenes. When he received Link's invitation last year to play Agent Jack in the Cyber, he worried about his action scenes and potentially dragging the production down. After seeing the film, he was very satisfied with his performance. Yes, you did well, but my Batman is the best, Ben Affleck said, arms crossed and chin raised. Okay, we all did well, but it's all thanks to Link. Without his guidance, we couldn't have achieved this level, Matt Damon said, looking at Link in the center, filled with gratitude. Ben Affleck, however, didn't see it that way. After overcoming the challenges of filming Batman, he often recalled the torture he endured. That period was incredibly difficult. On one hand, he couldn't get into character. And on the other hand, he faced the threat of being replaced by Link. These things felt like a huge boulder pressing down on his back, making it hard to breathe. Later, at Nicole Kidman's suggestion, he made constant adjustments, gradually immersing himself in the role and learning how to play it well. In the end, he even developed a mental illness because of the role. After suffering so much hardship and being exploited so much, how could he thank Link? He couldn't. Clap, clap, clap. As the movie ended, a burst of enthusiastic applause rang out. Matt Damon, Mark Wahlberg, Bob Gunton, and others applauded and cheered, paying tribute to Link. The head of the production and distribution department at Guess What Films also praised the film as excellent. Link, The Internet seems to have a more interesting story than Speed. This movie might even gross higher than Speed. Sandra Bullock beamed with joy. I predict The Internet will gross at least $400 million worldwide, Mila Jovovich shouted. Link smiled at the 2 women beside him. Don't get too excited yet. The movie hasn't been released yet. Anything can happen. Don't worry, I believe in you, Mila said, clinging tightly to his arm. Me too, Sandra Bullock added, leaning affectionately against him, seemingly oblivious to the stares of those around them. Link smiled, kissed them both on the cheek, and then chatted with the others, asking for their opinions on the film and any suggestions for revisions. Many films, after test screenings, discover problems with certain plot points or endings that don't meet expectations, and the crew restarts filming second or third endings. This is common in Hollywood, such as E.T., Pretty Woman, and Dark Phoenix. However, Link's film had a logically sound plot with no obvious flaws. and the ending was handled skillfully, requiring no reshoots. After the film ended, Link received a systems evaluation, film production complete, box office subsidies are being tallied, host participation rate 70.1%, film completion rate 95.8%, film's market fit 91%, rewards 2.4x box office subsidy, director experience plus 15%, director stamina plus 20%, film quality increase plus 15%, compared to Batman Forever, participation has increased, completion rate is similar, and film fit is the highest among all previous films. The box office subsidy is higher than Batman Forever, but the director experience and stamina bonuses are one level lower, probably because the cast of this film is slightly weaker than Batman and The Sixth Sense, but overall, the rewards are quite good. After receiving the 20% stamina bonus, Link's body heats up again, and a layer of oily sweat appears on his skin. After the heat subsides, he clenches his fist, his stamina has noticeably improved, and his energy is better. He will test the changes in endurance and stamina later that evening. After the test screening, Link takes the film master tape back to his personal studio to rewatch the film, review the changes from the 15% quality increase, and identify any areas that need improvement, striving to do even better next time. Back home that evening, Link carried Monica, who was doing yoga, back to the bedroom. The next day, everyone in the house except Link overslept. After the preview screening of the internet, Link finished his company business and took the crew to San Francisco Alcatraz, over 600 kilometers away, to begin filming The Rock. Meanwhile, in Hollywood, the media continued to hype up false rumors about him interfering in Richard Gere and Cindy Crawford's marriage, and Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise's marriage, attempting to further damage his reputation. However, because the mastermind couldn't provide substantial evidence, and Cindy Crawford and Nicole Kidman repeatedly came forward to clarify, the mainstream media lacked fresh and compelling material to create a big story. The news's heat gradually subsided. Thanks to the efforts of Guest Me Pictures' public relations department, the media began to focus on other entertainment news. What a pity. If we had enough evidence, we could have really ruined Link this time, Bob Weinstein said regretfully, putting down his newspaper in the Miramax Films office. Harvey remained silent, his face grim. When he initially hyped this news, besides hiring Richard Gere to speak out, he also arranged for detectives to contact Cindy Crawford and Nicole Kidman, attempting to bribe them to admit to having intimate relations with Link before their divorces. Nicole Kidman and Cindy Crawford responded okay, on the condition that each pay $100 million in cash. Harvey was furious upon receiving this feedback. If he had $200 million, he would have retired long ago and wouldn't need to be suppressed by Link in Hollywood. Those two women demanding $100 million were clearly unwilling to cooperate and were deliberately making things difficult for him. Unable to persuade them, Harvey tried other methods to gather evidence, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars without obtaining any useful evidence. According to paparazzi investigations, before Cindy Crawford and Richard Gere's divorce, Link had no interaction with her in daily life. It was only after Cindy Crawford's divorce that their interactions suddenly increased. After returning from her trip to France, Cindy Crawford openly spent multiple nights at Link's hilltop mansion, sometimes staying for more than 10 days at a time. While Nicole Kidman and Link had a history of interaction, Kidman denied any romantic involvement, claiming their relationship was purely professional and that the media shouldn't fabricate stories. Harvey also contacted Tom Cruise, hoping he would also publicly accuse Link of ruining his marriage. Cruise refused, stating that his divorce from Kidman was due to personality clashes and had nothing to do with Link. The reluctance of the parties involved to speak out hampered their investigation. Harvey also considered rehashing the story of Link as a womanizer who toyed with women's feelings. However, Vice President Scott Greenstein cautioned him that Link was a world-renowned womanizer, with his scandals appearing in the media almost weekly. Using such a story would be ineffective and extremely expensive. Scott estimated that it would cost $5 million to make the story a mainstream entertainment news item, and over $20 million to potentially make it a nationwide phenomenon. Furthermore, considering the potential backlash from Guess the Movies, the hype was more likely to fail. Harvey, thinking about the huge sums of money he'd spent and the warnings from Michael Ovitz and others, reluctantly stopped his underhanded tactics. The media also stopped reporting on Link's scandal, rendering his previous efforts futile. Harvey sighed. The Oscars are almost here. How's our PR going? What are the chances of our nominated films winning? He'd recently been busy with Link's negative press, leaving Oscar PR to Bob and others. Not bad. Non-powerful aphrodisiac has a 90% chance of winning, and The Classroom also has a chance, but not a big one. We're guaranteed at least one Oscar this year, and with luck, we might even get 3, Bob said. Harvey nodded, but wasn't particularly happy. Before 1993, Miramax Films frequently released dark horse films, achieving both box office and critical success, and winning numerous Academy Awards. Since 1993, Guess the Movies had risen to prominence, swallowing up most of the box office and profits in the film market, causing Miramax's revenue to shrink significantly and its debt ratio to increase dramatically. Without money, the company couldn't afford to make more and better films, nor could it afford to buy many international film rights. This situation also led to Miramax's films performing increasingly poorly at the Academy Awards. Harvey's only hope now was that Ovitz's poison pill plan would succeed, causing Guess the Movies to suffer huge losses, after which they could all attack and carve up Guess the Movies completely. That's it. 1 or 2 Oscars are good too. Anyway, this hype has successfully prevented Link's film from winning an award, giving him a setback in his career and a chance to do something big again in the future. Harvey slammed his fist heavily on the desk. Chapter 374 Richard Gere apologizes, public opinion reverses, Link is not a traitor. Boss, the opening weekend figures for Hatchie, A Dog's Tale are in. During a break from filming on the Alcatraz set, Lewinsky approached with a file. How's the box office? Top of the week. Lewinsky smiled slightly. Link took the file and glanced at it. Guessing Pictures had released 4 films in the first 2 months of the year. The first, The Anatomy of Grey, grossed $257,000 in 8 weeks in North America. The second, Paul Thomas Anderson's directorial debut Casino Tycoon, grossed $212,000 in 6 weeks in North America. This film had a production cost of $350,000 and was projected to lose over $100,000. The fact that Guessing Pictures' first 2 films this year had both been box office failures was highly unusual. The media outlets under the 7 Media Group saw an opportunity and began heavily promoting the idea that Guessing Pictures had made a directional mistake in film production, blindly increasing the number of films without focusing on quality, resulting in many bad movies, a harbinger of decline. The media also hyped up the story that Link spent his days chasing women after becoming famous, using company resources to seduce female celebrities, leaving him no time to manage the company, leading to internal chaos and the company's demise. Finally, the media predicted that Guessing Pictures' box office share would drop significantly this year, giving the entire film industry more opportunities for development. Guessing Pictures offered no explanation for these claims, simply focusing on quietly making and releasing new films. The third film was Trainspotting. Released in early February, it fared better at the box office. In its opening week, it grossed $262,000 in 8 theaters across North America. In its second week, it grossed $1.22 million in 38 theaters. After 4 weeks of release, it had accumulated $6.53 million, with a projected North American box office of at least $18 million. The film's North American rights fee was $3 million, and based on current box office performance, it's a blockbuster. After the success of Trainspotting, Guessing Pictures executives breathed a sigh of relief. If the film had continued to lose money, Guessing Pictures' situation this year would likely have been as the media predicted, beginning its decline. Now that Trainspotting is profitable, it shows that the company's marketing and distribution efforts were successful. The problem lay with the first 2 films and their directors' abilities. Daniel DeViro and James Shammas advised Link that Steven's 2 consecutive films had lost money, and that he should be more cautious with his next film. Link disagreed, stating that the first 2 films were Steven's practice projects, and their low budgets and box office performance were understandable. He believed that with Steven's abilities, the next film would definitely be better. The fourth film of the year was Hatchie, A Dog's Tale, released in early March. Directed by Jodie Foster, written and edited by Link, and starring Robin Williams, Joan Allen, and Cameron Diaz, the film had a production cost of $22 million. In its opening week, it grossed $14.91 million in 2,377 theaters across North America, topping the box office. The film also received very positive reviews, with positive comments dominating. The Los Angeles Times critic Edward Porter commented, "The film has a simple yet heartwarming plot, a simple yet profound theme, and a minimalist yet beautiful and touching cinematography. It's a very fun animal-themed movie suitable for the whole family." The New York Times critic Derek Adams praised Jodie Foster's directorial style, noting its significant improvement in this film, its genuine emotion, delicate style, and gentle warmth, as well as its more mature narrative approach, making her a promising female director. Total Cinema magazine commented, "Jodie Foster's directorial style is delicate, using numerous depictions of everyday life to evoke emotional resonance in the audience and provide more space for reflection, thus avoiding excessive sentimentality. This story will deeply touch the hearts of dog lovers." However, some negative reviews pointed out that the film's style is very similar to several of Link's films, and also mentioned Link's rumored affair with Jodie Foster, suggesting that he might have been a ghostwriter for the film. Link smiled upon seeing this and instructed Lewinsky to notify the Public Relations Department to promptly dispel the rumors. He was filming Batman Forever at the time and couldn't possibly have time to film Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Besides, he was the screenwriter and editor of the film, so it was normal for it to have some of his style. "Yes, boss," Lewinsky made a note in her notebook, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Boss, Ms. Crawford and Ms. Brooke Shields have arrived. Are you leaving early today?" "No, they're familiar with this place and can arrange their own time. I'll spend time with them after I'm done," Link said without looking up. "Okay, boss, take care of yourself and don't overwork yourself." Lewinsky blinked her big eyes and smiled. Link glared at her, handed the documents back to her, picked up the phone, and called Jodie Foster to congratulate her film on its box office success and encourage her to keep up the good work. Jodie was also happy to receive the call, saying she was coming to San Francisco the day after tomorrow to promote her new film and would visit the set. Link urged her to come quickly, saying he'd been too busy lately and hadn't slept with her for a week, and he missed her body terribly. Jodie Foster called him a lecherous bastard. Link jokingly asked if she didn't want to, saying he wouldn't do it once she arrived. Jodie finally said, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed, that she did. Link smiled. Even without seeing her, he could imagine the expression on a respectable woman's face when she said such a thing, blushing, biting her lower lip, her eyes filled with shyness and annoyance, like Liu's Ailey from a couple of years ago, possessing a unique charm. After hanging up, Link received a call from John Gordon. John Gordon had been investigating the smear campaign against him. His investigation revealed that the mastermind behind the media hype surrounding him in February might be the Harvey Weinstein brothers. There was evidence that media outlets like Entertainment World received funds from Miramax Films' accounts before the hype. Richard Gere also received a $200,000 transfer from Miramax Films before his ABC interview. This evidence, obtained by John Gordon's team through banking channels, is highly credible. Based on the existing evidence, the Harvey Weinstein brothers are the prime suspects, though the possibility of accomplices or powerful backers cannot be ruled out. Furthermore, during their investigation of Richard Gere, they obtained a wealth of damaging information about him from private investigators, including allegations of premarital infidelity, soliciting prostitutes after his hospitalization, drug use while in a wheelchair, and making racist remarks. This information is enough to ruin Richard Gere's reputation. John Gordon asked him on the phone how to proceed. Link considered it and decided to leave the Harvey brothers alone for now. The Harvey brothers have deep connections in Hollywood, punishing them for this reason wouldn't be effective. It would be better to squeeze Miramax Films' market share and bankrupt the Harvey brothers sooner. As for Richard Gere, they could be more direct. They could use this damaging information to force him to admit his mistakes and issue a public apology. If he apologized, they would forgive him, otherwise, they would release the materials. John Gordon indicated he understood and would act immediately. After hanging up, Link continued filming. On Thursday, Richard Gere publicly apologized to Link during an interview with CBS. He claimed that the reason for his divorce from Cindy Crawford was his infidelity, and that their relationship had already broken down before his accident, not because of Cindy Crawford, nor with Link. On the contrary, after his accident, Cindy Crawford helped him contact the best hospitals and doctors, and tirelessly cared for him in the hospital for a year until he recovered and was discharged before filing for divorce again. Cindy Crawford is a good woman and a good wife, and losing her is the biggest loss of his life. Richard Gere apologized to Link and Cindy Crawford on camera. A CBS reporter asked him why he had previously publicly accused Link of interfering in his marriage. Richard Gere said that he was jealous of Link, and seeing the rumors of Link and Cindy Crawford vacationing in France made him so jealous that he lost his mind and made those irrational remarks. He apologized to Link again. Wow, I see. I knew Link wasn't that kind of person. Otherwise, why wouldn't he try to seduce such a beautiful wife like mine? Tim Robbins laughed, putting his arm around Susan Sarandon's shoulder. Susan Sarandon glared at him and punched him, sending him sprawling onto the sofa. Shit. How could this piece of trash say something like that? Harvey Weinstein cursed as he watched Richard Gere's sincere apology on TV. Last time, he'd spent $200,000 to persuade Richard Gere to publicly accuse Link of stealing his wife. The interview had been very effective, bringing Link a lot of criticism, making it impossible for Link's side to clear his name even if they tried. As long as Richard Gere remained silent, Link would forever be labeled a womanizer. But now Richard Gere had suddenly changed his tune, admitting his mistake and saying Link was innocent and Cindy Crawford was a good woman. This rendered all his previous efforts futile. Harvey glared at the person on TV, his face contorted with rage. This isn't normal, Bob said from the side. Richard's injury and subsequent paralysis are related to Link. He hates Link so much he wants to kill him. Why would he soften his stance and apologize to Link this time? Has Link controlled him? Harvey narrowed his eyes. After he became paralyzed, no one offered him acting roles, and his income drastically decreased. Now, he'll do anything for money. That bastard Link isn't short of money, he's very likely bribed him. Ring. The phone on the table rang. Harvey answered it. It was a call from Richard Gere's agent, Paul. Last time, he persuaded Richard Gere to come forward and accuse Link through Paul, who acted as the middleman in that matter. Paul told him on the phone that Link's side had dirt on Richard Gere, dirt that was serious enough to ruin Richard Gere's reputation, forcing Richard Gere to change his tune. Harvey was about to make a sarcastic remark, what good would a cripple do for a reputation, when he heard Paul say that Link's men had checked Richard Gere's accounts and might have discovered their transactions. Paul advised Harvey to be careful, as Link might trace it back to him. Harvey cursed and hung up the phone with a grim expression. What's wrong? Bob asked. Harvey briefly explained the situation. Huh? What do we do then? Will Link retaliate against us? Ovitz said Link is petty and vindictive. What if he retaliates? Calm down, Harvey glared at him. We'll use middlemen. Link might not be able to trace it back to us. Even if he does, we can pin it on Ovitz, Langmuir, and Baradiller, saying we were acting on their orders. Let Link know the strength of our Jewish gang. Even if he knows that, he can't do anything to us. Bob's eyes lit up at this, and he looked at Harvey with admiration. Is this a plan you came up with beforehand? Of course. I'm strategic. I never fight an unprepared battle, Harvey snorted, picked up the half-smoked cigar from the ashtray, put it in his mouth, and stared coldly at the television screen. After CBS broadcast the news of Richard Gere apologizing to Link, it instantly attracted the attention of North American audiences. The next day, many mainstream media outlets followed up with reports, telling the story of Link's feud with Richard Gere, as well as the scandal Link had faced in the past few weeks. Because the news involved several big stars and had a plot twist, it made headlines in numerous media outlets within a day. Many fans condemned Richard Gere's actions, criticizing him for wrongly accusing an innocent person and causing Link to suffer undeserved infamy and injustice. The Hollywood Reporter believed that not only Richard Gere needed to apologize, but also the media outlets that had previously reported negative news about Link should apologize, restore Link's reputation as soon as possible, and compensate Link for his financial losses. ABC News was the first to apologize, admitting that it had not maintained objectivity and neutrality in its reporting, causing a negative impact on Link, expressing its apologies to Link, and promising to punish the staff involved. Many tabloids also issued written apologies. Thanks to the efforts of Guess the Movie's public relations department, many mainstream media outlets reprinted these apology news reports, expanding the impact of the related news. The reputations of Link, Cindy Crawford, Nicole Kidman, and other involved parties are also rapidly recovering. To thank him, Cindy Crawford stayed on set for 3 days afterward, letting him do whatever he wanted. She gave Richard Gere everything he hadn't been allowed to enjoy before. Nicole Kidman also wanted to visit the set and become his woman, but with the Oscars approaching, Link had to go back for the ceremony, so he postponed their date until after the Oscars. Link, I also want to apologize to you. Nicolas Cage said, eating a sandwich during lunch on set. Apologize for what? Link asked, flipping through the newspaper. Nicolas Cage laughed. When the media first broke those negative stories, I thought they were true. I even joked about it at the poker table, talking about your rumors with Cindy and Nicole. Now I realize I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted your character. Okay, I accept your apology. Link shook his head. Because of his numerous scandals, after the media broke the news in February about his good wife image, not only Cage misunderstood, but Quentin Tarantino, Sam, Ben Affleck, and many others also misunderstood. During that period, the media was filled with negative news about him, accusing him of being a playboy, manipulating women's feelings, and breaking up families. The opposition was immense and widespread. Even the joint public relations efforts of Guessing Pictures and WMA Talent Agency had no effect. In the end, Link could only turn a deaf ear and let the criticism rage on. Now that Richard Gere has apologized, he has finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel and been exonerated. It's a pity, the second round of Oscar voting is over now. If he had apologized earlier, you would have had a chance to gain some votes from the judges, Cage sighed. It's okay, I'm still young, in the prime of my career, no rush to win an Oscar so early, Link said nonchalantly. He has 5 nominations this year, including Best Director, Best Editing, and Best Original Screenplay for The Sixth Sense, and Best Editing and Best Original Screenplay for The Butterfly Effect. Because he's still young, the chances of the older, more experienced Oscar judges awarding him Best Director are extremely slim. Furthermore, he won Best Editing last year for Seven, so the chances of him winning it again this year are also slim. Finally, only the Best Original Screenplay award remained. If it weren't for the previous negative news, his chances of winning this award would have been quite high. Now, the chances are slim. After dinner, Link continued filming on the Alcatraz set. It was his first time shooting such a large-scale popcorn movie, and there were many things he needed to learn and summarize, making the filming process rather slow. After a month of shooting, the progress was less than 40%, and it was expected to be completed by the end of April. During filming, Monica Bellucci, Jodie Foster, Sandra Bullock, Guang Li, Maggie Cheung, Vivian Chow, Michelle Race, and others took turns visiting the set. With Yu Fihong by his side, he was busy and hard working on set, but also very satisfied. In late March, the Academy Awards ceremony approached, and Link and Nicolas Cage temporarily put aside their work and returned to Los Angeles to attend the ceremony. Chapter 375, Oscars End, Nicole gets what she wanted, sacrificing herself for love. Link, look here, Director Link, may I interview you? This year's Academy Awards ceremony was held in Dorothy Chandler Hall, attended by hundreds of movie stars and crew members. The ceremony was broadcast live nationwide via ABC. As Link led Renee Zellweger onto the red carpet, hundreds of reporters outside shouted his name, inviting this high-profile figure to be interviewed. Considering that The Sixth Sense was still in theaters and needed extensive promotion, Link stopped to answer reporters' questions. The most pressing question for the media was whether he accepted the apologies from Richard Gere and ABC, and whether he would pursue legal action and demand financial compensation. Link stated that he accepted their apologies, but that recent media coverage had been quite malicious, causing significant losses to him and his company. His lawyers would pursue legal action against media outlets based on the extent of their impact. Matt Krell, a reporter from USA Today, asked you if he believed the reliable sources that the recent attacks against him were orchestrated by competitors to prevent him and Guessing Pictures from winning an Oscar. If he doesn't win an Oscar because of this, will he be disappointed? Link replied that there is currently no evidence that anyone is targeting him, so he will not comment for the time being. Regarding whether he will win an award at this year's Academy Awards ceremony, he said it's not important. For a director, being adored by countless fans and praised by numerous colleagues after the film's release is the best reward. Film awards are just icing on the cake. Director Link, shouted Al Simmons, a reporter from the Los Angeles Times. There are rumors that Richard Gere's apology on television last time wasn't voluntary, but rather due to external pressure, and that this pressure is related to you. What do you think of these rumors? Link glanced at the man. He looked familiar but couldn't recall his name. I haven't heard of such rumors, and I won't comment on such baseless rumors. Also, as a victim, I don't like your nomination. It's a secondary blow to my reputation. Director Link, according to media statistics, you've dated 34 girlfriends since 1992. Is this number accurate? Furthermore, none of the women you've dated are African American. Does this mean black women don't meet your aesthetic standards? Shouted a reporter from the New York Post. Wow. After reporter Charlie shouted this question, the reporters in the room turned around with admiration. Many wanted to ask this question, but considering Link's status and interviewing habits, no one had dared to. Now, hearing someone ask the question, the reporters widened their eyes, awaiting Link's answer PFFT before Link could even speak. Renee Zellweger covered her mouth and burst into laughter, even whispering in his ear that he should find a black girlfriend to quell the controversy. Link waved his hand, asking the reporters if they had any other questions related to the film and the Oscars. If not, he would leave. The reporters then asked about the progress of his new film, its genre, and when filming would wrap. Link gave a brief answer, then ended the interview and led Renee Zellweger into Chandler Hall. Haha, that reporter's question was really funny. Because you don't date black women, they actually suspect you of racism. Why don't you find an African American woman as your girlfriend to shut those guys up? Renee Zellweger laughed, leaning on his shoulder. No need. We're celebrities, we can't let media comments affect our lives, Link said. I heard black women are all in great shape, with big, bouncy butts. Want to try it? Renee Zellweger winked and smiled. Your ass isn't small either, Link pinched her ample bosom with his palm. Of course, Renee Zellweger smiled confidently. Arriving at the awards ceremony, his seat was in the middle of the first row. To his left was the cast of Sense and Sensibility, and to his right, the cast of Braveheart. Around him were also members of the casts of The Shawshank Redemption, Apollo 13, and The Non-Strong Aphrodisiac. Upon his arrival, people around him stood up to greet him. Acquaintances like Emma Thompson, Tom Hanks, Tim Robbins, Morgan Freeman, and Mel Gibson came over to chat, asking how his new film was going and wishing him many Oscars. Beauties of all ages, including Nicole Kidman, Sharon Stone, Kate Winslet, and Alicia Silverstone, also came up to greet him enthusiastically. However, with Renee Zellweger, Sandra Bullock, Sophie Marceau, and Diane Lane sitting around him, the other women didn't have a chance to get too close. Link, you're so popular. If it weren't for us, those women would have ripped you naked, Sophie Marceau joked. Yes, they saw you like wolves seeing a delicious steak, they wanted to eat you bone and all, Diane Lane laughed. Then I should thank you for protecting me. You're welcome. Diane Lane kissed him on the cheek in front of everyone. Sophie Marceau also kissed his right cheek in public. Snap. In the back row of the Butterfly Effect crew, Leonardo DiCaprio saw their actions and made a strange sound. What are you doing? Mark Wahlberg turned around in confusion. Leonardo clutched his chest and said, my heart is broken. Sophie Marceau is so beautiful, she's the most perfect woman in my heart. I never thought she would do something like this in public. I'm so envious of Link. Yeah, I never expected it either. After the release of Braveheart, Sophie Marceau stunned the world with her role as Princess Isabella of France and was considered the most beautiful actress in France. No one expected her to get entangled with Link, this playboy. This left many men who admired her sighing with regret, envying Link's good fortune and angry at Sophie Marceau for her self-degradation. With so many men in the world, why did she have to like Link, this playboy? However, as Mark Wahlberg sighed, his eyes were fixed on Sandra Bullock in front of him. Sandra was his goddess, beautiful, cheerful, and with a fantastic figure. Even though he knew Sandra was Link's woman during the filming of The Internet, and lived with him every day, he still couldn't control his love for her. Unfortunately, his feelings were unrequited. Sandra only had eyes for Link. Sigh. Mark Wahlberg shook his head, another day of envying Link. Bitch. In the back row of the audience, Nicole Kidman couldn't help but mutter under her breath, feeling very upset. She and Link had known each other for a long time. If she hadn't gotten married, she would at least be in the top 10 of Link's girlfriends. Just because her divorce delayed things for a few months, Link found himself surrounded by several women. These women even made intimate gestures towards Link in public, clearly trying to announce their relationship to everyone and then leverage Link's fame and status to gain protection and resources in the entertainment industry. Nicole Kidman, seeing Link surrounded by women, knew she couldn't wait any longer. She had to establish a relationship with Link as soon as possible. Clap, clap, clap. With a round of applause, Whoopi Goldberg, the host of the awards ceremony, stepped onto the stage, and the Oscars ceremony officially began. The audience quieted down to watch the awards ceremony and performances, From the first award, Best Supporting Actor, to the final award, Best Picture, a total of 24 awards. Link left briefly during the ceremony to present the Best Picture award. After more than 3 hours of awards presentations, all 24 awards for this year's Oscars were announced. Guess what? Films won 6 awards. Sense and Sensibility won 3, Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Cinematography, and Best Costume Design. The Sixth Sense won 2 awards, Best Visual Effects and Best Sound Editing. The Butterfly Effect won Best Supporting Actress, with Renee Zellweger taking home the award. The competition was 27 films shortlisted for 6, a mediocre performance. The biggest winner of this year's Oscars was Braveheart, which received 10 nominations and won 5 awards, including major awards such as Best Picture and Best Director. Nicolas Cage won Best Actor for Leaving Las Vegas, Meryl Streep won Best Actress, and Kevin Spacey won Best Supporting Actress for The Usual Suspects. Miramax Films' 3 nominated films received 7 nominations but none, with the highly anticipated The Non-Powerful Aphrodisiac failing to win any awards in the fierce competition. Harvey, you promised me The Non-Powerful Aphrodisiac would win at least 1 award, but you didn't. At the Oscars party, Woody Allen, holding a wine glass, looked very unhappy. Woody Allen was thin, while Harvey Weinstein, sitting opposite him, was plump. The two looked like a monkey and a hippopotamus. Harvey frowned, then grinned. Woody, don't blame me. I tried my best, really. I invested over $600,000 in PR for The Non-Powerful Aphrodisiac at the awards. I conservatively estimated it would win Best Supporting Actress and Best Original Screenplay. But guess what? The studio invested even more in Best Supporting Actress, supposedly over $2 million. Link is a billionaire. Miramax can't compare The Non-Powerful Aphrodisiac not winning is a huge loss for the company. Link. Woody Allen turned to look at the handsome, dark-haired young man in the crowd, his heart filled with anger. Since his scandal with his adopted daughter was exposed by the media in the 1990s, he rarely attended award ceremonies. He had come to the Oscars because The Non-Powerful Aphrodisiac had a chance to win, and he had the opportunity to see Link make a fool of himself. It was all for nothing. Link is getting more and more domineering. Before, his movies only focused on box office success. Now he wants more than just box office returns. He's planning to sweep all the film awards, making it impossible for truly good movies to profit or gain attention through awards. If this continues, the North American film industry could be completely ruined, Harvey said indignantly. We should stop him. What's your plan? Woody Allen asked, frowning. Link has manpower and funds now, and his movies are consistently box office hits. It's difficult to defeat him in the film industry. We must unite all available forces to block him from all sides. The most important thing is to persuade the 7 major studios to get involved, Harvey said. Woody Allen nodded in agreement, indicating that he would contact his peers to get involved. After chatting for a while, Harvey noticed that Link's group of people had dwindled, so he approached him to greet him, testing Link's attitude to see if Link knew he was the mastermind. Haha, Link, your company won 6 trophies this time. Congratulations on your great success, Harvey laughed, but his eyes were fixed intently on Link. Thank you. But 27 nominations and only 6 awards isn't much of a success, Link said with a calm smile. That's still much better than us. We got 7 nominations and didn't win a single award. Among the 7 major studios, only Paramount Pictures won a few awards with Braveheart. The other studios can't compare to Guessing Pictures. Guessing Pictures is getting stronger and stronger. It's enviable, Harvey, with his large belly protruding, laughed like a toad. Link smiled and praised Miramax's 2 films released at the beginning of the year for their good box office performance, saying that they could collaborate on good film projects in the future. Harvey nodded, relieved to find that Link's attitude hadn't changed. Link, it's a good thing Guess Movies is becoming stronger, but I advise you to be careful. The 7 major studios have never given up on bringing down Guess Movies. I suspect they were behind the recent hype about you interfering in Richard Gere's marriage, preventing you from winning an Oscar. Judging from what just happened, they succeeded. Harvey's expression was serious, and he spoke earnestly, seemingly concerned for Link. Link smiled slightly, thanking him for the reminder. If he hadn't known beforehand that he was involved in this matter, he would have been deceived by Harvey's apparent sincerity. Hey, Harvey, how's your check going? Can we have Link? Emma Thompson, the lead actress and screenwriter of Sense and Sensibility, and Kate Winslet came over to greet him. Of course, have a nice evening, Harvey joked a little and left with a smile. After walking a few steps, Harvey turned around and saw several beautiful women surrounding Link, offering him food. Harvey was filled with envy and jealousy. He secretly vowed to work hard at making movies, striving to become even more successful than Link, so that those women would fawn over him. Link, you're an investor in Titanic, why haven't we seen you visit the set? Kate Winslet asked with a smile. No time, I'm preparing for a new movie. Besides, I trust Cameron's abilities, so it doesn't matter whether I visit the set or not, Link replied with a laugh. It's different. Our crew was very excited to hear you are also an investor in this movie and hopes to see you on set and get your autograph. If you have time, please come and visit. We would very much welcome you to visit the set, Kate Winslet said warmly. Link thought for a moment and nodded. He could go and see it when he had time. He was also very interested in the Titanic set. While chatting, he noticed Nicole Kidman and Meryl Streep standing not far away, their eyes frequently glancing at him and winking. Link chuckled softly, and after Kate Winslet and the others left, he put down his wine glass and went to the VIP restroom to wash his hands. As soon as he entered, Nicole Kidman followed him in closely. The woman wore a strapless evening gown, her long golden brown hair cascading over her shoulders. Tall and slender, her skin appeared as smooth and white as porcelain under the incandescent light of the restroom's overhead lamp, exuding an alluring fragrance. I'm divorced. Are you still going to reject me? Nicole Kidman leaned against his chest and asked, looking up. Will you regret it? Link asked, embracing her fragrant body. What do you think? I gave up almost everything for you, you did well. I won't give you a chance to regret it. Link didn't say anything more, lowering his head to kiss the woman's red lips, and then turned from the sink into a small stall splash. The sound of rushing water filled the air. The VIP restroom's pristine white tiles reflected a dazzling array of light and shadow, like a romantic movie playing out. The movie featured talented men and beautiful women, lovesick lovers, the torment of ordinary life, the resilience of those struggling in adversity, the unwavering determination to reach the summit, the exhilaration and satisfaction of reaching the pinnacle of life, and the thunderous applause of thousands of audience members. After leaving the restroom, Link called his assistant to escort the unsteady Nicole Kidman back to the party to continue chatting with filmmakers and searching for suitable film projects for investment. The Oscar party ended around 10 p.m., and Link, along with Renee Zellweger, Sandra Bullock, and Sophie Marceau, returned to their Beverly Hills villa. Because Renee Zellweger had won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress, a private party was held at the villa that evening, with Renee as the star. Everyone partied until they were exhausted before resting. After the Oscar ceremony, the media began commenting on the various awards, identifying newsworthy stories. The first hot news story is Hollywood King. Director Link loses at the Oscars. This year, he had 2 films nominated, receiving 5 nominations, setting a record for the most nominations an individual received in a single year at the Academy Awards. Based on the odds of winning, he should have won at least 1 award. However, due to negative publicity, he failed to win an Oscar. The Chicago Tribune commented that Oscar voters should prioritize the films themselves when selecting winners in the future, awarding prizes to those who perform well, and should not be influenced by public opinion and rumors, as this is unfair to filmmakers' past efforts. The second hot news story is that The Shawshank Redemption became the biggest disappointment at this year's Oscars. This film received 7 nominations but failed to win any awards. Fans of the film expressed disappointment, stating that the film's profound themes, superb acting, and tightly paced plot conveyed a powerful emotional impact, making it a classic, yet it failed to win. This is extremely unfair to The Shawshank Redemption. Afterwards, on the IMDb movie website, the film's rating was pushed to 9.9 by movie fans, becoming the highest-rated film on the site with the most ratings. Upon learning of this, the PR department of Guess C Pictures immediately used media hype to amplify the fans' voices, portraying The Shawshank Redemption as a hidden gem and an epic tragedy among major awards, thus gaining more attention for the film. Thanks to the efforts of Guess C Pictures' publicity department, The Shawshank Redemption saw increased exposure and a significant increase in box office revenue during the Oscars. The third hot topic was The Sixth Sense's lower-than-expected performance at the awards ceremony. This film currently has a global box office of $968 million, very close to the $1 billion mark, becoming the second film in world film history to surpass $1 billion in global box office revenue. If this film had won several major awards at the Oscars, the box office would have reached $1 billion even faster. Unfortunately, this excellent film only won 2 minor technical awards. The media and movie fans believe that the reason why The Sixth Sense failed to win the award was that the judges were influenced by the negative news and cast their votes for other films instead of The Sixth Sense. Link dragged the film down. Besides the 3 points mentioned above, there were other hot news items at this year's Oscars. These included Chinese action star Chen Long and NBA star Kareem Abdul-Jabbar serving as presenters, Nicolas Cage winning the Best Actor Oscar, Meryl Streep winning her second Best Actress Oscar, Emma Thompson becoming the first filmmaker in history to win both an acting and screenwriting Oscar, and French Rose Sophie Marceau and rising star Diane Lane kissing Link in public. However, compared to the first 3 news items, these received less attention and were not widely reported by the media. Influenced by these news items, around the time of the Oscars, 6 films from Guess What films that won or were nominated saw significant box office growth. The Sixth Sense has accumulated $463 million in North American box office, an increase of over $12 million from February. The Shawshank Redemption currently has $108 million in North American box office, an increase of $8 million from February. Sense and Sensibility has $62.41 million in North American box office, an increase of $5.8 million. Films like The Butterfly Effect, Second Sight, and Run Back the Groom also saw significant box office increases during awards season. According to statistics from various departments, during the Oscars, the 6 films nominated by Guess Movie Pictures saw a total box office increase of $32 million, a 37% increase compared to January and February, approximately $11.84 million. Guess Movie Pictures spent about $6.5 million on Oscar-related public relations. Including overseas box office growth and revenue from the video market, this year's Oscars brought the company a net profit of over $12 million. Therefore, the public relations investment during the Oscars was well worth it. Link, are you disappointed that you didn't win an Oscar? In the villa, Cindy Crawford leaned against Link's left, holding a fruit platter and occasionally feeding Link and Nicole Kidman fruit. My goal was the Best Director Oscar, but at my age, they won't give it to me so soon. I expected that, so I'm not disappointed, Link said, flipping through the newspaper. Yes, Link is so amazing. His attendance at the Oscars is a favor to the Academy. Whether he wins or not doesn't matter much to him. Nicole Kidman nestled in his arms, her face full of sweet satisfaction. Cindy Crawford smiled slightly, glancing at Nicole Kidman. Nicole, how are you feeling now? Aren't you very happy? Yes, happier than ever before. Nicole Kidman leaned against Link and said slowly, I'm 182 centimeters tall, and Tom Cruise is only 172 centimeters. I've never felt happy with him. But with Link, every second is double the happiness and satisfaction. My biggest regret is not pursuing Link immediately when we first met, making happiness 3 years late. Link, look at her, she's like a little glutton. Do you want to give her some more to eat? Cindy Crawford stuffed a bright red strawberry into Nicole Kidman's mouth. She's still injured and needs to rest for a few more days. No need to rush, Link stroked the woman's blonde hair. Darling, you're so sweet. Nicole Kidman happily kissed his cheek. Link smiled and continued reading the newspaper. Following the Oscars, The Hollywood Reporter began releasing its annual reports, including the 1995 North American box office rankings, the total box office revenue rankings of film studios, the annual box office rankings of directors, annual box office rankings of actor-actress, and so on. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.